Everyone. I actually forgot to tweet out the stream, so just give me a quick second here to put out the announcement. Hey Olaf, sorry about the wait. I know I'm at a point now where these apologies just don't mean anything, but I got tied up a little bit. um, but I'm delighted to see you. I hope you're doing well. All right. So yeah, sorry about the silent typing for a minute there. I just needed to get the tweet out. Narkexi tuning in from a vet waiting room where your cat is being waiting room where your cat is being very pouty and staring into the corner of her crate. Sorry to hear that you have to be at the vet, but I'm glad the cat is getting the attention, and hopefully I can provide you sufficient distraction for the for the duration. I do need to confess, part of the reason why I'm later is I reinstalled Total War Rome 2 again. I did the Imperator Augustus. Is that what they call it? Anyways, the Augustus campaign, where sort of usually you play a member of the Triumvirate as it breaks apart, but I decided to play as Sextus Pompey, Pompey's son, where you basically just start with Sicily and then Corsica and Sardinia, and the idea is that you need to try and cause the books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Anyways, it went weird. So I got very focused on what was going on, and then sort of the time went by, and all of a sudden I realized it's actually past 8 o'clock. It was actually a statutory holiday today. The worst part is I actually worked half the day. This is one of the drawbacks of work from home, is that if you forget the statutory holidays, there isn't any signal in the office, which I guess is kind of an indication that maybe my coworkers aren't all that hardworking, because I didn't really hear any back and forth. Anyways, it's been a bit of a crazy day in that respect. But I am delighted to be back with Book of Hours. We did some of this over the weekend, and to be honest, I think between now and release, I'm very likely going to make this sort of my main focus. Obviously, there are some games that I've been given keys for that I'd like to get back to. Against the Storm is a good example of that. Old World, Age of Wonders 4. There's all sorts of games that I'd like to keep sharing, but Book of Hours is definitely a very special game. It's one that it's one that I'm fond of, sorry, if you can just give me a quick second here. I forgot to double check one thing on the stream setup. Oh, Kite's online. I completely missed him. Sorry. Okay, so I'm tagged up the way I need to be. Sorry, Olaf, I sent you a quick DM. I can't let Narkexi see what I wrote. It just occurred to me. I think I still need to sort out a Vermintide game with you at some point, Olaf, but I know you are no doubt busy. Anyways. But yeah, no, A Book of Hours is a really special game. I've followed Cultist Simulator for such a long time. I have really enjoyed following the development of this game. It's been a long journey for the game sort of reaching this final point. And, the thing that's so exciting about release is that if Cultist Simulator is any indication, this is just the beginning of the journey in Hush House. We know that there are plans both for the Perpetual Edition, which you can get in the first week of release, that will give you access to all of the expansions, not all of the DLC. I believe the soundtrack will be sold separately. Mickey Mar Productions does need to eat. They're Canadian, by the way, or at least Maribeth Solomon is. I don't know about the whole firm. But in any case, I noticed Clock Q is listed in the Steam page localization. I was quite grateful to see them stop by the channel. So if you're watching, thank you for that. In any case, yeah, it's at this point, it did mention the Perpetual Edition. So it is worth saying, of course, I've been given a copy of the game for promotional purposes from the developers. In reality, if I could, I would be playing, an early Kickstarter backer version, like it was with Cultist Simulator. So this may be, tragically, the first time I don't get to pay. I don't get to pay Cultist Simulator, or Weather Factory, for their game, but I will find a way. In any case, I hope you're as excited for this as I am. I do just want to give credit where credit is due, though. Weather Factory is design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy. Art, production, and marketing, Lottie Bevan. Additional coding by Roman Laskudov, Knights of Unity, and FRGM. Additional art by Adrian Degan, Clockwork Cuckoo, Catherine Unger. Music by Maribeth Solomon and Mickey Mar Productions. Sound effects by Soundcuts. I do want to take a minute here and give special thanks to the Steam page localization group. One big thing about this is obviously games are on a global stage now, and being able to have localization, even if it's not for the game itself, but even just being able to reach out to different audiences that may be able to appreciate it, even if it's not translated into their language. That's a big deal. I wish you had $1 for every time you had to hire someone new after someone leaves the company. You would have $2 in a jar by now. Did that happen today, or is this just more a comment on the state? This company, incidentally, I believe is just 2 people. I know there had been some hiring before, but obviously that changed. So in this case, Weather Factory is Alexis Kennedy and Lottie Bevan, husband and wife team, and a number of contractors, which we just credited here. So again, I wanted to give credit to the Steam localization people, but I know I'm not going to be able to properly credit them, so I will leave it to your attention. Nearly enough for a coffee then. So speaking of coffee, we have the special thanks, all of our beta testers, and the one that I am most curious about is Fingal's Coffee on Trafalgar Road. I kind of want to know what the story is behind that. So I figured Olaf would probably appreciate that particularly. Knew about it for a month, still looking for your perfect candidate. Gotcha. Well, good luck with that. I know, there are many things that I would not be particularly good at in terms of running things, but hiring is definitely one of those. When I was in camera, the lower positions in camera tend to be the ones who run the department, because of course the seniors are busy doing the job. You're not going to get the director of photography running onto the camera truck ordering stuff from Panavision, or making sure everybody's timesheets are up to date and stuff like that. and that would include sort of the hiring and firing. So I have been in the unfortunate position of having to fire someone. But the big thing about that one was it would usually, like, sometimes I was given some discretion in terms of who we would bring on for a day call, but normally it would be the first who is sort of expressing strong preferences, let's say. And so in that case, you know, like, most of that stuff was just sort of that was just me doing the job, doing something that someone else had told me to. And obviously, if you're working for yourself, as you know you are, that doesn't quite cut it, right? Anyway, sorry, I'm going on. We got Johnny Copeland and, or is it Koshland? And Mark Lewis, Alex Tuddy and Anna Poulter-Jones, PK and Sonia, Matt and Taz, and then the cats, Sula, Chana, and Chi. Let us continue on with the game. One of the girls at the company is moving to Canada, and even if a lot of the work can be done away from the office, she decided to find a local company in Canada. Perfectly understandable sentiment, but hey, is it GNB21? Thank you very much for letting me know that you're from YouTube, and I really appreciate you checking out the Twitch channel off of the YouTube. So I'm actually, so you get a little bit of a preview of some of the stuff that's coming up. I'm going to be uploading the Book of Hours. This is the full version of Book of Hours, and we did, so there was about 2 hours, and then I found out we couldn't unlock the Tree of Wisdom, so that's been fixed. And then I guess over the weekend we did sort of a longer session to unlock more of Hush House. But this is basically going to be the start of my full playthrough, no interruptions, no resets because of the beta and things like that. So you picked a good time to stop by. And to all of you, I mean, I know a lot of you tend to watch this stuff on YouTube as a VOD and things like that. Thank you, everyone who does that, because again, trying to grow my profile, whether it's through Twitch or YouTube or anything along those lines, it's appreciated. And I also know in the case of a live broadcast, the style doesn't always fit everybody's preferences. So, the 12-minute introduction being a perfect example of this. But yeah, sorry to hear about it, Index. No, I totally understand the feeling, but I appreciate how that is inconvenient. Okay. Now, let's talk a little bit about where we are in terms of the playthrough. So I locked in a few choices basically to avoid me taking my stupid pills today, and it's a good thing I did, because I actually didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. Some of you may have noticed I was playing some Outlast Trials. But I did lock in the Gale. Trees bend, walls creak, travelers bend low against the blast. We can hear the indoor sound, by the way. So that's Heart and Sky. That's very close to a storm. And the logic behind this was there was no situation under which I knew that I would be able to get Apollo and Marsyas. Whereas in the case of, there was like a level 6, the True History of Valentine de Wolf. So I can imagine some situations in which that can work in my favor. So for instance, we've got Sights and Sensations. So there's 2 from the skill. If we get some kind of a memory with 2 Sky, that's 4. And so at that point, if we're going to take the risk, it's a question of, one point of Sky as opposed to multiple points that we would need from for the Heart. So that was the logic. Whether or not it bears out is a whole other question. But I guess the remaining question now is, what do I want to do with the day? We've got Foss, Chapped, and Trist, and I don't think I had any specific plans for them. It looks like we've cataloged everything. These are the ones that we have completed, it looks like. If yet to be forced to fire anyone, I need to find someone to do all the HR stuff before then so you can yes. I mean, in my particular case, it was like, there's never a good time to do it. Like, even if I'll be honest, I did not particularly care for the guy. But like not really getting along with someone is obviously different from, you know, wishing them unemployment. But the drawback was they were really pissing off one of the first assistant cameramen, and like there was just no way. Like it was really clear that the situation was not getting better, and the first is the person who kind of gets to make that call. So like in the end, and I mean, like the thing is, it's not just like a personality thing. The guy, you know, had a couple of screw up. That might be why the first didn't care for them. But like, the writing was on the wall for a while, and you know, we tried to make it work. And you know, part of that is also giving someone the opportunity to sort of find another arrangement. But like, you know, sure enough, there was the call where it's like, you know, you got to get this thing done, and it's like, okay, this is gonna suck, but you know, this is part of the job. So you know, you let them know what's up. You know, I fortunately didn't, you know, do the "it hurts me more than it hurts you" sort of stuff. Like, you know, you want to show empathy, but you know, yeah, it's not pleasant. It's like one of these things where you can kind of imagine if it's someone you don't like that you get to dance on their grave or something like that. But yeah, it's not something I would necessarily want to repeat. But on the other hand, it is, I think, probably one of those things in life that you know, it may be something you want to learn how to do, not because you want to do it again, but because it is, you know, if you are put in that situation, it's good to have like an idea of you know, what to do. I'm not making sense, but yeah, in any case, I had a little bit of a buffer just in terms of what the context was. I'm just taking a look for some moon stuff that I can work with. So let's go to the beach with the Tryst. So I think putrefactions and calcinations is the best moon that I've got here. Now, if I need, I can, you know, get a bunch of. I can use the Fostenschaft to get some money at the Sweet Bones. But I am curious to see if we can shoot a little bit higher. We're really looking for Denzil at this point. No. So, the last question that I have is, so it wouldn't hurt for me to just kind of do a quick accounting. So, we've got the Tree History of Valentine de Wolf, that's 6 sky. We've got the Republic of Teeth, which is 6 scale. So, Horns and Ivories is my best there. So I'm halfway on the scale. Oh, actually, Pentiments and Precursors would also help. Book of the Centipede and Letters from a Fugitive are ones that are going to be quite difficult for me to do, as well as Oblations in Iron and Keon at Abydos. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go through the day. We're going to see what we can find, both, you know, in terms of exploring the beach and just kind of doing my usual thing. And then maybe what we do tomorrow is we get an idea in terms of what... like we try and work out what sort of path we have to being able to unlock certain books. Given that winter is coming up, it may not be a bad idea for me to invest in a bit of Whist. But again, I've been holding off on committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms just to see how far I can get down the path before I commit too much. So one last check. Heart, Rose, and Scale, none of those are really available. Well, okay, there's a couple things that I can do. No, actually I can't, because it won't accept these elements of the soul. So yeah, I think we're stuck using these in the Sweet Bones. Lantern, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There is no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Yeah, well, I think, like, this is one of the things, not to make this too much of a focus on HR stuff, but I think this is one of the challenges when it comes time to, like, let someone go. To a certain extent, it's sort of a failure of the selection process. Like, if somebody's not working out, then that's kind of a statement on the selection process. It's like one of these things that you can't always say in in certain workplaces. I think I'm gonna move the paper and the ink over onto another shelf here. But like, yeah, it's a ideally when you're picking someone, like you're doing what you're doing, which is to make sure that the fit, like there's the proper alignment. Okay, Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas. In the original myth, Marsyas lost the musical contest and was played by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history and help with letters. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So again, I don't really need the money right now, but I'm just trying to think of the best way to spend my time here. So we'll continue to help with letters. And yeah, I'm still trying to figure out exactly. I still want to get an idea about whether or not I want to try and commit stuff before going for either of these works. Another thing I might have been able to try would be to bring in Reverend Timothy. Okay, an hourglass, sand. An hourglass, of course, is sand contained by sand. Oh, this is interesting. So there used to be a bridge icon up here, and it's not there anymore. So I had some sand, but the discarded items are no longer... Oh, here it is. Alright, the skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Cybele use it for a drum. At the climax, the striking of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestesses to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. So we got a memory storm for that. I'm pretty sure we've already got that, but let me just double check my list. I do not. And we've got surgeries and exsanguinations. So we'll commit that, or we'll consider that right away. A new skill. Surgery entails the flow of blood, and the flow of blood entails purification, but the door also opens the other way. So there's something tempting about the sky here, but it's not sufficient. That would bring us up to 5. Actually, if I was thinking, I would have preserved some of my sky here. But I know what I'm doing tomorrow. All right, so one last task, which is to fix and mend. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. So surgeries and exsanguinations is 2 heart and 1 knock. So we're good for the knock, but it's always nice to have. It's nice to have the heart, because if you consider the book, so this is one thing that I'm really starting to appreciate with how reading works in Book of Hours. So if you think of something like Apollo and Marsyas, assuming that you're not committed to learning all of the skills in the books. I'm actually trying to figure out if there's a preferred way to specialize on certain skills. Right now, getting all the skills seems to be the way to go, but that doesn't mean I will feel the same way in the future. As they used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So, one of the things that's interesting about Apollo and Marsyas is that if you use surgeries and exsanguinations for the skill, you have your 2 heart from the skill, and then you have 2 heart from the memory storm. So even if magically you somehow read the book without having sufficient heart, and that is possible, so a storm will allow, if you read Apollo and Marsyas during a storm, you will understand the text. An actual storm, not a memory of a storm, obviously. But essentially, you actually have what is required to read any 4-heart text between the memory that you can generate from the book and the skill. Now, of course, ideally you'll have core, because at that point then you have 6. You have 6 heart that you can put towards reading. But it depends on the playthrough. The game doesn't necessarily. I'm not sure I understand. The game doesn't necessarily give you the books that you want at the time that you want them. So I can fast forward, but I'm actually going to take a minute here to review some of the items that are in the room. So we've got the Sister and Witch. The Sister and Witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. 2 heart, 1 grail, and 2 moth. The Velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The Velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. 2 moon. The Thunderskin, he cannot be stilled, he demands the dance, he is beaten like a drum, he is heard in the wood below the world. 2 heart, 2 sky, and the Witch and Sister. The Witch and Sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated, she cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl, 2 grail, 1 heart, 2 moth. So we talked a little bit about some of the different items here. We've got a wicker chair, elderly but robust, for heart. The drinking cocoa is good for 2 grail. Watchful potted plant is lantern. Not everything needs eyes. We've got Musgrave de Wolf. I still need to figure out where he goes. And we should be crossing over the day. All right. Current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will this season bring? And it is winter. All right. So it's a cloudy day. Not too much for us in terms of memories to work with, but I do know what I want to do with the day. So I'm still going to explore the beach. And then we also want to do some gardening. So let's see what we can get during winter. I'm not quite ready to test the Shining Pear. But yeah, Blue Crown I seem to recall was pretty decent, so we'll get rights of the roots working there. Few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue Crown is one of those few. Now, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Reverend Timothy in using my shaft. Reverend Timothy's door is always open to me. Timothy will offer help for free as a friend. Now, the one challenge I have at this point is I can automatically get the storm memory, but I'm denying myself I don't think I'm going to get a storm memory from Timon. Okay, so one of the challenges here is if I didn't commit that tryst, one of the things that I would have been able to do would be to I would have been able to get the memory of the storm, but also have the element of the soul to use, like, as part of the chance. Anyways, I'm committed now. So Heart Unceasing. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. All right, so let's talk with Reverend Timothy and see what comes up. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. Sometimes you feel like you don't work at an IRL office, but playing some colony sim where you have to balance all the needs. One day I will build a shrine, and next you need to import some luxury goods. It's one of the things I always liked about doing econ. It kind of felt a little bit like playing, playing a good strategy game. Make all the numbers balance out. So I always get a little bit bugged whenever people say that game theory doesn't apply to games. It's like, there's a reason they call it that. All right, Princess Kokil Emira GB, or I'm not 100% sure how to properly pronounce that, but artist, socialite, burglar, an unspeakably charming woman with a particular knack for getting adopted. So interested in Grail and Nock. They're a visitor. They understand Vac, Sanskrit, and Greek. Now, if I wanted, I can try and learn Vac from them. I think we're going to try and read the sky text right away. I should have added those clouds, by the way. I wasn't thinking. All right, so we're close, but we're not quite there. Sky, dissonance. Perhaps you've provided Sky, but not enough to match Mystery Sky. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. So I think I'm going to talk with Reverend Timothy. So I definitely want to follow up on the event here. If I can, I'd like to learn a language. But I need to time this all out properly. Few flowers flourish in the depths of winter. Blue Crown is one of those few. This will be helpful for crafting some sky items, but I do need to find a place to put them until then. Okay, I'm still debating if I was going to recover the Faust. I probably should have done that before, so I'm just going to feel like a bonehead if I Oh, there is actually one thing I want to do here. So I've got the memory that I would need. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to talk with Reverend Timothy, and we're going to talk with him about the astrolabe. So I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. So if it asks for a companion with sky aspect, that'll help me. Alright, so we've got Ubisunt. Where are my kindred? Where's the giver of treasure? Where is the benches to bear us? Joys in the hall bring us together. Okay, so we can hope. Oh my god. So if I didn't commit that tryst, we could have gotten it. That's so upsetting. So we're sort of hoping that the mood takes us. Okay, let's see what we can do with the princess. Darling, hello. I have the teeniest favor to ask. If there's an incident card, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. Okay, let's deal with the Oriflamme heist. They gave me a tour of the vaults at Oriflamme's once, you know. I don't really believe anyone could have got in, not without rather more excitement, not without rather more of a mess. Try a book with as much mystery knock or their knock as their knock interest. Okay, so it's quite explicit that they want knock. We should have a text that satisfies that, although I'm a little worried about the status as a burglar. I wonder, do you know, I think I might have just tripped over something rather smashing. Here, Thank you so very, darling. Sorry. I wonder, do you know, I think I might have just tripped over something rather smashing. Here. Thank you. Thank you so very, darling. A very thank you. All right, we'll see what Ubisunt brings. All right, unfortunately, that wasn't... so I should probably be keeping track of the moods, but... I think actually that does translate to where are, but not today. So we got fear for our trouble. Fortunately, we were only fatigued for our FOSS. So we definitely know how to defeat this sky text. Well, okay, we don't know, but we will be able to defeat this sky text when tomorrow comes. So. All right, and we got a bronze spintra for our trouble. And I think we're done for the day. So we're going to go back to examining the contents of the house. So a vase of carnations, strategist's lamp, purchased by Governor Collars from a complicated general after the Great War. Vase of carnations, a bright flowered ornament, heart and nectar. Small candlestick and domain reveline. Just trying to see if there's anything that particularly inspires a change in approach, but yeah, I think we're done for the day. This will be a time where I'm okay speeding things up. Night has fallen, dusk will come soon. So the only difference in terms of how I want to approach tomorrow, as much as I want to see what's at the beach. Oh yeah, I never did. I got a stray cat. Feed some animals and earn their loyalty. Feed this one and earn its patience. I love the look for the cats. Oh, pet cat. Oh, were you hoping to work on that desk? Can I put the cat on the desk? No, I cannot. I guess we can't have the cat outside. This is going to take some getting used to. I mean, I don't mind leaving it out like that, but it would be nice if I could find a place for the cat. Maybe I have to have it with me. I think it makes sense that I can't shelve the cat, so I'm not too fussed about that, but nope. There we go. Nope, doesn't want to go there either. It definitely feels like there's some spots on the ground where I can put them, but because Hush House is already so full, there aren't a lot of natural places to put the cat. You know what? The cat will sort itself out. Maybe I could put like the pears. Just carry the cat around with us. Okay. So we don't know what the weather is yet, so let's just see what comes up there. Hail. Okay, so that changes around the plans a little bit. So I'm more or less guaranteed to read this text if I want. The question is there something better that I can do with this? So we've got a 5-edge. So I believe Denzil gives us a 2-edge when it comes down to it. Yeah, so Denzil gives us 2-edge. So that on its own, I think, like, I can pretty much justify using Denzil in this case because he can access the gloomy room. There's likely going to be some text inside of that. We'll just maybe double check that there aren't any other edge rooms that I might want access to. So there's this, but I kind of feel like as long as we get a fear, we're okay. So it does mean that we're not going to be. It does mean that we're not going to take care of the sky text today. I'm fine with that because I still think that we're in good shape to be able to handle the sky text. But yeah. So what we're going to do for starters, we will use our Shapt to speak with Denzil and hire him. Now, the next question is, what do I want to do with the rest of my time? I think gardening makes sense, so we'll take our health and the rights of the roots. Now, if I want, I can interact with the cat. So the cat will accept eggs and remains. So I can't feed the cat a pear. I'm just trying to think if it makes sense for me to talk with Reverend Timothy to get any memories. I don't think so. So in this case, we will use the tryst with putrefactions and calcinations again. So then the remaining question is, what do I do with my Faust? And I honestly think the answer to that is just make money in the Sweet Bones. All right, I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. So it's not the most inspiring turn, but it does get us a new. Room. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Actually, you know what? I'll consider the cat. Yeah, we don't need the money, so inspect this beast. It can be more rewarding to talk with the beast, though. We will talk with the beast then. So we're going to we'll set Denzil to work on the gloomy room right away. The window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through. Otherwise, the room is dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. Take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Oops. Time with the beastie. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. Cats, by the way, have Grail, Heart, and Moth aspect. Some of you may feel otherwise in terms of aspects, but I think this is a fairly reasonable representation of cat. But yeah, it's been a couple of calm turns this time around, but I think overall, I'm sort of happy with where we're at in terms of the playthrough. Again, I think I have a reasonable plan for the sky text, but more importantly, we're going to be able to catalog some new texts, and we're getting a collection of Blue Crown, which will help me when it comes time to start crafting some sky objects. Or winter, I think. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Unimpressed cat. Recently there has been a dearth of food. You will understand the gravity of this situation. No doubt you are eager to rectify it. We got solace from interacting with the cat. So I could try to feed the cat. But I don't have the element of the soul for it. Actually, I also need to find something that the cat can eat. Oh, should have paid attention to the house. The examination room. Hendrik de Wolf evicted the family of the healer Natan from the Barber's Tower, as it was then called. I have rooted out the Barber's brood, he's recorded to have gloated. But his great-grandson, Gideon, the motley baron, for his brindled hair, restored the tower and made it a place of healing again. Of course, the equipment in this room dates from the current century, but Gideon's other nickname was the Cutter. It was rumored that he brought corpses for dissection, even that he was a vivisectionist. The latter was probably a slander, but one way or another, scholars have been cutting up corpses in here for a very long time. So, if nothing else, we're at a point where we have two more books to work with. So as I said earlier, I'm reasonably confident in my ability to generate sky. I actually think we're not that far off on scale either. So I think if we can generate a fear, we add that with horns and ivories. So with the health, that becomes 5. And essentially it's the same reasoning that I'm going to employ towards the sky. Although clearly in the case of my health, I don't have a backup soul card. But yeah, I want to be a little careful in terms of how I handle tomorrow. So let's actually think a bit. I'll talk a bit about some of the other things that we find in this room. We've got a heart in a jar, an offering or an exhibit. We've got essential Paroist, what happens when you boil and scrape us down to our utter fundamentals. Phosphorescent scrapings, rendered inert but still luminous. Serpentinite slab, the grey-green root rock of the Cornish coast. 2 Nocturnal Era books. Morgue boots, reliable rubber. And a bucket of seawater. Flecks of foam float on the surface. A hygienic place for scrupulous examination of whatever might remain. I thought there was a description that had something about the boots being bought the second time we visited the morgue. Or someone visited the morgue. Yeah, we'll figure it out later. But yeah, so let's keep 2 Fost in the inventory for the Sky Challenge. We can use the health for gardening. So Shapt... I think Shapt, it still makes sense to bring Reverend Timothy in. So I guess I can't go beachcombing. In this case, I would have to use the Tryst to get the memory of Storm. And again, all of this is contingent on what happens with the weather, so we'll let the day pass by and see what happens. Obviously, no playing with the cat until we've read the books that we want. Alright, auction item from Oriflammes. Oriflammes established 1776, Sense Sign Sciences. Dear, okay, Storm, so again, that completely changes everything. Dear Librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase. Check the book icon to the right. Journal of Thomas de Wolf. Thomas de Wolf, second Baron Brankrug, was nicknamed Baron Silence of Castle Silence for his taciturn severity. Most likely the origin, eventually, of the name Hush House. Now, I think we already called him Baron Silence, yes. So that's a 4 sky text, so that's pretty... I think that's valuable on its own just as another text that I can read. But we are in a storm, and as we talked about, storms are powerful things. So we'll just make sure we don't have any big heart or... Alright, so I do have something for 8 heart. Unfortunately, I don't think the surgeries and exsanguinations are quite going to cut it. So we can get up to 6, 7. So if we had core, we would be able to read the 8 heart text. Let's see what Big Sky and Big Heart will do. Okay, so another alternative that I have would be to use this storm with Reverend Timothy and my heart to be able to unlock this this room here. And you know what? I think I'm going to do that. I guess it doesn't matter if it's Faust or Shapt. We'll do Shapt, just for the sake of the argument. Let's catalog the books. Catalog a Nocturnal Period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Nocturnal Period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. So that's 30 seconds for cataloging. We keep the health aside for Reverend Timothy. And for the Faust, I guess I can get solace from the cat. But we'll earn some money at the Sweet Bones. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we'll talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. I'm also just going to double check here. So we had the Journal of Thomas de Wolf. I do want to make sure that that is not something I already own. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. If that was a text I could read, I would have done so by now. We've got Singlefoot Songs. Father Stanislav Jean Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time in the slopes of Huashan, near the Grove of the Green Immortals, but never too near. And now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. The Open Head, Ilse Bischoff's hallucinatory quasi-documentary, notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. Oh, that's a film reel, so we'll be able to not really read that, but potentially read that soon, because we're unlocking the neglected room. I suppose the other thing I should be reflecting on is the fact that I have access to Fisherman. So Fisherman will give us 2 moon and 1 sky. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about health. Collaborate health. I'm ready to lend my limbs. Boosts heart, scale, and nectar. So we've got 3 texts that I can potentially work with, and I'm going to be getting access potentially to more books. So overall, this is working pretty well. An afternoon spent profitably reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters to the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. So when it comes to the next couple of days. Right now, so this is exactly kind of how I want the days to turn out. If the weather turns to my favor, I want to be able to get off of autopilot and take advantage of these unique situations. But it's nice to have a little bit of a queue going on in the background. I'll get Reverend Timothy working on the neglected room. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment have been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew. An unlovely smell wafts from further up. So that's a minute for us. So the queue is, we've got the true history of Valentine de Wolf. So that would be 6 Sky. Now, what I'm going to do is I will read the journal first, because that's one that we're guaranteed to be able to succeed with. So, yeah. In fact, we just need a solace from that, so I could even play with the cat and achieve that. But the next point is going to be, again, barring a major change, we can get the 2 from the Memory of Storm, we can get 1 from the Faust, and then we can get 2 from Sights and Sensations. And then from that, the idea is that because I will have a free Faust available, that is more likely to come in as, as an extra requirement. How it asks you for an extra element of the soul. We tend to get that a lot, actually. Now the next ones that I want to do that for are for the scale text as well. Those are harder to argue for, because in the end I only have the 1 health at the moment, but still it's one that I think is worth trying. Okay, we've got the projector. Now the projector, this is a projector that will not take an edge. It won't take an edge work, so I can't read that after all. But we do have a nocturnal text. Back to 5 Heart, 5 Moth again, so we may be able to do something with the Tryst there. Just trying to think about what I could do with Reverend Timothy. So, if I wanted to access this part of the Grand Descent, I could also hit Reverend Timothy with the Shapt and the... I also want to make a note of this one, because this is the first time I've seen sort of a default text. Just 1 minute here. But yeah, so the idea here, in terms of defaults that we do, we know we can read this for sure. This one we're very likely to be able to read. We have a chance of succeeding with the scale. Then, obviously you've got cataloging in terms of this nocturnal text. The next thing I want to consider is what rooms I can access. So if I can get 5 Moth, which I would wait for a barber for, basically. There are I believe there's actually quite a few texts in these 2 rooms here, so I do want to prioritize those when I can. The other thing that I can do in terms of assistance, if we need 5 knock, well, we've got Reverend Timothy with the 1, we've got Shapt with the 2, and so if I can get that pattern, which I believe we can get out of that knock text, that's our 5 knock. We're going to be able to unlock part of the Grand Descent. In fact, I can do that with both of them. I probably wasn't thinking at the time. So that's 2 days worth of work there. Now, when it comes to Moon, we should also be able to use a Fisherman here. So if I combine the Tryst during a cloudy day, the Fisherman will also give us access. Alternatively, Denzil with Edge. Well, I guess we don't have a 2 edge, so... Yeah, we've got a few different places that we can... A few different places that we can access. But again, all of this is going to rely on the weather moving forward, just because at this point I've got too much to do, not enough elements of the soul, and there are, like, I'm happy that there are lots of opportunities. I just want to make sure that because weather is not exactly unique, but weather is something that I'm only going to be able to take advantage of for that one day, I do want to take the time and make sure that I want to make sure that I've got the I've got what I need in terms of like outcomes. So good example here, we've got a gale. So this gives me quite a bit of sky. What I want to do at this point is say, is there a high priority heart or sky place to go to? So I don't think we're going to be able to do the same trick with Reverend Timothy. We need 5 heart out of that. Now, we may be able to get that to him through a drink, and of course if I had core, I'd be able to do that as well. But maybe we just focus on achieving something a little bit closer to our goals. For instance, I would be able to. I'd be guaranteed in terms of this sky text. So let's just lock that in now. So instead of reading the journal that I was going to, we will. We will read the True History of Valentine de Wolf. Written in the third person by Valentine de Wolf, rarely coherent, though it includes some useful footnotes on falconry and exotic veterinary medicine. Now, if I can, it would be good to use the heart in the garden, so we'll commit that. Again, that's a higher priority mission for me, but the next thing that I want to focus on is the fact that we can still make use of Reverend Timothy. So I think what we'll do is we will use our FOST with the Old Rectory. Now, the challenge here is that it would be nice to know what book this is. So I can either take my chances by talking with Reverend Timothy and hope I get the knock, which I don't think is useful. I don't think we're going to be able to do that, to be honest. So the question is, do I need 5 knock for sure, or can I get away with a 4? And the answer is I need the 5 for sure, so we're just going to find the text that gives me the pattern. I think it's treaties on the underplaces, but I'm probably wrong. Advice on containment. So, that's a pretty good day for us. We got the result of a difficult text, and we've got another room unlocked. We're also in a position to be able to unlock the next room without too much trouble. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company, so first thing we're going to do is talk to him about Shapt, education, or beguilement. It's fair to say I would have preferred going up higher through the Motley Tower, but I'm not at the point yet where I'm committing. I'm not yet committing skills, so I'm patient. The definite hope was to get some more flowers while it was winter, and again, I do want to keep an eye on Moon because it seems like it should be very straightforward for me to. I can master this mystery. Valentine is obsessed with the meaning of the De Wolf coat of arms. On a field, or a chevron in arc gules between 2 Corby heads, erased sable in chief and a wolf sagent sable in base. I did actually take some time to take a look at the kind of like heraldry for Canada. There's like a website dedicated to that, but I'm definitely not good enough with the terms to understand half of what was talked about there. Okay. Long have the two birds pursued my blood, yet one is no crow, yet it is darker. Long has the wolf rolled itself in gold like a clovered cow, until its slobberings strain our thoughts. That is definitely going to be one that makes more sense later on, I think. Okay, so we got fear. This is one for me to check. Okay, yeah, we have that in the list. So this is a good one to keep in mind, because that gets me the scale for the scale text that I want to read in future. We've got the furs and feathers. Okay, so we will add to our list a new skill: beasts, birds, husbandry, harvest. So one good example about how I would use this in future, I guess it doesn't have to be... Yeah, actually, the more I think of it, I do actually need a proper 2-edge. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. And another leaf on the tree of wisdom. So furs and feathers, beast, birds, husbandry, harvest. That's a 1 scale, 2 sky skill. All right. Let's take a minute and get Reverend Timothy to unlock the relevant part of the house. So I've been trying to think a little bit about what I can do with... I guess it makes sense to do it in order. Technically, I open up more if I go for this higher level, but it is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before the landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I've heard that Gervinius van Loren, last librarian before me, was skilled at the forbidding of ways. So we'll unlock that passage. So again, Reverend Timothy is the obvious candidate. Now, I've been thinking a little bit more about the moon. So if I can get a confounding parable, which I can get from 108, so that gives me 2 moon. And because a fisherman gives me 2 moon, like I definitely should be opening the Grand Descent, the ground floor, and doing that before winter finishes. And I think I can probably move Reverend Timothy up as well. Again, all this depends on the weather. But that also gets rid of any shenanigans I want to try and do with Denzil. We are going to have to eventually get the elements of the soul, like metal and core and such. But again, the aim here has been to try and unlock as much as I can without committing to anything. So if we take a look at the Tree of Wisdoms, we've only committed the journal, and that journal is always going to be something that we commit here. And one of the examples of a way that I'm trying to be super strict in terms of how I pull this off is that if I have an opportunity to learn a language, for instance, I was very tempted to try and learn Vac, just because I know that I would be able to commit it to a branch of the Tree of Wisdoms, and I suspect that I need to commit those at the first level. Like, I don't think I can commit those at higher levels, so in this case here, delaying just gives me that extra push. This is the most ridiculous way of me doing that. Like, there's no advantage to waiting. If anything, it's actually slowing down my progress, and you know, it could be that my ability to access books and research them and get them up to higher levels, it could be the idea of having more elements of the soul would actually have allowed me to accomplish more over that time. But right now, because the Tree of Wisdoms is like a permanent choice, so far as I can tell, you can't dislodge something from the tree. I want to try and, as much as I can, move when compelled. So at some point, in terms of basics that I need, for access to Mr. and Mrs. Kill, I need at minimum Whist and Arab. and ideally 2 of them. I technically already have access to Denzil through Shapt, so that's less of a priority, although it's always nice to sort of have, it's nice to have a way of sort of, how to put it, like, augmenting your followers. So in practical terms, I would really want to make sure that I've got sort of like 2 Faust, 2 Whist, 2 Arab, 2 Metal. That's not exactly the breakdown that I would want, but it's close enough. And that's just basically to make sure that I can easily get my people up to 6 aspect in order to just accomplish certain things. Now but on the other hand, if I get deep enough into Hush House without needing to, I didn't unpause, did I? I'll speed up just for the sake of that. If I get deep enough into Hush House that it no longer matters for me to get up to that level 6, well, at that point, I reevaluate, maybe I don't need to worry about getting those elements of the soul. And again, in that case, I'm able to upgrade all of my skills and then commit them appropriately. The one problem with this approach, by the way, is that when you do find, like, let's say all of these were at like level 5, just again for an example, which of the level 5s do I want to commit to the 1 position, right? I still wind up feeling a little crummy whenever I commit something high value. So I'm not really avoiding disappointment doing this, but it is kind of, for me at least, it's interesting to see how far I can go without having to commit myself to any one path. So as always, we'll see what the weather brings, and then we will decide accordingly. All right, hail. So this one's a little bit harder to get a read on, actually. So one question would be, can I get us up to 6 sky? I know I could get a fisherman up to 5 sky. Yes, I can. So I'm going to hire 2 fishermen today. Okay, so just to give you an idea of what happened here. So I want the sky to be able to access the web-snared room. So what we do is we hire a fisherman, which comes with 2 moon, 1 sky. We hit him with the Faust, we hit him with the hail. And then we open up the web-snared room. The reason why this is good is that this gives me a rose tool, if the beta was any indication. Now, next up, I did also say that I wanted to hire a fisherman for their moon. So a fisherman with just a confounding parable will get me 4 moon, which is sufficient for exploring the house here. And then finally, if I get Reverend Timothy... Oh man, trying to unlock 3 rooms in a day. Am I that bold? I think I am. Okay, so Reverend Timothy. Hire someone at the Sweet Bones. Okay, let me just double check this. So this is the... Nope. Okay, I gotta think really carefully about this now, because I've actually put myself in a tough spot. Okay, so we've got Reverend Timothy, we've got the hireling. The hireling... Okay, so we get the sky 4, 5. Okay, so they've got the 6. So this gets me the confounding parable. And this gets me the pattern. Okay, we're good. And again, the thing we bought from Oriflammes is still just sitting there unread because we haven't had the time. In winter, when the storms close the seas, the fishermen will offer their services for 1 shilling a day. The fishermen offer moon and a little sky. Fishermen in this part of the world have a reputation as smugglers and worse than smugglers. Those days are past mostly, and mostly they just catch pilchards now. But they still remember the words spoken in silence to the moon and the sea. So, we're going to talk with the fishermen first about the hail. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Okay, so this Faust is committed to the... I'm just going to double check it was advice on containment that gets me the pattern I need. Yep. And I'm not going to hire the fisherman until we've committed the other one, but we're fine. Like I said, it's a little spooky here just because I need to spend so much time talking to everyone to get their stats up. But my expectation is that we should have the full Grand Descent taken care of, and then we should also be able to get into the web snared room. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So this brings him up to 5. Together we'll be watchful. And then finally we'll use the astrolabe to bring him up to 6. Okay, so I gotta remember that's worth 2 sky as well. My assistant and I are vigilant. Okay, one more thing to talk with the fisherman about. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. Okay, so following that, I think what we're going to do, I'm going to hire the fishermen and talk to them about the confounding parable first, and then we'll make sure that Reverend Timothy is the last one to get the augmentations. The only real reason for that is just I'm going to be spending money on the, on the fishermen, so it's not a bad idea for me to kind of clear the expensive stuff first. Okay, so for starters, actually, there's one thing I can do while I'm hiring the fishermen. I can talk with Reverend Timothy, but web-snared room. The cobwebs here are thick as ivy, clinging to the walls and furniture. Black-furred bodies rustle stickily. Van Loren was creative here. Many of the spiders are probably only seemings, but the webs are real, and it'll be a long and tiresome work chasing away the webs. Okay, so I'm going to hire another fisherman now. While we do that, we're going to talk with Reverend Timothy about the pattern. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. We'll also talk with him about Shapt when the time comes, but we'll first talk with the fishermen about the confounding parable to give them foremoon. Basically, the foremoon will help me unlock the ground floor of the Grand Descent, and then Reverend Timothy will unlock the 3rd floor. We're still only midday, so we're in pretty good shape. I can discuss this memory with my assistant. I feel like when this music's playing, you want to keep the indoor sounds, especially the fire. Also remember, we still have at least one nocturnal text that we want to catalog, but I've got, again, it's just a question in terms of working out the priorities. So here we've got the dim hall. This is where things get quite aggressive in terms of being able to like game your way around. So in the case of the dim hall, we need 8 edge or 8 grail. Now, again, this is one of the reasons why I say like 2 Arab would be good, because if I get one way that I could make this work is if I have 2 Arab, 1 Arab for getting Mrs. Kill, 1 Arab to augment her up to 4, 1, let's say, satisfaction to augment her to 6, and then finally a witching to sane would bring her up to 8, and that would get me access to the dim hall. There's any number of combinations that I can do there, but that's just one example. But let's read about the map room. At the turn of the century, Sir David Green, 8th librarian and former Nocturnal Branch superintendent, had this room refurnished to plan his explorations and to manage the operations of his many agents. So, as always, I like taking notes here. Okay, so we've got a total of 4 texts that we need to work with at some point. We've got a couple paintings, a sacrifice. A silent crowd watches a robed priest drown a struggling victim in a bowl of rainbowed oil. And Keriz, a spired city is dimly visible through a vast rolling wave. We've got the Vagabond Desk, an elegant relic repurposed by Green for his small and secret war. So that's edge, knock, rose, and scale. We've got hallowed anthropoderm. Yes, it's human skin, but it's not just human skin. For writing, catwink. The smell of catwink puts off vermin, but it is very difficult to read in sunlight. An ink of containment. And then finally, the main reason why we wanted the mat room, we've got the lunar globe. I had forgotten that it also has moon aspect. So it's the Earth, but silvered like the moon, unlabeled and pocked with craters. So, in this particular case, what I'm sort of curious about is, can I get some sort of an edge when it comes to accessing something like the abandoned bedroom? The globe here actually does give me access to the librarian's quarters. So, in a future day, we'll get a confounding parable with a fisherman. Again, it's winter, so I want to prioritize some of these moon tasks if I can. And it actually occurred to me that there's a scale tool that I can get 2 levels up, so that's another thing that I want to keep an eye on. Anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself. All right. Grand ascent, the ground floor. The stairs here are clear, but the air here is thick with old magics. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. Why then was the house abandoned? Okay, so we still need to get Reverend Timothy in a state where he can unlock another part of the house for us, so we will talk with him about Shapt, education, or beguilement. So I think tomorrow, based on, again, it's always contingent on how the day turns out, but I think what we can do is we can use the tryst with a confounding parable. We can use the tryst to read a book to get a confounding parable, and then we can use that with the lunar globe to turn one of the fishermen into somebody who can access the abandoned bedroom. My assistant and I fall easily into conversation. Depending on what's past the 3rd floor, Yeah, it actually depends on what's available on the third floor, because otherwise I should probably use the rest of my abilities to catalog these new books. We've got 4 books in the queue, and then of course I've got a very easy sky text to read. All right, the ground floor of the Grand Descent. The staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project, executed by the master mason Gregory Wheelock. Frost crackles on the window panes. For those of you, I'm sure a number of you already know that Gregory Wheelock is also associated with Caer Adar, which should be obvious to everybody who's here, right? Third floor. Frost crackles on the window panes as I ascend, and the light strikes at my eyes like knives. Another of Van Loren's forbiddings. So we get director's assistance for that. I think we already knew about... No, dimly lit chambers is something new. So this is good news for us here, because we can also access... with Reverend Timothy, that's an easy one for us to access. We just give him... We hit him with a Faust, we hit him with a... in fact, we may even be able to talk our way into making that work. Faust tool, and then we can access this room. This will also get us more text. So yeah, in this case, we will not need to commit any skills for a while, it seems. I'm not going to bother hiring another fisherman, but I know I want at least one more fisherman for tomorrow. That's a top priority because we're getting near the end of winter. And then I think anything... So I would like to read the books. So I think the priority is going to be unlocking rooms with hard-to-get assistance, reading books, cataloging books. There may be an argument to catalog then read. I guess it kind of depends. Yeah, because I guess cataloging I might get cursed, and if I get cursed, then it's a lot easier to get memories. We'll see. Alright, the third floor of the Grand Descent. By a long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Descent. Later, the Curie of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So to the left is the Despoiled Laboratory. That requires 6 Forge or 6 Winter, so that's not necessarily available to me. And then we have the Shadowed Atrium. So the Shadowed Atrium is definitely something Reverend Timothy can help us with. So we're absolutely focused on the Fisherman first. And then the next question would be, I think probably I'm going to prioritize the Dimly Lit Chamber over the Shadowed Atrium, and this is just because the Shadowed Atrium doesn't necessarily get me a text, whereas the Dimly Lit Chamber does. But again, it depends. We'll see what the day brings. As always, a lot of this rests on what it takes to, or a lot of this rests on what the weather brings, which will be the first thing we wait for before I commit things. I know I'm going to want Reverend Timothy no matter what, but it does matter. I may want to use Faust or I may want to use Shapt. Okay, so snow kind of wreaks havoc on my plans. So 3 winter, 3 sky. So this would be a really good time for me to think how deeply am I committed to this idea of not spending, or like not committing something to the Tree of Wisdoms. Because if I had a Whist, I would be able to combine this snow with Mr. Kill. That gets me a 5. That's still not enough. Okay, so it's good that I'm doing this evaluation. So what's the alternative? Oh. I might be able to find out. So why did I think this would give me a 10? I can get this up to 8, but... Okay, I feel like there's something... I feel like there's something more I should be able to do with a snowy day. Oh yeah, there is. So... God, this is going to be a tough one. Okay, so... I can roll the dice on one of these winter texts. Okay, well, you know what? Sorry, there's one thing I'm doing no matter what, and that's hiring the fisherman. So we'll start with that. And then I want the confounding parable, which I believe comes from 108. Okay, so that's the fisherman spoken for, and that was so that I could access the abandoned bedroom. Okay, so that's spoken for. Reverend Timothy, we needed to hit him with the... Okay, so the Shapt and the Foster for Reverend Timothy. The weird thing is I don't think I have a way of generating winter. So I don't think any of the texts that I'm looking at right now can generate winter memories. Which is funny to say, but... So I'm not like fully... Okay. Not fully committed to this idea yet, but... Yeah, we're sitting on a lot of very useful stuff. I'm pretty sure we could get every element of the soul. Okay. I am going to be stubborn about this, though. So I know no matter what, I'm bringing Reverend Timothy in. You gotta be kind of careful on the timing with this winter thing, because the longer I take, the more likely I'm gonna lock in a an element of the soul that I need. Okay, gossip doesn't really help me. So I'm going to set Timothy to work on the dimly lit chamber first. So I've got the confounding parable for the fisherman. I suppose there's a question: at what point do I pull the trigger on reading Keonid Abydos? I can kind of do that whenever, although the longer I wait, the more likely I am to generate memories that are required. He's up to 6 now. No, it's up to 5. Okay. So, dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clouding the air with shadows. I'll need counter influences to unwind them. So we're also going to prep the fishermen for their task. And then we'll still keep talking with them to try and see if we can generate a winter memory. Again, it's an outside chance that it's going to work. It's more likely than not that I've wasted the snow and we're not going to get what we need from Keonid Abydos, but I figured it's a worthwhile risk in this case. All right, I think at this point we're sort of midday, so let's commit the Faust. Keonid Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver, in English published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. So there's the snow, and again, we're just going to double check that we don't have sneaky... Oh my goodness. I actually have less wit. Oh, there we go. Putrefactions and calcinations. So yeah, we just need 1 winter on this, but unless I've got a winter item that a winter tool that I forgot about. Let's just double check that, but I think it's fair to say no. I'm not going to use the ink. The ink is consumable in that case, so. Okay, nope, we're gonna hope for the best. I should also remember, if I'm looking to unlock the librarian's bedroom, I do actually need to still talk with him about the lunar globe, but that's a lot of books. The reading room. Visitors were usually permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine-takers, visitors were sometimes left unsupervised. Okay, foresight, I mean, it's a memory, it's just not the one I want. And I suppose now the question is, what am I going to use this health for? Because I clearly can't get the memory that I'm looking for, so I could get Denzel up to a 4 forge, but I don't think that does anything. Yeah, we need 6 of that. So we should be gardening. Well, that, or I could use it to catalog a book, but again, try and do the winter. Winter's a fairly strong season, so there's a lot that I can get through in a day. I love the fact that I'm drowning in books that I don't know what to do with, so okay, that gossip doesn't help me. I don't think the conversation's really going to do much here, but okay, soul and an epiphany. I'm thinking this won't help. I'm gonna do it no matter what. So let's just lock that thing in. So I don't think there's a Nyctodromy that lets me... I don't think there's a Nyctodromy that gives me Whist. Glass the Keeper. The highest purpose of a glass vessel to separate what is without from what is within. Perhaps Hushri suggests this was the first purpose of the first hour, and only in that first moment could there be a perfect understanding. I should have seen what an epiphany would have brought, but I lost my nerve. Okay, we are proffering a tool. I can lend my assistant something to help, increasing their abilities. The entity called Kion arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates are barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return but do not speak. For 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty. But in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Kion demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Kion out by the hair. Summer returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. So we get snow lessons from that, also regret. And we can add the text to the red pile. A new skill of Wind, Woe, and Winter. We should commit our fishermen. All right, an abandoned bedroom. A crooning whisper haunts this room. It must once have been luxurious, and will be again once I have it restored. But I will need help to lay the restless presence that drifts here. And more flowers. All right, snow stories, 1 moon, 2 winter. So in this case, we're not getting too much. There's not that much new that's being unlocked as far as the skills are concerned. Rose would be nice, but I don't think we're really going to see a lot of Rose until we read Rose texts. So, and you know, unless it's foggy, I don't really think there's a lot of Rose. I don't think there's a lot of Rose weather moments. But again, we've got a lot. Going for us. So the Reeking Chamber would require 6 heart, 6 sky. We'll see what the abandoned bedroom or the librarian's bedroom brings with it. Alright, in the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the heir of the house, though it was originally furnished for Hafen, the woman of uncertain lineage who became Baron Walter's mother, and bequeathed her unusual pale eyes and hair to Walter and his descendants. Okay, so 6 knock, 6 scale, so I think we're just shy of where we need to be for Reverend Timothy there. So we can bring Reverend Timothy up to 5 knock, but I don't think we have what it takes to bring him up to 6, at least through tools. As far as other items inside, we've got Abduction, Salvation, either interpretation is plausible. This is a thing. We've got 3 books, 1 baronial, 2 curia. We've got the Severin Chamber. For those who... Oh, sorry, this isn't the librarian's room, so for those who prefer their mattresses soft. We have the Knighted Chair, solid, comfortable, oddly unobtrusive, and a whole lot of shelf space. But yeah, so we know, as far as Reverend Timothy is concerned, we've got the Shadowed Atrium. The rest, I think we're sort of at our limits now in terms of what we can access. Ah, it's the end of winter. Okay, so that was, as far as timing's concerned, that was actually not so bad. Yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. So an iron spintra and a £10 note. Sorry, £1 note. Okay, clouds. So we've got Moon and Moth. We're back to miners, so if we want to hire help, we get 2 scale, 1 forge, and 1 moon. So I can bring him up to 3 scale using my Elements of the Soul. Yeah, the rest of that's not really going to work. Okay, so... sorry, I'm just feeling sleep. And I've been covering my mouth while I've been talking, and sorry about that. So it's been a year at Hush House, and I think we've made some pretty decent progress. I felt a little goofy committing for the Whist, but... You know, again, the chance to be able to read Keon at Abydos at a time I wasn't otherwise going to be able, I felt like that was an okay sacrifice to make. But there are a couple things, so there's a few things that I have sort of on my to-do list now. So as far as Heart is concerned, we're in spring, so Sea Holly in summer, it's not summer. We've got Moth Orchids in spring and summer, Honeyscar Jasmine in autumn. Fairhaven Chalice in summer, Lenten Rose in winter. And Cat's Claw in spring, Trumpeter's Lily in summer. So Cat's Claw, I'm assuming we would use to make Catwink. So yeah, there's plenty of gardening to be done. So gardening, cataloging, I've got 1 book that I'm guaranteed to be able to read. And I've got 1 room that I know I can unlock. And I suspect without too much trouble, I should also be able to get Mr. Kill to open up a place for me too. But given that there's no urgency, I'm not going to worry too much about getting Mr. Kill to open things up. So first things first, let's get Reverend Timothy in play. So we'll use Shopped for that. For Reverend Timothy, I'm going to need to leave aside a Faust for his... enhancement. We might even be able to get away with getting a memory out of him, actually. So I'll keep that in reserve. I think I am going to do the gardening. Because I'm going to wind up regretting not doing it later. So we've got 3 elements of the soul to catalog with. Actually should see the description. So nocturnal, almost never contaminated, rarely contaminated, rarely contaminated, occasionally contaminated, sometimes contaminated. Okay, so we'll try dawn for one of these. For the rest of it, with the whist, I guess I already used okay. And again, I may be able to get away with using this FOST to catalog another text. Reverend Timothy always jumps at the offer of my company. So we're gonna start by talking about the tool, because we know we're gonna do that no matter what. Offer a tool, I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. And what we're going to do is we're going to keep talking with Reverend Timothy, hoping for a revelation. If we don't get it, then we'll use the FOST. And if we do get it, then we can just get him working on the upper levels. But of course, what I'm most interested in right now is any texts. The Book of the White Cat, stories brought by a blind white cat to Penelope of Gordian. Okay, so that's considerably more difficult than any of my existing texts. I think we'll... So I need to come up with a better cataloging system, but let's... Well, there might be something cursed in there. I'll put it over here for now, but I need to come up with a better system. Uh, 26 enticement, 7 torment, so that's... oh, sorry, Fusine. Okay, so that's another 2 difficult text, although that's in a different language, so usually I put them here. Oops. And then we've got the Ambrose Desk, an introduction to the histories. The 7th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. Okay, so that one goes near the front of the queue. We've got 2 books that we can read without too much trouble. And again, the question is, what does Reverend Timothy get us? So I'm going to basically, for the texts that have a higher chance of having a curse, I'm going to read one of those at a time. And then the rest I'll just take the lower possibilities. And the idea here is that if I wind up with the curse, I'm going to be able to read more and more. Oh, is there someone en route to Hush House? Mr. Zachary Wakefield, marksman, detective, renegade. He has always been a quiet man, but since he left the Suppression Bureau, he has grown ever quieter and terribly still, except for his fingers and for his eyes, always in restless motion. So he's interested in Knock and Winter. The game will tell us what kind of text he is most interested in. All right, there's the revelation we were looking for. So with that in mind, we can catalog another text. So again, the idea here was that if we didn't get the revelation from Timothy, we would have used the FOST instead, but things turned out in our favor. Okay, Cat's Claw, Watch the Thorns. Where do I put that? It also occurred to me I did just I can put that in the room. It did just occur to me that I didn't just unlock a whole bunch of texts, but I've unlocked the places for all the different barons. So Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brandkrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted Brandkrug Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brendan's. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Okay, so we will talk with Reverend Timothy right away. Just double checking something here. Yeah. Shadowed Atrium. This has long been a holy place, but in the absence of prayers, other influences have crept in. I'll need to purify it step by step. And let's have a chat with Mr. Zachary Wakefield. Librarian, I can see you. If there's an incident card access active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. On the Oriflamme heist, I don't like what they say happened. I don't like it at all. Try a book with this much mystery, with as much mystery knock as their knock interest. So their knock interest is 1. I don't think we have a 1 knock, though. Yeah, this is as close as it's going to get. I can almost see what happened, what really, really happened. I just need a little more. Librarian. One door closes, another door opens, and another. Okay. We've done our cataloging. So this was the Book of Maya. This is written in Hyksos, a Sly language. That's going to go in the can't read yet pile. So overall, I'd say that's a good day's work. We unlocked another room. We were able to satisfy a visitor, and we got a number of texts kind of cataloged and locked in. So 2 of the texts we can read at any time we want, and I'll probably get onto that once we've unlocked, once we've hit the limit in terms of what we can unlock. I didn't really do anything with the clouds today just because, I don't really have any pressing moth or moon tasks. If it was winter, I might have seen if there's something that I could get a little bit of an edge out of, but in this case, nope. Bronze Spindrift for our trouble. All right. Atrium. In 1651, Musgrave de Wolf endowed the atrium with a shrine to St. Januarius of the Gate. Musgrave was a pious man, but also a Puritan, so this grand shrine was a little unusual. St. Januarius is also an unusual choice, but he is the patron saint of boundaries, and the de Wolfs were often said to be, in some sense, to be marcher lords charged with the keeping of boundaries. One thing I forgot to mention, by the way, is that we pointed out that there were a number of rooms we were in which were baronial period. We've long since moved into the Curia. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage Hush House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896, when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. And we've now crossed over into the Solar Gothic period. From the 11th to the early 16th century, the sisters and brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a center of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then, in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. So, we've got 6 Edge, 6 Forge, 6 Winter, so we're not quite ready for that. However, I think in the Darkened Church, yeah, we would need a revelation, but we would be able to unlock the church with Reverend Timothy. So, with that in mind, that's one I still kind of want to follow up on, just because I think sometimes there's a book in there anyway. But what I want to do is get as far as I can into the house, and again, it's mostly just so that if there's a weather thing that comes up, I want to be able to take the best advantage of it. So that's going to be another Shapt and Faust at minimum taken care of. After that, I think we're going to be a little bit more focused on again cataloging and reading the texts. I don't think we have Thomas. I got to remember the DeWolfs that I have. So we have Valentine DeWolf, who could be. I can never remember if he's the. It couldn't be the 6th Baron Brandkrug. So is he the 4th? I can never remember. I don't think we have anything about Musgrave yet. I clearly have not been keeping... Yeah, I definitely know more about the DeWolfs than I have in my notes here. Okay, but we will try and move some of the busts into sensible places. So one thing that should help me would be the journals. Yeah, so Baron Walter was the one to make the staircase. Anyway, sorry, I should also take a look at the content. So we've got an atrium chair, we've got the shrine to Saint Januarius, and we've got a couple of Algaphotus scented candles. Okay, so that's the day spoken for. Yeah, honestly, like there's a ton of stuff that I want to do. Acted on Wakefield, so... Oh yeah, I should read some more follow-ups on these. So, acted Wakefield. Zachary Wakefield was close-mouthed about his suspicions about what really happened at Oriflamme's, but he did share one hint. One door closes, another door opens, and another. Princess Coquille, investigating ways by which the Oriflamme heist might have been managed, happened across something rather smashing. And Daymare was clearly concerned that she might be blamed for the heist, real or not, justly or not, but her researches at Hush House gave her hope that she might escape suspicion. Hello, Sweeps the Pillow Clean. I am enjoying it very much. I noticed that you've been streaming this as well, so I think you tend to end before I finish, though. I don't know if you were one of the beta players or not, so I am trying not to rely on my knowledge of the DeWolfs to put them in their niches. I'm trying to keep with my things, but I'm a tremendous fan of the. I'm definitely a tremendous fan of this game. So the answer is it's always going well, even when it's not, because it's a chance for me to play a game that I've been waiting a very, very long time for, and I think the worry sometimes is that the things that you anticipate never really live up to the promise, and this is definitely a game that is over-delivered in terms of the expectations. But what about you? How are you enjoying the game? And if you'd like, I'm sorry to say that I'm not able to properly shout you out to my audience because I haven't really seen you do your stuff, but I do know that you broadcast Book of Hours, so if you would like to let everyone know what you're about, why you were interested in Book of Hours, and if you've played Cultist Simulator or anything like that, I'm sure there are a number of people here who would love to see people with another take on the game. You weren't in the beta. This is your first chance to dig in, and you've been a little obsessive. Yeah, well, the evidence of how effective Book of Hours is... I've got my VODs archived on YouTube, and normal broadcasts, which go for about 3 hours, very quickly turned into 5, 7, 10-hour broadcasts. So it's a wonderful game. I am very, very, very fond of the music, and just the overall atmosphere of the game I think is wonderful. So Takri, it's wonderful to see you. How are you doing? Okay. Yeah, again, I need to figure out whether or not I want to read the books or catalog them first. But one way or the other, we are going to get Reverend Timothy to open up the darkened church for us. And then, depending on what the weather does, we'll probably just catalog. Sleepy, but that's not new. I feel you there. It was actually a statutory holiday today, but I didn't know until I'd worked with. I didn't really know until I'd worked half the day. I did take tomorrow off, but I took that off because I have to do a meeting outside of work. So okay, we know we're gonna well, hang on, let's see what the day brings. I don't think it'll be anything knock-wise, but okay, rain. So there is some possibility here. Let's just, so it would have been in the no, hang on, we've actually used up all of our grail. Okay, so this really comes down to a question of nectar, and unfortunately I don't think we're in a position to properly take advantage of nectar. What I would want it for would be the beekeeper's ends. But that's 2. I would need to get 6 nectar somewhere, and all I've really got here would be the health. So people are more than welcome to come over and watch you play on weekdays starting at 5 p.m. I'm assuming that's Eastern time. Won't promo any more than that. Yeah, no worries. Well, again, I couldn't give the shout out because I don't know what your stuff is. But I don't know, I sort of, for myself, you do seem to have a reasonably sized audience, which is wonderful, because in the end, I'm not going to be the person that makes this game find its audience, and more importantly, games are generally more enjoyable if you have people that you can have the back and forth with. So it's, obviously if you can direct people towards things that you think are valuable, that's, that is kind of worth it on its own. But yeah, no, I do feel a little insincere if I'm going to just kind of go out and say, oh yeah, you all should watch Sweets with Pillow Clean, and I haven't had a chance to watch you. But again, that just happens to be because of the timing, not a lack of interest. Wonderful. And for some reason, Kree, I think you've mentioned your V2 project before, but I don't recall. I'm drawing a blank in terms of what it is. Have we talked about this before? Feel free to talk about it if you are so inclined, or I can just wait for the magic to happen. Okay. So yeah, I don't think this rain is going to help us. It always feels like a bit of a drag to let a perfectly good weather card go to waste. But I don't have Grail stuff I'm going to use it for. I don't have Nectar stuff that I'm going to use it for. So I'll get over my disappointment, and we will think about the day. So we need to get Timothy up to 6 lantern. Yes. Yeah, I'm actually I'm seeing if I can get real librarians to try this game, actually. They're interested, I just need to figure out the time. You're learning to use Live 2D Cubsim, which takes a 2D image and animates it to look 3D. Oh, that's really neat. I'd love to see how that turns out for you, Kree. Okay, let's get our cataloging done. So I'm going to leave a whisk to, yeah, okay. I think I know the game plan here. So I still need the revelation or some equivalent for the lantern for Reverend Timothy. So I'm going to keep a wisp behind just in case we need to augment his abilities. So I am going to use Solomon's Desk to catalog one of the texts. So catalog a down period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And then we'll keep on with our usual habit. So we'll use Ava's desk with the Trist. The Trist isn't all that useful to me other than cataloging at the moment. I mean, it's good for the Moth and the Moon, obviously, but in this case, it doesn't earn me as much at the Sweet Bones. Not that I really need the money at the moment. And I do think I want to take advantage of the season to do some gardening, so we'll get another Cat's Claw. Gather Cat's Claw carefully, its mischievous thorns find ways through the thickest gloves. That was Reverend Timothy we picked up. Okay, so I know regardless of what happens, I have to use the Foss to talk to him. So I'm hoping that I get a memory instead of needing to commit something else to Timothy. But we can at least start by committing the Faust. All right, what did we get here? A Pale Lady and a Prince of Wine. So that's a 4 moon text. That's pretty achievable. Although I think, yeah, we're going to have to put that on the desktop. Oops. That's fine. I knew someone who I lent a copy. So for those of you who didn't have to do English in university, there's a series called the Norton Anthology of English Literature. There's also one for world literature, but I think the English literature is like the sort of flagship product. And I only did like medieval and then... Oh god, I even remember what they called the next one. Anyways, it's like I only needed to get the first 2 volumes, but I guess the thing is that if you like reading, it doesn't take a whole lot to get someone to like have an excuse to buy a book. And textbooks like that are wonderful because you've got like every year, not even every year, like every semester, you've got a bunch of people buying that book only for the purposes of taking that class. And then if they're not compelled by the material, they're going to want to sell it back so that they can get some money. And so if you go online, usually you can find texts like that, particularly the previous edition for a song. And so in my case, I did wind up buying up the whole series. But as it happens, the one that I'm talking about was something that I got for my my class. Because the final big project was on Paradise Lost, which I love, and I liked sharing it with this friend, so they also wanted to learn a little bit more about English literature. They were originally from Korea. So I lent it to them, and apparently they like put it in an open top bag, like almost like a reusable grocery bag, and they took it out walking in the rain. So I've got this like swollen, volume B of the Norton Anthology. Basically, due to circumstances like this, I was not exactly happy, but... Oh, sorry, we can read Sanskrit, so... the Shaven Lock Tantra. I'm running out of places to put stuff. My shelf overfloweth. But yeah, anyways. I don't want to sound too bitter about it, but I am. Actually, the other thing I should be doing is this should go closer to the front because this is actually an easy one for me to read. Okay. It's still readable. It's just like it's a nice I like them because like they've got pretty good paper. They're like for the number of pages they have, the pages are thin. The volumes are still quite large. And it's just, you go from having a nice book to one that has very clearly been mishandled. And of course, inevitably, people are going to like look at the book. It's like, oh, what do you do with your books? So, although I do have a couple of books which obviously have just been read a lot. Like I did used to keep them in my bag, and they get a little ratty. I'm still very annoyed at myself for not writing more about the DeWolfs, because I feel like we should have a few more committed. Hey, we got a revelation right away. Okay, so that's another chance for us to commit a... that's another chance for us to catalog a book. I had a spot... Oh yeah, it was in the bedroom. Yeah, very much like, as you say, the Super Bible paper. I don't know if it's exactly the same, but the more I think of it, I've been reading the Volume A recently, and actually I think you might be right. So here's a question for you, Sweeps the Pillow Clean, because you've spent quite a bit of time in Book of Hours. How do you handle collecting a bunch of crap? Because I always wind up with a whole bunch of flowers and and text and all of that. I've got a bit of a filing. I think for the books I've got a decent enough filing system, but when it comes to flowers, I always wind up I always wind up with just flowers everywhere. This has long been so do you have a filing system, or is it just kind of wherever you can cram the stuff? This has long been the Darkened Church. This has long been a holy place, but shadows are not the only worshippers here now, and the windows have been painted black, the pews overturned, the organ hung with black ribbons. Okay. So yeah, we didn't do anything with the rain, but that's life. Wait, did I already... Oh, we already cataloged the book. Calmer day than I was expecting. And again, I haven't really had any cause to use the miners, so I do wish I was doing a little bit more with the sweet bones, but I'm not unhappy with the progress. I've got a queue of a few books that I can read no matter what the weather is. We're close to clearing out one room. I think probably in 2 days we should just be down to the reading room in terms of remaining volumes to catalog. Your texts are filed by aspect, then difficulty. You have yet to unlock gardening, so you haven't faced that challenge. Hopefully very soon. Okay, yeah. Once you get gardening, I think you're gonna notice. The amount of stuff that you have grows by a significant amount. Oh, Numa, yes. My playthroughs would usually end around Numa just because of the amount of time it would take me to get through stuff and the fact that the betas were really only going for 2 weeks. But Numa's really good fun, especially because depending on how... So in Econ we had this nice term, there's risk averse, everybody sort of knows that, but the thing is that a lot of people... Sorry, I'm going to rant a bit about Econ right now because there's a perception that people have about it. So the two things that I find most common is that people assume anybody into economics is conservative, and that's definitely not true. And then the second one is, I also am the sort of person who doesn't necessarily feel that conservative has to be a dirty word, though. I mean, depending on what country you're in and, what the political parties are, that is a more or less acceptable statement, because let's face it, there are definitely some countries with some very strange behavior, but in the end, there's a particular set of political beliefs that do not necessarily mean you have to be a bigot, is kind of where I'm going with that. But yeah, definitely, it's a wonderful marketing thing for conservative parties to say that they've got a monopoly on good fiscal policy or economics or something like that, but historically that's definitely not true. And then the other one is this idea that they tend to assume a lot in terms of people's behavior, and that's actually usually not true. Generally what happens is you will have a model, and you tend to put a few limiting assumptions. A good example of a limiting assumption would be something like constant returns to scale, or diminishing marginal utility. So like the idea, if I have a factory and I don't change anything else, I just keep hiring, people, and I just keep hiring more and more and more. There's going to be a point at which the next worker will contribute a little bit less. And it's sort of like, imagine you're doing garment manufacturing, right? You've got 20 people all crammed around a sewing machine. There's only so many ways that you can divide that work up. At some point, people are just going to start getting in each other's way. But those are the types of assumptions. It's never like, I assume that every person wants to punch exactly one baby every day. And therefore we predict that there will be exactly one baby punched per capita on a given day. Like, that sort of assumption tends not to be in there. Usually the assumptions are in a general framework to just be able to say something meaningful. There's no reason for me to go on that digression, but the reason why I like saying that is that everybody's familiar with the idea of being risk averse, and I think that's generally true for most people, right? So if you were to be given let's say a coin toss or something like that, and it was the idea of gaining something versus losing something, they might be mathematically equivalent, but what you will tend to find is that people will not treat it like it's a math formula. Like, they're not going to work out the expected value or something like that. Generally, what's going to happen is that if there's a risky, they'll tend to go either towards sure things, and they'll also tend to go towards things that are preventing losses as opposed to gains. So I think these would probably count as cognitive biases, but I'm not sure if there's a more specialized meaning for that term. So as it happens, though, you can get... Usually what happens is that you'll have these common familiar terms, but there's usually going to be an equivalent term that gets heard a lot less. So in the case of... So the best example I could get... This is actually such a simple thing I was meaning to explain, but now I've unpacked this Pandora's box of weird terminology, so I'm just going to... I'll run with the topic, and then we'll get back to Book of Hours. So a good example of this might be... you may have heard, actually, if you took an econ class, Sweeps the Pillow Clean, you probably heard of the idea of like an inferior good. So generally an inferior good is something that people kind of consume less of when their incomes go up. So there's, certain types of fish which are very inexpensive, they're nutritious, but they're maybe not the most flavorful. And so if you sort of see, incomes going up, you tend to see consumption of that item go down. So interestingly enough, my favorite revelation about that definition is that one thing that is true is people have fewer children as their incomes go up. So countries that get wealthier have fewer children. Also, individual groups of people, as their incomes go up, they tend to have fewer children. So, of course, logically, following from the definition, children are inferior goods. Tell that to a new mother and you don't get invited back to their house, I found. But then there's the other, there's also the idea of the Giffen good. And in the case of the Giffen good, again, it kind of has to exist from the definitions. But these are the things that people buy more of because they're expensive. So usually you think of these as like luxury products. So, but again, technically it's kind of I guess if you work through the math, it winds up being a weird type of inferior good. But anyway, so you basically, if you look deep enough, there's also we always talk about monopoly. There's also one for the single supplier. They call that monopsony, but you don't hear that as often. You usually hear people talk about monopoly. But anyways, the whole reason why I was bringing this up was we're all familiar with the idea of risk aversion. Like everybody, whether or not you consider yourself risk averse, pretty much everybody's heard of that idea. And it's a really common one, and it makes sense in terms of people's behavior. But we do allow for the possibility as well of people who, you'd say, well, what's the term for that? Risk taker, right? No. We don't call it that. We say elation-seeking. So, if you are sufficiently elation-seeking in Numa, there might be some wild stuff, even more wild stuff that you get to see, but it has a price. But yeah, Numa, like I now know in the case of Weather Factory games, there's almost always a reward for like following a hunch and like, you know, trying to see where the madness goes. And like sometimes there'll be something horrible that happens to you, but like you'll be able to figure your way out, or you'll know for the next playthrough not to do that. But usually the reward is worth it. And so in the case of, that was definitely a case for Numa. Numa is a time for relation seeking. Anyways. Nave of the Abbey Church. For 1,000 years the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all his aspects, though since the heresies of the intercalate, many of those aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost at the Abbey's dissolution, including the original stained glass. These magnificent windows are of recent manufacture, financed by the 8th librarian Green, who is a believer of the Second Dawn variety. We've got the Sol Invictus symbol, the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun, all the way back to the Shadowless Empire, even through the wild heresies of the intercalate. Everything has a price. You wanted this lovely lady. Price was a kid. Can you sit the cat somewhere? I was having trouble putting your dog anywhere. Yeah, you can. The catch is that it usually, there's just a lot of just everything takes up space. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put my feathers on the shelf. So this trick should work. So let's put the astrolabe down. There you go. So this is the catch with the pets. They can sit on the floor, but usually Hush House is full of things. So it makes it a little difficult for managing, and unfortunately I can't store a cat. I can't put a cat on a shelf. I haven't been able to like put them on a desk, or I don't think I could put it in front of the door. Oh, hey, there we go. You guard that door. Oh, I didn't realize the Sol Invictus symbol. Neat. Well, I mean, yeah, no worries. It's partly trial and error. So like you'd kind of think like you could just put the cat on the ground inside St. Brendan's Cloister, but as it is, like it just didn't quite turn out that way. I know every once in a while, I think most of this stuff in the UI has been fixed, but like every once in a while, you wind up in a situation, like I put a book kind of in the corner here and I wasn't able to get it out. So every once in a while, there'll be something that like gets in the way. So generally, if you can't put something down, there's probably a good reason for it. And it's just because you can sometimes wind up in situations where it's more difficult than you'd like to get them. So yeah, in this case here, it's just there's too much stuff. Yes, this particular, I did submit a bug report on this one. So I was originally wondering that maybe it's just decoration, but if you where is it? If it's looking for an item, how much you want to bet I don't have any items? Anyways, it flashes when you need it. All right. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776. Sense Signs Sciences. Dear Librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase the Carisham Portolan, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated portolan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. So 6 moon... I do already have a few moon texts that I haven't read yet, but it's only 2 Spintra, so I think that's okay. Again, we'll see what the day brings in terms of weather before we start committing to conversation. Okay, another rainy day. Right, okay, yeah, so, I don't know how you know that it's mist-kissed, but yeah, no, it definitely lights up. So Yeah, originally I thought it was like, okay, maybe it's just scenery, but when you see it flash, it's like, no, okay, that's an item. But I can assure you that the Weather Factory has been quite responsive to those sorts of things. Whenever there's been something that you haven't been able to grab, usually within a couple of updates, they get fixed. I wonder if the Locksmith's Dream will see some traffic looking for the enamel pins once this drops. Good question. The Locksmith's Dream actually is getting ready to do its last batch of sessions. I think there's about another week to order sort of you can like pay in installments. So I think there's another week that they're doing of those. And I think basically at the end of the year, that's it for Locksmith's Dream. Again, they may decide to reopen it. I'm not 100% sure what goes on there, but I think they're moving on to the Key of Dreams next, which I do have a little information on, but again, that's up to them to do there. I don't want to announce things ahead of times. But did you attend the Locksmith's Dream out of curiosity? Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so we don't have the 9 lantern. Okay, so I think we're going to leave Reverend Timothy on his own. Let's... So I think today is going to be all about cataloging. I have 2 cat's claws, so let's see if we can get some other items. Moth Orchid it is. Moth Orchid is soft as velvet to the touch, except when it changes. And let's say... So my big question now is, do I want to take some time to finally read these books, or do I want to go crazy and catalog everything? I don't think it would be bad to knock a few things off the list, so let's... yeah, actually 4 Moon's not going to be the easiest thing for me to handle after all, so... Introduction to the Histories is pretty straightforward, so we can read that at the white desk. All right. An introduction to the Histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. Next up, the Journal of Thomas de Wolfe. Now, I think I do need to get a memory from... Actually, you know what? Yeah, here's an idea. I'm going to bring Reverend Timothy in so that he can give me a nice list of memories that I can read some text off of. How am I organizing my books? Right now, it's sort of, I've got little clusters. So this is the impossible to work with group. So in this case, this is the phonograph record, and then some of these are in languages that I can't understand. This is both Hyksos and also a reel of film. So right now, inside of Solomon's Study, we've got some overflow right now, but Solomon's Study are things that I can conceivably read. There's a couple of stretches. You'll notice that I don't have any Fet, so a 6 rows mystery is not the easiest thing for me to do, but 6 is something that's within the realm of possibility. Up in Solomon's Quarters, I've got more difficult. Like these are, maybe in a storm, if I've got some core, I can sort of see myself getting warming drafts to uplift the heart. But this is a bit more remote. And then 10 is sort of the limit. I would say it's like in the most optimistic scenarios, like 10 is about as high as I can imagine this working. So that's this is my to read pile. And then as far as having read, right now, these are the only books that I've read, so right now I don't need to worry about organizing them at all. And I usually just, know from the spines or where they, where they are placed. I just kind of, these are the ones that I would use to get memories from. And then because I've got overflow for like really difficult to read books, this shelf is going to be dedicated to like things that are above 10 in terms of difficulty. If I wind up getting like too many of one type, what I'll do is I'll start breaking down the smoking room or the reading room into specific categories of books. But right now it's just sort of based on easy access. Okay. Right. I need something for the sky. Ablations and right, the rest of these are too difficult. The Shaven Lock Tantra. I don't think I have any moth. Oh. Edicts Liminal, Tryst. So if I get an impulse, we're able to read that. I really should be cataloging, but let's get that impulse. I think that was Deoris Volume 1. And we've got a hindsight. Oh, that's my winter. Well, too late now, I guess. I don't need the winter anymore. That's fine. We're still going to talk with Reverend Timothy. Yeah, so this is a good example. Like, I know that I need an impulse, and I know I need Deoris Volume 1. In this case, I can just see that straight off the list, so that's kind of the way that I've organized my library. I think I'll use this FOST to catalog a book. Again, I sort of took leave of my senses and bought some books that I didn't need. Actually, yeah, I guess I can't catalog anything anymore. So asking for the memory doesn't really count for anything because I need the Tryst to... I would need the Tryst to read the book that I already have in mind. Oh well. Okay, Moth Orchid. Gossip. We'll keep talking with Reverend Timothy because we can. But... The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschalt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems that Cosley advised Hirschalt early in the writing of the book, but Hirschalt later became suspicious. Hirschalt identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims the so-called second history is the true one. I do think that there is a chance... I'm still trying to get a read as to whether or not Book of Hours takes place in a different history than Cultist Simulator, and I am slightly inclined to say that it does. I'm gutted that... oh, actually... I haven't committed Snow Stories yet, so I'm going to ignore the impulse. We'll use our Tryst as effort and hindsight for our understanding. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents, the Black Book of Brittany. Yeah, so this is a little nutty as far as the organization goes. I've sort of lurched from subject to subject, but I'm not unhappy with where we're at. Maybe I should focus on cataloging. Let's think about what we need here. So Karashim Portalon, not likely for me to read anytime soon, but you never know. Okay, so let's say a FOST for one of the solar texts. Wait, that's solar, right? No, Dawn, not solar. Oh no, it is solar. Okay, I can show. Right, it's green that's Dawn. Okay, so one of the FOST for those, we'd use Tryst with the text, then get an impulse. So that's 3 elements of the soul spoken for. I don't know, I still feel like using the Shapt to get Reverend Timothy makes sense. So really, I can catalog 2 books a day. Do you reread books much? Yes. It's sort of, it's a situational thing. So like, I'm at a point now where talking with Reverend Timothy makes a lot of sense because I have so many different texts that need different memories. I'm in good shape. I'm in good shape when it comes down to like making those useful. But there's a lot of situations where I really clearly need a specific kind of memory. And being able to sort of have a catalog of books and know what you get from what collection, that is also really helpful. So for instance, the fact that I know that I can get an impulse from De Oris Volume 1, that is a guarantee in terms of being able to read a given text. Now, it depends on what your situation is. Like, in my case here, I've got any number of books that I might want to read. And so in this case, I give up an element of the soul. Here's what I mean. If I talk to Reverend Timothy, I give up an element of the soul to be able to get Reverend Timothy, and he gives me draws from memories, which can be good in some cases, and especially here where there's a lot of different memories that'll be useful to me. But if, let's say, I have a specific book that I want to read, in that case, there is a chance that Reverend Timothy doesn't give me that specific memory that I'm looking for. And so in that case, it makes a little bit more sense to give up the element of the soul in order to be able to get the thing that you specifically want. So again, it's a situational thing, but I definitely read books more. I used to rely on the fact that you could get duplicate memories, and I think they just removed uniqueness from the game. But yeah, my usual, I used to rely a little bit more on randomly generated memories than I do now, basically. Okay, so the fact that it's a sunny day does help me with the Journal of Thomas DeWolf. So I think I'm going to start, no matter what, with reading that. Sky Harmony. I can master this mystery. Enough sky to match mystery sky. Okay, so next up I want the impulse. Right, for the Shaven Lock Tantra. So with that in mind, I think I'm going to just read the text. Yeah, I'm not going to bother getting Reverend Timothy in this case. I'm just going to read De Oris again. We'll use the Tryst. So we'll catalog a book with FOST. We'll catalog a book with Whist, assuming I can. I think I've used up most of the desks that... Oh, no. It takes Winter. So we'll get that last Curia book taken care of. Then we'll do some gardening. And then the Tryst is for the Shaven Lock Tantra. So yeah, in this particular case, the reason why I decided to read the book rather than get Reverend Timothy, there was obviously last time Reverend Timothy did give me an impulse, but generally it hasn't worked out that way. So in this particular case, I said, it's like, okay, Shaven Lock Tantra is a priority. I know I'm going to be, and I had the sky from the weather. I wasn't going to use that lantern for anything else. So in this particular case, it was like, all right, I've already got 2 books that I already know that I've got sort of 2 books in the bag. So I'm going to, I'm just going to make sure that because I knew I had 1 book in the bag already, I said, okay, well, I can get a second one here. In that case, I've constrained the number of memories that I need from Reverend Timothy. Sorry, I wasn't making sense before. So because I already know that I've got a couple of books in the bag, the number of memories that are useful to me from Reverend Timothy has gotten smaller. And so as a result, giving up the element of the soul for one sure thing was better for me than a succession of possibilities. Sorry, like I said, I'm a little sleepy today, so... all right, we've got the glossed version of the radical measure. I'll read the descriptions when we read the books, but it's not going to be for a while. We've got The World Does Not Weep, so this also has Chionic Theoplasma. This book has suffered the attention of one of the chilly names or hours, perhaps even a god from nowhere. This contamination can affect your tryst and your health, and will spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against theoplasmic contamination with at least 7 heart. So, I want to have a special room for containment. Just need to figure out which one. We'll make it the morgue. It's also in... Oh no, Aramaic, so we can read Aramaic. The Journal of Thomas de Wolfe. Thomas de Wolfe, 2nd Baron Bragkrug, was nicknamed Baron Silence of Castle Silence for his taciturn severity, most likely the origin, eventually, of the name Hush House. There are very few personal details here. Thomas, a talented astronomer and Oranoscopist, dispassionately details his observations and the building of the observatory atop the Watchman's Tower. Hey, no worries, Sweeps the Pillow Clean. Thank you very much for stopping by. Best of luck in your own run, and I will completely understand if you don't want to hang out for anything that you haven't experienced yet for yourself, but I do hope I get a chance to see you again, whether in my place or yours. Thank you for being very pleasant to have around in the channel for your time here. Alright, time to read the Shaven Lock Tantra. Right, that's a concerted verb job. Those horns and ivories, right? Now, I definitely have... Edicts Liminal, there we go. Moth Choice. I can master this mystery. Enough moth to match mystery moth. We'll continue reading the story of Thomas de Wolfe before we finish. So we've got Musgrave. We've got Walter somewhere. There's Walter, Valentine. All right. As he records the passing of the Great Comet in 1576, the tone finally becomes more animated, but also more obscure. Thomas cites his dawn period namesake, Abbot Thomas, as an authority on wind, moon, and shell in the heaven inferior. He observes, "My predecessor knew this truth. 3 blossoms hath the watchman's tree, paper, ink, and flame. The great comet, I now aver, is that flame." So we've got memory salt and lesson ornoscopy. So let me just double check. I'm pretty sure we've already recorded this. Ah, interesting. So it's now Journal of Thomas DeWolf, not Diaries. And we're now on to our third shelf of stuff I've read. So we're going to have to wait a while on the consider verb, but we'll be fine. Memory salt, sea spray, depth sorrow. So we did encounter our first sort of dangerous book, but we got lucky in terms of... I actually don't think we have a way of handling that either. Yeah, so we've got protection against infestations twice over, but that's all. Okay, the Shavenlock Tantra, also known as the one who has shaven his hair. This, the story goes, is the lore that even the shape-shifting Vanrus rejected. The Tantra speaks glowingly of those who are prepared to abandon their old self to seek a new and higher self. It warns that once the change is truly begun past the third mark, a return to the old self is dangerous and painful. Alright, whisper your secrets into the earth, burn them in fire, scatter them in the sea. Still they will cling to your hair, the Tantra cautions. It provides an occult riddle that it claims is sometimes the answer to the riddle of the Hunter's Gate. Well, what a shame we can't visit the Mansis. Okay, so we've got Rites of the Roots, which I think is an upgrade for us. Alright, a new skill. Consider the star. Hath each star its 7 names. Observe that these names are never shared. Thomas DeWolf. Right, Ornoscopy is moon and 2 sky. It doesn't really give us access to something that we haven't had before, but again, just being able to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms and get, being able to get certain, certain elements of the soul is sort of worth it on its own. I guess as a default, it would be nice to have sort of 2 of the essentials, so like the 2 Arab, 2 Faust, 2 metal, and 2... actually, honestly, Arab Faust... Arab Faust, metal, whist. No, Arab Faust, whist would be the 3 that I want 2 of. Anyways, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. We'll figure it out, and circumstance will probably determine where I go with certain ones. But I guess we can start lining up the shelf a little bit more precisely. So probably Oblations and Iron is a little bit more likely. So we've got 3 winter. Yeah, I just need 1 winter memory and we're good. So we're not going to get that in the season, obviously. But I don't know if it's a conversation with Reverend Timothy or maybe just reading other books. We'll figure it out. Oh, I also didn't check. I forgot to write down the Shaven Lock Tantra. Okay. So I probably want, if I'm honest, I probably want the... I would like another impulse. So we'll keep the Tryst aside. Well, we'll see what the weather brings. If we get rain, actually, that works really well for us, but no, it's sunny day. Okay, so what have we got here? Moon, winter, okay, so 2 different moons. Winter and rose. So for starters, I do want to improve my rites of the roots. So let's start by reading the Shaven Lock Tantra. I would also like to catalog a book. Okay, so now let's start thinking about how I'm going to... Okay, so a moon mystery. Well, I'm actually probably locked out of that moon mystery now, because if I want to... It's all well and good for me to get the 3 moon... No, hang on. I can use the health... Okay. Wasn't exactly what I wanted to do, but we can still make this happen. So I'm not going to do gardening this time. So we'll use the Tryst. So the Tryst gives me 1 moon, then... Not Aronoscopy. Snow Stories. Wait, was it Snow Stories? Well, Snow Stories still does the trick. That brings me up to 3, so I need 1 other text to bring me up to 4. So I suppose... it doesn't really matter at this point, but I guess Advice on Containment's pattern. Treatise on the Underplace? Oh no, the Confounding Parable. Yeah, Confounding Parable is what I want. So 108 will do the trick there. I messed up. Okay, this Tryst gets used with the book. This health gets used with the rites of the roots. This whist gets used to catalog a book. I think I'm also at the limits of what I can... No, not entirely true. There's that winter text. Afterwards, though, I think I'm probably going to have to... I'm probably going to have to think about the next steps. Right, the Fire Circle Tantra. The one known extant copy of this in Western Europe was stolen from the British Library in 1892, when Harvey Haddington confessed to the crime and claimed to have eaten it with butter and garlic in a moment of ungovernable whimsy. So this is probably going to be a bit of a pain to place, so I'm just going to put this in the room. Technically, it doesn't fit the pattern, but we won't mention that. The 3 and 3 Vatican manuscript, so don't have room there, so I'll put that aside. We've got our whist. So once I get a couple memories, we'll be able to read the book, and then we'll also be able to commit the lesson. And we kind of let the sunny day go to waste, but that's just because I don't really have a whole lot to add. I could, in theory, get Mr. Kill. So if I use Mr. Kill and Foss, that would bring him up to 2 sky. The sunny day would bring him up to 4, and then the astrolabe would bring him up to 5. But we're at the point where we need 6 sky. Yeah, so there'll be, I think really what we're waiting on are particular seasons for certain types of workers, which is fine by me. Okay, so let's boost up our rights of the roots. So there's always more to learn. And then we're going to use the Tryst. Oh, you know what? I think I messed this up. Oh, no, moon works. Yeah, so that's a 5 moon. I don't think I have the 6th. Right, Moon a Culmination. I can master this mystery, enough moon to match Mystery Moon. A Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines. An anonymous biography of Ava DeWolf. Last of the DeWolfs focused rather salaciously on her personal troubles and intrigues. I'm still kind of doubting as to whether or not I've used the time well in terms of the cataloging, because the thing that's nice about cataloging is it lets you plan. But if I plan forever, then that just means I've got a big stack of books and nothing that I can do with them. So I'm going to be unhappy with whatever option I go for. There's always regrets, so we'll manage what we can. Ava DeWolf is engaged to one Abraham Wheelock, but he leaves her at the altar. Furious and humiliated, she returns to Brankrug and is not seen in London again. 3 days after her departure, Abraham Wheelock's body is washed up near Gravesend. His face is so badly pecked by birds that he is only identified by his belongings. These include a wax pouch containing a letter addressed to Wheelock, whose contents seem to show that he is a spy in the pay of the Austrians. Subsequent investigation suggests that the letter is a forgery, but the matter remains obscure. Okay, Lord Franklin Bancroft, sometimes called the Prince of Wines, begins a series of visits to Brankrug House. His relationship with Ava becomes a source of scandal. Ava is by now 49, but rumors persist for years of a DeWolf Bancroft heir. Ava's biographer claims that before her drowning death, her child by Bancroft was adopted by her friends in Southey's, that the child became the sister of the later poet laureate, Robert Southey. No real evidence is provided to support this claim. Alright, so I definitely feel like Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines. That is also Assault Memory. I'm wondering how many duplicate entries I now have in my list because some of the names of the texts have changed. Alright, we've got our sea stories. A new skill, the sea has always been the widest road. And while we are learning sea stories, let's think about our next few moves. Say, Oblations and Iron, we've got 3 for snow stories, 5 with the list. So that one we know we can get for sure. Now as far as Moon goes... best we can still do is 2. So yeah, we'll focus on getting the winter for sure. As far as the moth is concerned, I don't think we can pull out the 8 yet. So I think before I start taking risks with the with these 3 texts in the middle, what I'm gonna do is I'll finish cataloging before I go down that path. But yeah, Oblations and Iron is definitely one that we can read without trouble. So as always, we'll see what the weather brings. It turns out that all the scary books are more or less cataloged at this point. But I think today is going to be focused on, well, tomorrow rather, is going to be focused on cataloging. We'll give up 2, so I'll give up 2, 2 for, I'll give up the Tryst and the Whist for getting the resource. Oh, hang on. Am I? Yes, Keon and Abydos gives me regret. So yeah, Tryst for Keon and Abydos, Whist to do the actual research, and then Health for gardening. So we'll catalog 3 books tomorrow. Which seems a bit late, if I'm completely honest, but... it's probably just because I've gotten a little used to going, getting like really focused on one path or another. Of course, inevitably, now that I've like settled on a plan, I'm gonna get a weather card that throws my plans into chaos. Yeah, hail tends to do that. Okay, so I don't think I have any edge texts that I really need to worry about, but I do believe edge was useful to a couple of parts of the house. So Denzel gets 2. Yeah, actually, weirdly enough, this is the one time where an edge memory isn't as useful as it would seem. because I don't have Arab, I can bring Denzel up to 5. Yeah, so the 5 doesn't really do anything. I could make like an awakened feather out of it. Maybe that counts for something. And then I think as far as Skytechs are concerned, we're actually pretty good. Well, okay, so 10. Where would I get the other 7 from? Yeah, that's not happening. Okay, so we're going to stick with the plan. So first things first, we will use our Tryst to read Keonid Abydos. Next up, we are going to use our health to do some gardening. Let's get the Cat's Claw again. I will catalog a scary book using Auroral Contemplation, or using my FOSS, not Auroral Contemplations. Can't use a skill to catalog a book. Catalog a Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And the... oh, there was a solar one. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. So again, still a pretty substantial library of books to catalog, but nothing I can't handle. Alright, now I have an idea of the book's nature and its content. So this is in Kilisimi, so we can't read that yet. Here we have Asite Supplications, so we'll see if we can fit... yep. Again, we're into overflow for the... oh, actually, with that in mind, we can probably stick this up here too. And then we have the manner in which the alchemist was spared. So that is a VAC text. Just enough space. Alright, so we're almost ready... oh, sorry. Almost ready for our... winter text. And again, from there I think probably we just focus on cataloging. So if it's one element of the soul for gardening, that would mean 2, 3, 4, 5 texts a day. So we've got 4, 8, 11. So basically 3 days of work. Chances are that's going to be divided in like slightly unusual ways. Because I'm sure as I start cataloging these works, I'm going to find, you know, new and exciting things to do. Okay. Oblations in Iron. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, records the exhibits she has rendered to the Worm Museum in the Mansus. Gather Cat's Claw carefully, its mischievous thorns find ways through the thickest gloves. Cat's Claw, watch the thorns. So it's a little bit like the feathers and the, actually I think with the feathers we could probably, yeah. A little easier to store that way. It's really, basically we know this will become useful for us later. And I'm going to regret it, I'm going to regret not harvesting it if I don't Little Sophia is not a name you would associate with a Colonel Aspect, but at the same time, that is a sick Colonel Aspect name. Little Sophia has never visited the Worm Museum or even the Mansis in person, and evidently has no desire to do so. She mixes ink which incorporates the remains of her prey, writes her records in that ink, then burns them before the Colonel's altar. Oh, such a Colonel Adept name. Sorry, I thought you were just saying that it was a. I figured you didn't mean suck, but I put the A in front of. I put the A in the wrong place, so apologies. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on, like, most of the stuff we've been cataloging, it's been outside of my reach, so I don't want to hope for too much. It is essential, however, to permit no drop of the ink thereby obtained to enter any portal of the body, even a break in the barrier of the skin. Should any fragment of the worm remain viable, it might enter thereby, and the hunt's ultimate conclusion be melancholy indeed. So we've got Inks of Containment and Hindsight, so this is definitely one that I want to double check. Okay, yeah, we do have Ablations and Iron in the list. A new skill, the inks in which the histories are preserved. I've gained more understanding of the Inks of Containment. So that might be helpful in, where was it? It's not this one, I don't think. No. Oh, that's right. I forgot about these solar books. Okay, I have more to catalog than I thought. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Hey, this is also good for theoplasmic contamination. We don't have the heart for it, but nice to know that we have the option. So there was an ink I was looking for. I just don't remember what room I left it in. Definitely wasn't this. Oh, here we go. Okay, Catwink's just in... Oh no, it is an Ink of Containment, so I'm pretty sure... Well, maybe not. Now we'll figure it out. But yeah, I think I'm going to stick with the idea that we are only cataloging tomorrow. Again, barring a weather card that changes those plans. So I do want to make sure I catalog at least one of the solar books. Most of the focus is going to be on the Nocturnal Curia and Baronial, but I figure I can do one solar each day. And summer. So I also need to keep in mind that I now have barbers available to me. So what matters here, barbers have 2 moth. So remembering that I've also got Trist, which is good for 2 moth. Being able to... So, yeah, I was going to say, I'll focus on cataloging everything right up to the point that we can unlock new rooms, so I am going to have to give up a couple things. But that's fine. We're still gonna accomplish what we need. It'll just be, excuse me, a little bit slower. Okay, so no matter what, we're hiring the barber. In summer, the barber comes to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose. Next up, we go... So I'm definitely going to catalog one of the solar books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. We've got current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug, what visitors will the season bring. Next up, so the tryst goes to the... Oh yes, it's summer, so moth orchids in spring and summer. What about... Oh god, I wasn't even thinking. Okay, sea holly in summer and shining pear. I don't think it hurts to get more food. So maybe we'll start with the pear. Okay, let's say the whist is in reserve. So I'm doing the same trick that I did with Reverend Timothy before. I'm sort of holding out on the barber to see if I can get the moth that I need. Yeah, I've already got it actually. All right, so talk with the barber about the tryst first, just so I can make sure that I have the right numbers. So that's 4. The clouds should bring us to 5, and that brings us up to the Motley Tower first floor. Which means I can catalog right away. Got the Locksmith's Dream Trespasses. We should be able to handle that one. I'm not 100% sure, but... We have The Queens of the Rivers, a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the Queens of the Rivers are murdered one by one. This one we may need a little help on. We've got the Red Book of Brittany. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Okay, and finally we talk to the barber about the weather. Talk about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. And we'll find out who's looking for information. Magister Hokebald. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Magister Hokebald, metallurgist, gourmet, corrupted immortal, and supposedly, long ago, kings by blow. A long ago kings by blow. So if I want to learn Deep Mandiac, I can, but... Oh, this is interesting. So he doesn't seem to be here on... He doesn't actually seem to be here on business, though. Hello, DTG. Yeah, I mean, I'd normally be wrapping up by now, but I've been having a good time with it. And the thing is that we've got so many books to get through that I don't know, I kind of feel like I should push ahead. All right, Glimmerings. That's a 10, so we're really running out of room here. This is starting to look like my actual room. As in the one that I'm in. All right, Motley Tower, the first floor. The door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant had probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody suitably qualified to deal with them. Okay, so let's have a chat with Hokebald. So, and this is what you call summer? Pathetic. Don't make me stand around out there. Oh, so he is a visitor about the heist. Okay, that's fine. Yes, this business at Oriflamme's. They admit nothing, but they have engaged me to make improvements to their vault. So I need to make sure that I've got Forge. So let's just double check that we actually have what he needs. So it's minimum 3. I think we actually have a fairly strong Forge text. Okay, yes, he can... Nope. I have a great many thoughts on this vault matter, a great many. I have not yet resolved upon a particular course. I am here to make a preliminary survey of the relevant literature. I suppose that will have to do. Here, it is overgenerous, but then I am an overgenerous person. It may perhaps be my only remaining weakness. So out of curiosity, does anybody know there was a tweet which definitely caught me in terms of who the inspiration for... there's a specific inspiration for the image for Hokebald Aposund. Well, the good news is that he seems to be dead in at least one history. I don't think I've moved up any of my knock skills. Magister Hokebald, employed by Oriflamme's to make improvements to their vault, thought he might have found useful information at Hush House, although he was careful to point out that it wasn't very useful. Any bad curses from deciphering books? We dodged one, so we do have a nasty book which we've put in the morgue. So The World Does Not Weep is affected by Chionic Theoplasma. So for that we are going to need 7 heart. So I suspect our existing... that's Infestation. Crap, which one was it? We definitely have one to deal with it. I just don't remember where I put the... Oh yeah, sorry, Inks of Containment was the recent one. The problem here is that this is moon and winter. So in this case, I wouldn't be able to get... enough heart to... Well, never say never, but it would be a very strange combination to get 7 heart with the Inks of Containment in here, because normally your skill winds up being your main source of an aspect. Yep. All right, Motley Tower, Allopoly's Nook. Christopher Allopoly, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged for rooms for Allopoly in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so that he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Kukurbit. relations between the Kukerbit and the house were badly strained at the time. So I have 6 books and then a number of paintings which we will describe, but I do just want a quick idea of what I need. Okay, so we need to get to 6 moth to ascend higher. Now, let me think a bit about... Yeah, so if I use Moth Impulse, or say if I use Impulse, the memory, so that's 2 from the Barber, 2 from Impulse, 2 from Trist, and we've got, not only do we have the second floor, but we have, I believe the second floor has a pair of scissors, which means that we will be able to augment people's moth moving forward. So again, that throws me off in terms of my overall cataloging efforts, but I'm thinking it's the right call that we unlock the second floor. Again, we're drowning in books, but it's a nice place to be. Call me pessimistic, but part of you feels like the further we go into the house, the more likely we are to find a dead body in one of the rooms. I mean, we did find a heart in a jar. So, it's a necropsy table, so it accepts remains. Okay, we've got the Holiest Hemolith, 4 Moth, 4 Nectar, and 4 Scale. Prohibiot. Twilight Pot, a stylized bat, grimaces gleefully on the surface. Urn of Ashes, some poor soul who probably won't mind if they're repurposed for a worthy experiment. I probably wouldn't. Red Lotus Vase, a red glazed chinoiserie vase? I'm assuming that this is like from the French term for Chinese, but Russet Couch, a utilitarian item, arms varnished, upholstery shiny with hard use. Fraser Strathcoy, this bust is shaped from beeswax. Careful with it. Elegant Sunburst Lamp, a bright tree of brass. Got the Barber's Chair. Sedona, Not Yet, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigurines, an impossible copy of a painting that the real artist hadn't yet executed. He signed it with the illumination mark. It's dated 1958. To hear those voices, a Levinson prefigure a copy of a painting that would not be committed to canvas by the real artist for 20 years. Again at Night, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years early by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. To be fruitful, a decent copy of a Picasso painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. Red Blue, it's a decent copy of a Picasso painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. And Love in a Quiet Place, one of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. Okay, tell you what, I'm gonna go longer with the game tonight, but I do need to I need a small break. I kind of am snackish, but I can probably go without, but I do want to refill my tea at least, so I will be back momentarily. Now is not a bad time to get a stretch and a tea and whatever other breaks you need to do. Alright, sorry for the wait, but I appreciate you all. I appreciate you all hanging around. I don't know how much longer I'll go, but I definitely wanted to get some more tea. I figure, you know, there's usually natural breakpoints when it comes to Book of Hours, and we've clearly been working on cataloging a number of different texts, and eventually we're going to run out of those. So there's a couple of threads that just have some natural ends for us. I don't know if I'm going to catalog every single book because we've got 6 here. We've got 8 in the reading room, so that's 14, and then 2 more over here. So we've got 16 different texts, and then of course I'm using my health to do some gardening, and then every once in a while I'll, you know, for instance, I'm gonna unlock a new room, so I need to get a barber for that, and I'll use my Triss. So I'm actually going to move the Triss down to this level here. So let's say that these are the cataloging elements of the soul, and then these are for the all the other things. But as usual, we go to the Sweet Bones. Assistance from a traveling barber. In summer, the barber comes by to keep the villagers kept. A shilling will buy his services. Actually, I probably need to give up a... okay, sunny day, so nothing really changes with that. But I do need to get an impulse. So I will use a Faust for that. Shaven Lock Tantra should do the trick. Okay. Now we read the books that we can. I think I messed up. Nope, this still lets me have lantern. So there's a slight design in terms of specific, like you'll notice that I don't just sort of mainline one particular type of book. So I'm essentially weighing the risks of the different curses in this case. So I've got 2 Faust. I'm not going to be happy if I lose a Faust. I'm really not going to be happy if I lose any element of the soul. But I figure what I can do is I can put one high risk... I can put a high-risk text with an element of the soul that wouldn't be devastating for me to lose, let's say. And from there, all right, we are well and truly out of space for... Oh, apparently I can cram this one in. Okay, it's sort of cheating, but the game allows it, so... but yeah, essentially I'm going for the things that... we'll just put this in the inventory. And this is Sunset Cecilia in the End of Days. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? Let's just... I think I said 10 was the top, but we're at the point now where I've got a bunch of 10. Okay, well the 12 really should be out of there. But yeah, we're going to add 10s to the too difficult pile. And again, I have some alternatives. Available to me. Like I don't have to. This was a kind of a system that I put together on the fly because it was convenient. I don't actually have to stay committed to this approach. I figure I can still keep the scroll up like this, but... Okay, that's a little. Sorry, is it hard sell because if the curse triggers, you will most likely lose? Yeah. So basically, you can. So there's two states for your elements of the soul to be in. Or well, other than like just normal, so they can be fatigued. But there's also a state. I'm trying to remember the exact. I'm trying to remember the exact name for it, but can we just put this on the desk? No, we can't put it on the desktop because it's above the... Oops. I'm trying to remember the exact... So like despair is one example, but not only... Like it depends on the element of the soul, basically. But it basically is subjected to a malady. And in that state, there's a little bit more, like basically, you can do some things with it, but you can't do the normal things that you would do with it. So the one thing that I wouldn't want to have happen is like have 5 maladies affecting my elements of the soul all at once. That would make the game very, very difficult to make progress with. But weirdly enough, being affected by a malady is not terrible. This is actually one of the first times that I've not been affected by one so far. I mean, we don't know what's coming up. By the way, I should be gardening. You know, you never know what's going to happen, right? But one thing, so you can't fatigue an element of the soul that's affected by a malady, but the thing is that there's a lot of things that specifically prevent you from, like there's a bunch of things that specifically say you can't use a malady. So for instance, I could not have my Faust affected by a malady and then just use that to make infinite amounts of money. But it's not completely limited in terms of how you can use it. In fact, I've found that when I am affected by a malady, it's a really great time for cataloging. And I don't know if the idea here is that you're, you know, maybe when you're sick, you've got a set of things that you can sort of do that don't require the same work. Like, or it could just be that that's, you know, there's another choice going on in terms of how the game is structured. But yeah, in this case here, what I want to do is that there's any time that I use an element of a soul to catalog a book, there is a chance that it's going to wind up hit. Like, I'm not making myself immune from that problem, but what I am doing is I'm just sort of balancing things out so that the element of the soul that's most likely to be affected is the one that I can sort of afford to get by without for a fixed period of time. And, you know, again, there's a chance that on one day, you know, three element of the soul cards all get affected by the curse, and then that I'm just very sad and I write in all capital letters email to Weather Factory and stuff like that. But yeah, it's not a guarantee, but it's kind of a reasonable way of balancing the risks without like only cataloging one book a day. All right. Motley Tower, 2nd floor. A nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I can raise counter-influences. So again, I haven't had any need for lantern or sky, so the last couple of sunny days have gone by without much comment. I can always turn those into an awakened feather. It's just I don't find that the most important thing for me to be doing right now. So yeah, I'm sticking with what I've I'm sticking with sort of a plan. Again, I've been jumping between considering cataloging or reading books as being more important, and I think that's just natural for the game. Like, I don't know if there is an ideal in terms of saying, you know, thou shalt, you know, catalog before reading or some variation, right? Like, I think it's situational, but okay. More books. Motley Tower Dispensary. This room may originally have served as a working dispensary, but some, at least, of its more eccentric fittings were added by Christopher Alopoli in his time here. By that point, he had severed ties with his adopted father. He'd been using the Alopoli name for years and had no access to the Strathcoyne fortune, but traveling at night had sold surprisingly well, much better than his poetry, and he had a little money of his own by then, enough to indulge his preferences. So we'll take a look at some of the goodies in here. I never actually get this done in time, but we've got a brazen clock. It's not immediately apparent that the clock lacks hands, although when wound, it dutifully ticks. Okay, so 6 books. Snoodle jar, useful for calcination, purification, alteration, invaluable for snoodlery. Lantern and moth, and it's a tool. Tanglebrag, a clod of wood, leaves, and feathers that might draw the attention of the entity called Knowing Not. Bitter black salts, January sanguinary, also called Sanguatus and Saldatus, or by the ignorantly superstitious, the true blood of St. Januarius. Westcott's compounds, reagents, and activants to enhance alchemical operations or the flavor of one's pipe tobacco. The Icrovitreous, the pale and watchful fluid that can be gathered sometimes when the door in the eye is opened. Cranial tchotchke and a glinting cranial tchotchke. Both eggs. Wait, that doesn't mean the cat can eat it, does it? No, it's got to be food. Viper egg, a serpent in waiting. Brewable? Ready to be steeped or warmed or transformed. Spice scales are also helpful. That gives us some extra grail. Snow wolf ampule. Catwink. That's another one. Kirkabit barrette. Oh, that's an edge one. Next hail. That means that we can do something useful with Denzel. Yeah, all sorts of goodies in here. Mortar and pestle will boost up by forge and nectar. Well, there is a pet snake in the game. I'm sure you already know this, but as it happens, I just found a cat which I haven't fed. Surprisingly calm about it, but. Okay, 6 heart, 6 sky for the 3rd floor of the Motley Tower. So this is the point where I'm probably going to need Mrs. Kill to get involved. Again, we'll see what the next day brings. But Oriflammes, all right. So they are going to send us, try and sell us recordings from the Altheban Abyss, recordings from a subterranean space in the mountains near Baghdad of conversations between the entomologist Juliana Zawitzowski and an unidentified presence. So it's in Mandiak, Deep Mandiak, rather. But it only costs the 1, so I am going to buy this even though I can't make use of it, because I'm a hoarder. And a cloudy day, so not too much for us to do. So again, remembering that we've got a default position in this case, which is to just do the cataloging. Interesting. Sorry, just give me 1 second here. Okay, yeah, so I still want to get some gardening in. So we've got the moth. Yeah, we've got the moth orchid here. We don't have trumpeter's lily yet. Okay, so yeah, I don't see any use for the, oh, actually, sorry. I could probably read the Locksmith's Dream. Right, okay, so we'll use our Tryst for... actually, tell you what, we'll use our Faust for that. Hell, I can never remember where I get my pattern from. I think it's the Advice on Containment. Yeah. So, what I'm gonna do, yeah. So what I'll do with the rest, the Foss, the Trist, and the Whist, we'll just continue with the cataloging. This is the last of the solar texts. All right, so we've got 4 baronial books. Sorry, not 4 baronial books. We've got 5 baronial books, 3 nocturnal, and 2 curia. Okay. We've been getting pretty lucky as far as avoiding any bad effects. So notes on bindings: Gideon DeWolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, discusses techniques shared between medical suturing, tailoring, and carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. Okay, I've been really bad at keeping track of the DeWolfs apparently, so I'm gonna make a note. Okay, you go to the too difficult pile. Musgrave sketches, so that one should go with the other 8s. You're kidding me. And a Book of Cinders. Oh, 6 Forge. Alright. I don't think that's immediately available to us, but I can see it working. Okay, so we are going to read the Gallimier work, and then so Bells and Braziers gives me 2. The problem here is that the Shaft only gives me the 1, so I would need metal to make this happen. Also got to remember, so we've got Valentine, we've got Walter, we've got Hendrik. Okay. So, The Locksmith's Dream Trespasses, the 3rd volume of Teresa Gallimier's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. Oops. And the pack. Come on! Knock, a gate flung wide. I am a match for this book, enough knock to match Mystery Knock. Okay, keep getting... Right, so we've got Valentine, Walter, Musgrave. I thought I had a place for the Trumpeter's Lily already, but I don't see it in the house, so... take that shelf for now. In this volume, notoriously, Gallagher's prose begins to disintegrate, and it is not clear which dreams are in fact her own. So there's like there's a few notes that I can make here. Like if I might even have enough to be able to work this all out. We can take a quick look. I don't think, well, I can probably chuck this in a corner somewhere. There we go. It's like in terms of placement, so the woman in the sand-colored robe has told me the stairways of the mantis go ever up, death is down. The mother of ants guards both directions with each of her heads, and so the passage must always be through a wound. I think the white door might be a wound. That's one reason the dead sometimes pass it. I think I have the other half of the secret now, and I hope that my reader can put both halves together. Oh man, I thought I was gonna be able to get away with, Can we maybe stick you on the shelf there? There we go. Oh, here we go. Okay, Impulse and Edict's Liminal. Wait, I really don't have any That can't be right. Huh. Okay. Apparently I only have one Locksmith's Dream text in this note, so so I have 64 entries in this list. I think I'm going to head off to sleep. Sorry, you're going to head off. Sleep is winning now. Enjoy playing forever much longer you're going. Thank you very much. Again, I'm not going to go on forever, but I do feel like I'm on a little bit of a roll in terms of some of the progress I wanted to make today, so I'm not quite ready to pack it in. Numa's going to be a little bit of a pain, actually. That's going to wind up interrupting the plans that I've got in place, but I feel like I should be able to do this scale thing. Yeah, actually, scale should be a piece of cake. So I use my health, I use horns and ivories, and then I just get a fear. So the tryst is spoken for today. Say health and tryst are spoken for. We'll use Foss to get... Oh yeah, actually, this is going to be a big... We'll see what the day brings, but we may actually have to hold off on some of the day's plans. It'll be worth it, but depending on what the weather brings, I may have to commit a couple of elements of the soul to generate some memories that I need. Alright, that sunny day doesn't really help me. So, Edict's Liminal, we are going to employ the Tryst, and we need at least one other... We need some kind of a moth. Well, we need a moth or a knock element to make it work. So we can just read the Gallagher work again. Yeah, that works. I also want scale. Oh, I don't think I have something that generates fear. No, treaties on the underplaces. Okay, so just a Faust and a Shapt for today's cataloging, but that's fine. I don't even know how I want to do this. I've already used up Ambrose's desk. Nuts. I'm gonna have to wait on the Shapt. No, I'm not. Right, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its content. So this is written in Fusine, the Geminiad 3, a fragile manuscript illuminated with the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. So as you can see, we're getting full up on things that I can't translate. We should have another cataloging finished. Apparently not. Okay, Perugian Diaries. In 1907, at the age of 18, Christopher Lopoli left Strathcoyn's household to study theology at the University of Perugia in Italy, enrolling under the name of Christopher Strathcoyn. So this is definitely one that we can read on our own. Okay, that got me my impulse, so we will consider our edicts liminal. So that'll move us up in the world, and then where's my fear? Here it is. So I believe this will accept scale. Yep. Thanks for the stream. Bedtime. Okay, have a good one, Index Nom. I know I'm an hour over, but I do quite like this game. So thank you very much for hanging out, and best of luck with the I don't want to say job search, because you're not the one searching for the job, but the candidate search, I guess. All right, scale unearthed. I can master this mystery enough. Oh! I can also get a, I can actually get a 6 scale in. I completely forgot that I can use tools at desks. Okay, that opens a number of possibilities. Okay, scale unearthed. I can master this mystery enough scale to match mystery scales. So the 6 scale text is within striking distance. The lunar globe also has moon, so I just need to generate 5 moon. Snow Stories generates 2. Faust generates a 3rd. Yeah, okay. So we've got moon that we can get. Yeah, well, this is one of the reasons why I've been really stubborn about committing my skills, because I want to see how like part of it is about just learning for me. Like when I give myself the restriction of not having all of the elements of the soul, I definitely am much better at learning just a number of tricks to to make the most of the resources that I have. And I think that when it comes time to do the what do they call it, keeper level challenges, that's really going to pay off. Right, the Queen of the Vistula is poisoned. The Queen of the... I still don't know how to pronounce this correctly. I think it's the Queen of the Dnieper chokes on a fishhook, and the Queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. This is the problem about being North American. I don't know the names of any of the... I know where the Dnieper is, I just don't know how to pronounce it. Anyway, but yeah, I don't think it's a good way to play to not commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms, because like committing things to the Tree of Wisdoms is fun, and there's things that you get to do out of it, right? Like if you've got multiple, Whist or Fost or something like that, well, obviously then you're going to be able to come up with an even more powerful element of the soul, and that's going to allow you to go even further and to do even more. But I still like the idea of learning how to make the most of a situation, so that when I face the bigger challenges, I've sort of learned some good lessons at a time when it wasn't as costly. Okay, so the culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence of river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. So, Path of the Pilgrim, and I don't think... Let me just double check if I've got the Queens of the Rivers. Doesn't look like it. So I'm running out of room on my red pile. Path and Pilgrim. I've gained more understanding of Path and Pilgrim. So this is also, I think, our first our first rose aspect. Okay, so while we're waiting for the day to finish off, let's play around a little bit with the idea of the DeWolfs. So I'm just gonna put a little something in the margin. So one is one's Hendrik, 2, 3, 4. The traveler is always returning. One who does not is no traveler. Aaron Peel. That's 2 rows, so that's rather helpful. Okay, so the 5th is the Baroness. Okay, so we know that the 2nd was Thomas. And we know that Gideon... Ah! So this is where it gets fun. So it says 5th Baroness Brandkrug. So would that mean that Gideon is the 6th? Obviously I had this solved before. Unless I got this wrong. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, here we go. So there's a 7th. Does that make sense? First, second, third. Fourth. So if the line ended with Ava, do I have evidence that the line ended with Ava, though? We'll figure it out. Okay. Rain. Okay, let's take a second here and think about some of the possibilities. So the Perugian Diaries, I don't think I have enough to do that without an interval. Like, the best here would be if I could get one of these sky skills up to 3. Because then I don't need to worry about getting memories. Which is one reason why... Okay, I'm actually going to ignore... Can I use a tool? I can use a tool to help read these books. But the thing that I'm thinking of... Oh, I see what you're saying here. Yeah, so you're saying use a tool to move it up on the other end. So it's like there's the Faust with the 1. So in the case of the 4, yes. I'm thinking a little bit more along these. So essentially I'm trying to think... The problem I have right now is that I'm letting a lot of weather move by without taking advantage of it. And one of the reasons for that is that I haven't cataloged enough books. So I still think it makes sense to garden, because that's only available for a finite period of time. I'm actually going to lock that in now. And in this case, actually, usually because I like to preserve a Faust anyway, it does make sense to use the Perugian Diaries. Hang on, does this take... Well, this will take anything, so that's fine. And then Sights and Sensations. So I can master this mystery. So that leaves me 4 to... Okay, yeah, that's a fair number for cataloging. So let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can use up all of the desks in one go. So this desk's already spoken for. I messed it up. I think if I used Ambrose's desk, I would have been... okay. Anyway, no matter, because we just used the Faust here. But yeah, so like there's been a real shortfall of Grail texts for me to read, and given that I don't have the Arab to make, to augment Mrs. Kill, it just Rain is really helpful between the Nectar and the Grail. It's something that I often find I'm sort of like, ooh, I really wish this thing showed up. But as it happens, just the way the playthrough's shaken out for me, it's not been that helpful. Alright, so Victory of the Crowns is, because of Auroral Contemplations, that should be straight. No, actually, I still need to find a source of edge somewhere, so I need a memory for that still. On What Does Not Bark, so that's another one that we can read for sure. So the good news is a lot of this stuff can actually translate. Okay, Locksmith Stream, so we're running out of room again. A lot of books we can take advantage of. And the advantage here specifically is that we can use it in oh, nuts. So those sunny days can start being used on some of these. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's any forge weather, so I need to figure out what I'm doing with the Book of Cinders. But I'll worry about that later. For 4 years since his adoption from a Bristol orphanage, Elopoli served as Strathcoin's pupil and protege, but his relationship with this austere and secretive man was always complicated. His journal confides, "I think Fraser's intentions are good. Certainly he agrees, but I never understood the final goal of his investigations. He was never prepared to enlighten me, and good intentions or not, I can no longer bear this dream of eyes. We have agreed to part almost amicably." Okay, that's some flowers for me. More sea holly. Again, this is really... Oop. You're kidding me. Surely you can fit more than one sea holly on here. Alright, well. Let's at least put it in the middle. Maybe we can put you on a table? There we go. Elopoli left Perugia in 1909 without completing his degree. He had long since lost interest in his studies, and the latter half of the journal is concerned with his studies of Umbrian folk songs and notes towards his own compositions, which are of widely varying quality. One of his better ones, In the Marshes of Night, suggests he visited the site of Old Lake Fucinus near Artuccio. Okay, I'm pretty sure we've already done this one, because I know we've got a cheerful ditty in the, in the archive. Alright, a new skill. The harmonies of the lower skies are here reproduced. And eventually I'm gonna have to come up with a new shelving system. But that's fine, because we're almost done cataloging. So, I don't know, depending on the weather, I can see it going a couple of ways, but I think in this case... So hail is edge weather. There's definitely moon weather. Yeah, most of these can actually have an event related to them, so... It's inconvenient to have to, like, reshelve everything, but it's not, like... I'd rather be making more of my... making more of the weather than, just slowly making progress on... Like, because, like, when you think of it, right, like, the Secret Histories one was helpful, but outside of the Secret Histories, we kind of already have... like 2 of everything else. So it's really upgrades to the skills that are going to be opening new books for us at this point. Or of course Elements of the Soul, but like I said, I'm trying to be kind of stingy on that. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're in good shape in terms of like in terms of the actions that I want to take on a given day, like a weather, so like a new weather card that winds up altering my path, that's really just one element of the soul that's being taken out of the, it's kind of being taken out of the running. So that's not a deal breaker, let's say. But when it comes to, say, Okay, so here's a perfect example, right? Sunny day. Memory. Have to put the skill in no matter what. Sights and sensations. And there's Locksmith Stream. Okay, there we go. My Fosta's handle didn't really need to give anything up. I'm still going to use the my health for gardening. So we're able to lock in, you know, some more cataloging. I don't think I can make it work with both. I think I made the same mistake as last time. The Shapt one should probably be going in the map room. Anyways, no matter. Actually, I'm slightly curious on the Curia description. Yeah, so it's the same, at least in terms of the way that it's described, it's the same risk. There may be something going on in the background that I don't know about, but that's good. We're down to 6 texts that we need to catalog. So that's 2 days' work, assuming that there isn't anything major that happens. Should probably read the description for the Gallagher work, though. The Locksmith Dream Stolen Reflections, the 4th volume of Teresa Gallagher's expansive work, no longer a discussion of the dreams of artisans, but a valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher at the request of the author or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. Okay. So we have Fekri's Herbery. That's a 6 nectar, so we do actually have a shot at that now. Let's put that on the desk. We've got the Twin Serpent Tantra. That one's a little harder to see us succeeding with, but you never know. We have Experiment Beyond Sight. Now that is a film that in theory we can watch depending on... Okay, but nope, that's not a projector that we can take advantage of. That'll get its own placement though. Man, that is going to be so easy for me to lose. And we have Seventh Voice, so that there's an outside chance that we can do something with this book. Yeah, decent day's work. Again, a lot of this is going to depend on what weather comes up, so I'm happy to have a few more books running around. Like, this is a great example of something I would maybe want to consider during a rain period. So we take that rain, we take the rights to the roots, so that's already 5. Then we add the health, we get a 6th. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presager of changes, the sun, the moon, so we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the meniscate, and the madrigad. He cannot be all of these, can he? The Flamines knew the church, knew the dry land, knew Elagabalus. Is he then Synthesis, or is he something else? In Gallicaea they called him Aeneas Lammius, but the Obliviots are notorious for their slanders. Alright. We finished gardening. Gardening by far is the one where I wind up losing my elements of the soul the most. I think it's because it just takes longer than the other things, and you don't normally think to check like a bush. Alright, Janus has, they say, not one face but two, to which I reply, why only one? Why only two? Hirschalt and Coseley, according to Thomas Love Denman, once agreed that Janus was all the gods and none, but later Hirschalt described him as all the gods and Coseley favored none. Denman was a sinister dilettante, but this rings true of them both. Okay, let's make sure... I'm pretty sure I already have Stolen Reflections, but I'm finding the limits of my list here. Yeah, so that'll give us a Revelation according to this, which it does, and Watchman's Paradoxes. So we can lock that in right away, and... hey. I don't think I can stack them, but I'm happy the game does. Alright, I believe that is the last book we're going to be able to put on that shelf. Which is fine. I think I think what I'll do is once I clear the shelves in one of the rooms, let's make it the reading room. I'll maybe make the reading room where all the Too Tough stuff goes. I'm not 100% sure how curses get transmitted, so I've been reluctant to put the books in the same place, even if they haven't been discovered or cataloged rather. Watchman's Paradoxes: that amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun, there is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The Watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. So I think it's Walter. All right. Oh yeah. So Valentine de Wolf, Six Baron Brandkrug. That one shouldn't have required any thought. So. Let's move another. So Musgrave, it doesn't say anything yet. So based on, like, one of the challenges that I'm running into here is just I have the knowledge that I've had from before, but I'm trying to rely on the things that I've actually written down. So I've got Hendrik in position 1, Thomas in position 2, Gideon is in 5th, and Valentine is directly stated as being number 6, which puts Ava in number 7. So the two positions that are not accounted for would be 3 and 4. And of course, as it happens, the two people that I don't have a place for are Walter and Musgrave, 3 and 4. So it's not clear where these two places they go. So it's either there's so many empty places here because I haven't found the bust, and then among the busts that I have found, I haven't found a kind of something to settle the matter. I'm pretty sure it's a book that indicates. I think it's Musgrave. I think it goes somewhere along the lines that, like, Musgrave is attached to the construction of the... Oh, it's Baron Walter that did it. Anyways, yeah, so I'm pretty sure in the case of Walter, they actually give him a position at some point. Now, fog. It's been a while since we've had fog, and there's a lot of different things that can potentially make use of it. So, excuse me. This is the time... Excuse me. This is the time I want to check the overflow, just to be sure. So this is a great example of a time when I might be willing to go above and beyond, because fog is a uniquely powerful weather effect. And then of course, likewise, maybe moon is worth it in this case. The eight moon. But let's just think about what we can do. So we've got Shapt for 2 for sure. We've also got a pattern, so that'll get us... Well, no, we don't have a pattern because we'd be using the fog then. So we've got 5. Aha. Okay, so... I think we're still only at 2 for knock. Okay, so we've got a total of 4 between Shapt and the skill. So we got up to 7 with the fog. I'm not going to use an ink, but... Yeah, we're just shy in terms of the tools that we can use. But I suspect we're going to be able to do something with moon. So we take the 8 there. So the fog and the tryst give us a total of 4. Huh. I really would have thought we'd have more moon at this point. Okay, so we're up to 6. So unfortunately, we're in the same problem again. I still want to go for it though, so let's say... Oop. Just gonna take a second to double check that this is the best knock that I can throw at the problem. Okay. So just double checking that there's no secondary aspects that I need to worry about. So unsurprisingly, moth, lantern, grail, edge, forge. That's an ink. Oh. I didn't notice the hound skull, but not relevant here. And then this is... Yeah, so... I'm not making this easy on myself, but I still think it's worth trying here. Okay, moving right along. I think I'm going to keep a Faust in reserve. And then... Because it's autumn, we need to reevaluate where we're at. I can keep going for pears, but we do already have a couple. We're not at winter time yet. Honey Scar Jasmine it is. Okay, well, I still have the 3 to clear out the... reading room with. Yeah, I mean, because it's autumn, we have the orchard keepers. So I don't like if it's asking for like an assistant, and it's like winter. Well, obviously, then you have you have your fisherman that you can rely on, but there's no assist. The only assistant that gives you knock right away is Reverend Timothy. That's why I went for the knock and why I'm keeping this Faust. In an emergency, I should be able to recruit him in time. But that's a very, very slim argument. It also relies on me. It's also relying on me like paying attention. Anyway, the Twin Serpent Tantra. Just before the outbreak of the Great War, Alexander Sparrow, almost certainly a pseudonym, published leaflets claiming the influence of snake princes on world affairs. The text, called the Twin Serpent Tantra, was his primary inspiration. Okay, so we have got Stolen Histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Again, we have more books here than I know what to do with. Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. That's another good for... blah. I need overflow for the overflow. Stick you in there and hope that I don't forget. There we go. I was wondering when that would happen. Fifth Eye Curse. This is cursed. The signs are unmistakable. A fifth eye curse which has wrenched open the unwilling eye of my soul. Your Faust now has a malady. So, Faust fascinated. The higher I rise, the more I see. Now, this still has lantern aspect, element of the soul, malady, and cursed with nectar. This malady can be cured with bed rest, something suitable, perhaps green and soothing to drink, and this much nectar aspect to bring the frantic soul back to earth. So we need 5 nectar to make this work. And it's cursed. Journal of Walter de Wolf. No, okay, so we also know that Walter was the 3rd Baron Brandkrug. Was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Halfrin. The de Wolf line might have ended here if Senchal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. All right, so first thing, we're going to put the cursed book in place here. Now again, curse is not the worst thing that can happen. It's a shame that it's Faust because we rely on Reverend Timothy a lot. But what this is going to mean is that I can start cataloging the remaining books. And we can do that just, time after time. I can also use it in terms of generating memories, which is another nice side effect. Dr. Serena Blackwood, a one-time librarian of Hush House, one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently, what exactly? Serena is close-mouthed, but I know that she has worked on with the St. Ronwin Trust. Now, what interests me here... Okay, yes, so it's a difference between the icon as it appears here and the icon in terms of the actual card. So, we can talk right away. So again, my normal inclination is to do this. So my visitor can teach me rudiments of a dry language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. So in this case, I do want to follow up on the business. On the Oriflamme heist, I am very interested in this theft at Oriflamme's. I hope I can rely on you to be discreet. Try a book with as much mystery forge as their forge interest. And their forge interest is 3. My suspicion, candidly, is that Oriflamme's has invented and spread the story. I can't fathom why. I need to look into the provenance and manufacture of some of these so-called fakes. Thank you. I have a meeting there next week with someone I think I can trust, and now I hope I have enough material for them to take me serious, or for him to take me seriously. Okay. Ooh, I almost blew it here. Okay, art, it's educational, so we've got this. Epiphany. It was for the man of letters to record these epiphanies with extreme care, seeing that they themselves are the most delicate and evanescent of moments. Joyce, this mood increases certain aspects. And Duend. Lord Duend is a force, not a labor, a struggle, not a thought. Lorca. All right. So the tricky part here is, especially with the wall art, I already know that we've got this in the bag, so I'm trying to think about how can I best use my Faust. Using it for money feels kind of crummy, but Lantern doesn't do a whole lot otherwise. In this case, I'm going to talk with Reverend Timothy just so that I can get some more, memories. It is possible that we're actually going to be able to read a couple of these books with the fascination. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents, so this is an unreadable one for me. So for those of you who are new to Book of Hours, this is sort of what I mean by saying that, like, getting cursed is not the worst thing that can happen to you in this game, because it does make it a bit more efficient in terms of... I forgot the wall art. I'm such an idiot. I may have actually just blown this. I got distracted with Reverend Timothy stuff. The mysteries have defeated me for now. Oh, so even with the... Alright. That is a darn shame. Where'd my shaft go? Oh no, we got another malady. Accusus is a malady of the soul, in which the door shaft cannot be closed. A defeat when additional knock is present makes shaft vulnerable to Accusus. Yeah, so this is a real shame because I wasn't there to pay attention to the wall. I should actually just keep this in my consider for this very reason. Because I wasn't on the ball. Not only did I not get the thing I was looking for, but I actually wound up with a second curse. So I've made life very difficult for myself here, but we're going to get through it. So the doors of my soul have opened too wide. Every sound rings like a bell. Every word scratches at my eyes or skin. The doors of my soul have opened too wide. Oh, sorry, we've read that again. So we need 5 winter for that. The 5 winter should be easier for me to achieve because we've got the upgrade to snow stories. So between the Whist and snow stories, we're already there. It's just a question of finding the appropriate beverage to drink. Ham switch. It sounds scary. I got cursed in Cultist Simulator and it destroyed some of your reason. Yeah. So I don't actually know what the full. I don't know what the full consequence is. Ham switch. But in the case of this, there is actually a positive side effect to getting cursed in this game. So one thing malady. So I'll just read the description here. Something has snared or sickened my soul. Soul cards can be malady tainted when you're exposed to dangerous influences, sometimes when you fail in a task. Maladies cannot be exhausted, but your soul is altered and weakened, and there can be serious consequences if they go untreated. So I don't know what the serious consequences are. But as it says here, they can't be fatigued or cannot be exhausted, which means that I've been using them to sort of just catalog like a million books at once. So again, I don't know what the consequence is yet, so I don't know if that's I don't know if that's a really reckless thing for me to rely on, but I've actually been kind of happy when I get cursed in some cases. Okay, so I'm just adjusting the shelves here. So this is the too hard pile being moved over. Right now I'm organizing them by intensity. Ah, crap. And the reason I'm paused is because I might actually be able to get rid of that. Oops. Don't put that in the fireplace. There we go. Okay, so we're on to 10s. Oh yeah, I think I said I was going to do it by... Oh, okay, they're already lined up by aspect. There's a specific reason I want to do this now. I'm going to be moving into a number of other texts, so this is the 4 that I don't want to ignore. This will let me clean up the shelves a little bit over here. Okay. So that's a start. Now to tidy up this side. So basically this is going to become the 6th level now. So the 6 Secret Histories is a good example of the sort of thing that I will even say 6 Moon. It's just because I have so many 4s right now that I can sort of afford to be a bit more picky in terms of the books that I'm reading. Yeah, there we go. I suppose I can also say like likely 6s and less likely 6s. So yeah, so they all basically fit on one shelf now. Okay, that's good for a start. Obviously, a lot of this is going to depend on the cataloging, but... Oh, right, sorry, there was one other thing I wanted to try. Exorcism for Girls, simple but forceful techniques for rousing unbefitting spirits, written in a straightforward and colorful language. So this is definitely one that we can read ourselves. So it'll require a tool, but we'll still be able to manage. Where is my last text? Okay. So that's a start. Where was it? Oh yeah, so the Secusis I was going to get to catalog that book. So I don't think I can do anything with... okay. Yeah, so the problem that I have here is, again, I'm looking for the 5 winter. So I do have some winter aspect that I can work with here. I think my strongest is snow stories. But because this doesn't work, I need something that'll accept moon or winter. So with the 3 winter, really I just need 2 winter for a drink. And I'm not 100% sure if I have a 2 winter drink immediately available to me. Probably one of the glasses of water would be the most likely candidate. 1 water. Okay. So my second best there... yeah, so I need to wait till tomorrow anyway because I need to... Oop, something got gobbled up. Oh, here we go. Right, we've got that. And we can put the Book of Cinders in this pile. Yeah, so... Sorry, I'm all over the map in terms of what I'm trying to talk about. So I actually probably would be able to, if I had a health, I would probably be able to solve the Shapt curse right away. But the fact that the Faust is cursed will actually make that easier, it turns out. Let's try and make the most of the Shapt, though, so I can use this at the Ambrose desk. So what else does the Ambrose desk take? Knock. Okay, better question. If I put this in the consider verb... Okay, so it will accept an element of the soul. Alright, so there are definitely possibilities here. So all that I need now is a memory with Edge, which I have. So I can master this mystery enough Edge to master Mystery Edge. The Victory of the Crown's erratic accounts of the hunting and consumption of supposed immortals by shadowy assassins, published in the late 19th century. So I'm going to have to tie up my health decamping from the Keeper's Lodge. But in this case here, being able to... So once we finish cataloging the last of the books, we're also going to be able to use the Faust. And essentially, if I don't have something that I can directly use with my skills, what I'm going to be able to do is I'm going to be able to use the sort of... I'll just say the maladies. I'll be able to use the maladies to be able to generate the memory I need to be able to get the text read. So again, I want to clear this out as quickly as I can, but while I'm affected, I do kind of want to make this. I want to take advantage of the malady as much as I can. So yeah, as far as I can tell, I will go room by room just to double check that we don't have any remaining text. I'm still mad that, like, in the end, it would have been nice to get the... It would have been nice to get the knock... the knock text read. That was my own stupidity that caused me to miss that, and so I feel bad about that. But given the circumstances, I am at least able to turn this into a second best outcome. The assassins are, according to Arun, the agents of a power called the Coronal, a soldier of the Secret Masters. The accounts date back to Roman times. Oh yeah, actually, with that in mind, there's definitely stuff I can be doing here. So, horns and ivories, okay. So this is a good example. We've got 3 nectar, right? So in this case, what we can do, we can go and take Ambrose's desk. We can read, I think it was Locksmith's Dream 4. No, it was 3 trespasses. So we can read that for an impulse, which gives me the nectar, and we can use that Faust to read this 4 nectar book. And that's important for us here because we want to use the health for decamping to heal my my affliction. I should probably make an unreadable shelf in the reading room. It's a little late for that now, so... we can always refine the system later. Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she, writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Ours don't dream, long try not to. Okay, so let me just take a look here. I'm pretty sure this is one I've already written down, but not according to this. Oh, the victory of crowns, hang on. Nope, okay. So this is why we made all the space in the smoking room. Oh, I've never seen sharps before. And memory contradiction. So this is a big one for us. Now that we have access to contradiction, we're going to be able to make Denzil up to a more powerful... So this alone is guaranteed to get him up to 4, and then because we have an edge tool, we can actually get him up to 5. Well, I guess that's the same as a hailstorm, so maybe that's less impressive than it seemed, but I thought it was worthwhile. Okay, so we will consider a new skill: knives, dangers, and things out of place. And again, we've got our shaft, so we're going to do the same trick. Now, I do need... Okay, so the nectar's already taken care of. What about the moon? So then we get 2 moon from Snow Stories, so for that we just need a confounding parable, which we get from 108. Okay, so that's the impulse for us. Now, it did occur to me there's not really a nectar desk, so... Although I guess I can get away... Now, we'll just use the consider verb for that. Exorcism for girls would actually be... So, Auroral Contemplations... I'm 1 short. No, I'm not. Okay, there's a few things to get through now, so we'll use the Faust here. No, I need something with both Lantern and Edge, otherwise this falls apart. Nuts. I don't think I can do both at the same time. Yeah, so the dispensary is not going to do the trick. Ava's desk takes Edge but not Lantern. Pale Death takes Lantern, but not Edge. But doesn't take Moon. Okay, nope. The Reading Room might have just saved me, so we give it the Contradiction, Auroral Contemplations. That brings me up to 5 Edge. So then we add Exorcism for Girls. And finally, the Cucurbit Barrette, a vessel with an ambiguous history. Alright, so we can read Exorcism for Girls. Simple but forceful techniques for rousting unbefitting spirits, written in straightforward and colorful language. Alright, how's my shaft going? Okay, we may lose the memory impulse. I think Night has Fallen, Dawn will come soon. I think it's going to take too long to read this text. But that's fine, though. I mean, we're already 2 texts up that I didn't think we would be. All right. Oh, sorry, that was a memory. Okay. Yeah, God. So I've so much stuff to get through now. So I need to find a combination of knock and moth. Jesus. You know what? Let's not get clever. We'll just consider. So we had the impulse, we had Writes the Roots, Nectarful Flower. I can master this mystery. Now, normally I'd be a little worried doing this at night because I would normally be using this with my health verb, but I know that the health verb is going to be used to decamp. So in this case, I'm just making the most of what I have. Again, I wasted the Confounding Parable. There's no way that I'm going to have. There's no way that I'm going to have my fatigued elements of the soul back in time, but I'd still say knocking down a couple of texts when we're already down the 2 elements of the soul is pretty good work. So again, my preference is absolutely going to be to get rid of the afflictions as soon as possible. Oh man, this will have implications. Okay. So I can get Mr. Kill. Yes, Mr. Kill will unlock the top of the... Let's just double check that I don't want any other rooms. So I could get the music room, which would be nice, but I think Mr. Kill is the right call here. So we'll use our whist to speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Let's do it. Okay. In the meantime, we need to decamp. Hush House is a mansion of many rooms. I'll move to a different one, or add other cards if you'd like to try something else. So what we're going to do with Mr. Kill, we'll add the Storm, then we'll add the Astrolabe, and we'll get him to unlock the final floor of the Motley Tower. Excuse me. I'm not looking to exclusively use the fatigued elements of the soul, so we'll use Trist on what does not bark. And I don't think we have 3 Moon yet, so we are going to have to take advantage. Nope. Yeah. Snow Stories is the best we've got. Actually, Snow Stories is also going to be how I cure that curse. So maybe we'll use Sea Stories instead. Yeah, we're getting close. I still haven't answered what I'm doing with the Faust and the Tryst, though. Alright, Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Alright, so for the Faust, I honestly don't have a really good answer about what to do with it. So I think we're just going to go to the Sweet Bones and earn some money. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. So I believe we need our health to assign the bed to us. Yeah, add a matching soul. Oh no, I need a winter soul card, so that's actually whist. But yeah, we're gonna head here just so that I can take advantage of snow stories. I suppose I could also look for. Oh, actually, I could look for a moon bed. So that takes heart. That makes sense because that's the only one that you're guaranteed. So yeah, Grail bed, which is not my thing. Yeah, actually we only have 3 beds. Oh no, that's not true. We've also got the infirmary, which also wants heart. Yeah, we'll wait on we'll wait on the whist. Okay, proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. That gets us the 6 sky that we need. Edge of Conquest. So, exorcism for girls, simple but forceful techniques for rousting unbefitting spirits, written in a straightforward and colorful language. Blake seems uncertain at points whether the techniques are intended for use by or on girls. She clearly regards children as a nuisance. There's advice on shapeless wood things known as raw prophets is typically practical. 1. Discourage them with buckets of water as close as possible to freezing, and with the smoke of dried lemongrass. 2. Under no circumstances kiss them or receive kisses from them. 3. An effective formula is provided for laundering clothes stained with prophet slime. I hope you're all taking notes. Alright, so I may have this already. Apparently not. Oop. Get on the right shelf. And that's a fear. Alright. So consider verbs currently occupied, so we'll just leave that there for now. So the scale is interesting here, so let's just take a look and see with what I've got here. We've got 3 by default, 4 now. Both of them need 6. So if it was 5... Oh, here we go. Stolen histories. So... that's going to be a hard one. A knock and a lantern. Oh, that's actually a lot easier than I thought. So now we've got stolen histories. The agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. So like I said, you know, maladies, if used properly, can actually be sort of a... They can help you accelerate the pace at which you achieve some of the things that you were wanting to do for a while. Now, for Trist, I blundered on one big thing, which was I should have gone for a Confounding Parable, so that I could have combined that with What Does Not Bark. But I'll flog myself over that later. Oh, hang on. No, I've got the... I don't even need to worry about the memory because I've got the lunar globe. So let's... ever read Hound of the Baskervilles? Alexander Probst writes warily of Calyptra, a law or principle or society which prevents the dissemination of dangerous knowledge. So Moon, a culmination. I can master this mystery, enough Moon to match Mystery Moon. Figure we should probably have the money from working at the suite. Oh, no. Hello, Vanguard Master. Yeah, dangerous knowledge, also known as... Unreal Blueprints. Okay, Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. The Velvet is the Hour of Secrets, and so very little is known of the Mothlong, Nectarlong, who ascend to immortality under her auspices. I'm actually interested on that. Sorry, just my private notes on my fresh notepad. All right. The Velvet is the Hour of Secrets, and so very little is known of the Mothlong, Nectarlong, who ascend to immortality under her auspices. But this book, by Kittling's friend, purports to be part cookbook and part manual for immortality. Kittling Ripe is the name usually given to a speechless but never silent cat thing that serves as a name of the Velvet. Kittling Ripe, it seems, enjoys hunting immortals, and the Velvet is very fond of Kittling Ripe. The secret, it appears, is to arouse the Kittling's appetite enough to become her quarry, but not quite enough to be caught. The Velvet permits the game, since it calls immortals careless enough to attract attention, and keeps her name happy. The author bemoans the loss of the Carapace Cross's savor secrets, which apparently were particularly tempting, but suggests decent spice substitutes, which have also happen to make for excellent pigeon pie. Okay. So that's I'm pretty sure we've got that, but yeah, satisfaction and spices and savors, so all good there. So before I go too much further, let's lock in a couple of these lessons learned, and then I believe... Well, I was originally looking for a memory, but I think we're sorted there. So unless I can somehow come up with a third... yeah, I don't think there's a nectar. Actually, weirdly enough, the cake bowl, like the mixing bowl, I think actually would help with the with nectar. But I don't have access to it, so let's not focus on that too much. Don't have enough for the Karashan Portalon. The Republic of Teeth, I would be able to take... I think we only have 2 scale for that. Yeah, so I can add a fear to that. I can get that up to a 5, but I think we actually need the health for that one. Okay. Well, that's still a decent day's work. On to the Motley Tower, 3rd floor. The theoplasmic miasma that hung around the room below is a little stronger here and a little different, with a rotten, musky scent that suggests a decaying reptile house, perhaps something layered here after the inhabitants departed. Perhaps the inhabitants dreamed unwisely. In any case, the right counter-influences will dispel it. Didn't the mortar and pestle just have forge? My apologies, it did have nectar. So moth and lantern. I think I've taken up. I don't think I have a desk that'll accommodate it though. But consider will work. Okay, so if I take an impulse... Okay, yeah, so no, we try to get an impulse, and then we should be able to make something of that. It feels weird not to have the Locksmith's Dream volumes beside each other. Sorry, 1 second. Something odd. Okay. I'm gonna change my file. I notice I'm getting a little sloppy with putting the thes in the right places. Oh, I didn't place the DeWolfs where they need to be. So Walter winds up in position 3. We can unpause for that. I think by default Musgrave wound up being position 4. All right, more stuff happening. Oh, right, that's probably the money from Sweet Bones. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Okay, Sickle and Eclipse, Salt and Silver, Balance, Necessity, and Rebuke. Effective against Corruption, 2 Edge, 1 Moon. Not immediately relevant to me, but helpful. I'm going to use Consider with Spices and Savors again, because that's a bit more temporary. Temporary in the sense that Numa can kill it. Alright, Calyptra, like the planet that occludes the star, or the Doylean dog that fails to bark, can be identified only by its absence. Even the name, I think, must be a mask. Also, Stolen History, the Agitator... That's right. I'll read these one at a time. Okay. Spices and Savors, there is no sacrifice without sustenance. That's actually really helpful, because that gives me bonus nectar, although probably not enough to make the difference. Well, no, actually, so if we've got 2 here, 2 from... No, never mind. No, actually, that's still going to work, so... the Ambrose desk should take this and spices and savors. Oh, nuts. That's the catch. Okay, well, still. We can do it with just a slightly different arrangement. Oh, you know what? It's not going to let me use a tool, though. Okay. So... the moth actually isn't the problem. I should still be able to do this. I think I need the Ava desk, though. Yeah, this is the problem that I have with the different the different curses and such. I keep forgetting. I keep forgetting that I need to care about the desks as well. Okay, the agitator and pamphleteer Alexander Sparrow inveighs against the monstrous serpents, thieves of history. Sparrow acknowledges 5 histories, insists the 3rd history may be overrun by coils, and warns the 5th history is already lost. Sparrow, with his usual paranoia, appears to be conflating the horror of the Worm Wars and the Great Writhing with the activities of the Great Hooded Princes. Still, he draws thought-provoking comparisons between the princes, normally conceived as exotic Knocklong, and the widely feared worms. So, that got me a fear and coil and chasm. I'm doing well in terms of adding books to my list here. Okay. So I'd actually like to use Coil and Chasm right away, but how much time do I have left in the day? Let's go for it. Okay. Calyptra is said to make exceptions specifically for librarians of the Watchman's Tree. Does it make those exceptions so the Hours can make use of them? So, what does not bark? We add to the red pile. I think this is one I've read already, so it should give us a storm memory. Yep. And Edicts Inviolable. Okay, so now is not a bad time to sort of stop and smell the roses. We're near the end of the day. We've got 2 maladies. So with Fekri's Herbery, we can... So we have enough with the 1 impulse to be able to combine that into a... Okay, actually, with that in mind, so let's just see... Okay, so unless I can find a desk that will accept Moth, I have to use the Consider slot. And if I have to use the Consider slot, it's hopeless to try and... Yeah. That'll probably change once we get... Holy hell. The Theoplasmic Miasma that hung around the room below is a little stronger here and a little different, with a musky scent that suggests a decaying reptile house. Perhaps something layered here after the inhabitants departed. Perhaps the inhabitants dreamed unwisely. In any case, the right counter-influences will dispel it. I almost wasted the storm there. So that might actually be a desk that gives Moth, but again, it's not relevant to... Well, if it's relevant today, you know, I'll take the L on that. Okay, I don't need to use the lesson yet because it's at the end of Numa that the persistent memories go away. So Fekri's Herbery is the primary target. I'll sort of separate that out. So the next question now is, what do I do scale-wise? I've got a memory fear that I can throw at this. I think the only scale that I have, I think it's only goes up to 2. And I know I've checked this before, but it's good to take a minute and sort it all out. Yeah. So 2 from fear, 2 from horns and ivories, 1 from the item for a total of 5. So I would need the heart for that. Okay, I'm gonna consider Edicts inviolable then. I suppose there's a similar story that I can ask about Moon, but I think I get the same answer. Yeah, so I can get up to 5 Moon, but no further. Coil and Chasm is 1 nectar, 2 scale. A new skill, the precepts of occlusion and dissolution. Their jealous enforcements in the their jealous enforcement is the nature of the Calyptra. Definitely running kind of close with Fekri's Herbery, but I still think this is the right way to go. So I'm going to lock in the Faust on this one because the Faust, well, I guess it doesn't really matter, but no, I think I can see a way out of this. All right, I do like the extra heart. I mean, I think we had that with surgeries and exsanguinations anyway, but okay, so we consider Fekri's Herbery, the early wisdom of Eshin Fekri at that point, a traveling healer. Much later, the secretary salvant of the Curia of the Isle. Jesus. All right, so memory impulse. Faust for this one because I'm going to use the shaft for something else. And then finally, right, so what am I doing? I have to use a desk, otherwise it doesn't matter. Right, and then the problem is we don't have a moth desk, so in the end, this amounts to nothing because we don't have... I'll double check this, but I don't think we have a desk that does what we need. The possible exception being the desk upstairs. But I believe we need, so 3 nectar, 2 from the memory, 1... Yeah, we have to have 3 nectar for this. So, just as a clarification, Vagabond desk, Edge, Knock, Rose, Scale. Ambrose's desk, I know it's like Knock and Forge, I'm not sure about the others. Knock, Forge, Lantern, Sky. Reading Room desk. Heart, Lantern, Moon, Sky. Solomon's desk I know is Lantern, Winter, Sky, and Scale. Okay. Ava desk is Edge, Grail, Moon, Winter. So yes, we need to wait for the upstairs. And even then, it may not work, but... And we got some books that we can catalog. All right, Motley Tower, the Regensburg Room. The physician Natan lived here in the 15th century, and his family after that, tolerated by the monks until King Henry dissolved the foundation and granted the isle to Hendrik. Hendrik turfed them out of the tower and furnished the place more to his own taste, but when Christopher Elopoli moved in 400 years later, he restored what he could. Elopoli wrote at the time of his sympathy as a rootless foundling for the outcast Natan. I don't know what I am, but I don't think I'm English. The Natan desk does have Moth, so, and it does also accept Knock, thank heaven. As much as I'd love to make an ink, Actually, with that in mind, let me just make sure that I've already got... Sorry, just give me a second here. Right to the roots. Yeah, we already know how that works. Okay. So let's just add the book. You're kidding me. Where did I go wrong? Ah! For some reason, I had no reason to think that it was any other way, but for some reason I thought Impulse was 2 Nectar. Okay, we'll still take the risk. Yeah, in terms of books, I can't get 2 Nectar. That's a rain thing. Okay, again, we'll commit it because what's gonna happen? Am I gonna get a malady on a malady? But I'm not expecting a whole lot. Nectar, a Hedge of Thorns, perhaps. You provide a nectar, but not enough to match Mystery Nectar. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. I suppose the same logic applies to Faust with the scale stuff. How brave do I feel? This is such an idiotic thing that I'm doing, but I'm gonna lose all this anyway, so what's the best I can get? Probably Hordes and Ivories. Or some equivalent. Yeah. Well, again, it's already cursed, so... Scale buried, perhaps. So I definitely need to keep track of the timers. And again, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't do this. It's just that I already know as night passes by, we're going to lose the memories anyway, and the elements of the soul that I'm committing are ones that already have maladies. But remembering how my Shapt wound up with its malady, it was because of carelessness on a similar setup like this. Doing 2 is just a recipe for disappointment. Okay, so Epiphany, extra effort with soul, and this one actually I think is going to work out for us, but either way, there's nothing we can do to fix it. So now we're going to take a look at scale. There's still a chance. So this one wants Awen and relevant furniture. Okay, so if I can get a scale furniture, which I think we have, obviously we'll wait, but God, this is going to be tough to keep track of, because I also want to make some notes in terms of what the... Alright, stretch my legs and change my point of view. So... I do not for the life of me know which one of these things would be scale. Most of these are kind of as I expect, like Lantern and Moon and so on, but I am happy to do a desperate search throughout the house. I completely forgot about my little larva friend. Yeah, these are all knock for sure. Alright, looks like I don't have a scale chair. You'd kind of think that there would be at least one, but on the other hand, I don't really know what kind of a chair I would rate as scale. It seems like an unusual thing to request. But again, it's worth taking the time to double check. So, for instance, I didn't click on the Treasury of Shelters. So the thing is that comfort is not always just a chair. I call them chairs, but there are multiple things that can be chair. Oh, actually, no. Well, the serpent style glass, first of all, isn't a comfort, and 2 is already in. So, yeah, I think it's a lost cause. Unless I got like really careless with some of the plants or something. I was thinking like maybe the morgue boots, but those are winter. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to accept that this was a bit of bad luck. Okay, in the meantime... So we'll see how this changes. Okay, so that did provide nectar. I wonder if it's possible. So I mean, like I can make an inference just by dividing. Ah, cool. So this is going to be a private note for myself here, but. Okay, actually I don't even need to make a note because they're visible right in the name. I just wasn't looking in the right spot. So Epiphany is Forge, Moon, and Moth. Duen's Grail, Heart, and Nectar. So that means we can already find out whether or not these opportunities will work out. Alright, apparently not. Maybe I do need to make the note. And we're on to the next day. Not today. The mysteries in this have defeated me for now. You can always try again later. So knock, lantern, rose, sky. So maybe they change each time. I'm not sure. Okay. I'm going to make notes just in case. And that's a shame. I should have written down the other one. Okay. As a Scaptodon, Ishan may consume only that which is found in the earth, so he's best with root lore. Ishan identifies a pale seaweed found on the beaches of Cornwall as a useful source of rose and winter aspect. His tone here is a little guilty, perhaps because he's showing an interest in sea produce, which might be thought unwise for a Scaptodon, and perhaps because his proposal to name it Ava's Lock suggests a tiny crush on the Pale Lady of Brankrug. Okay, so we will deposit the book. I'm pretty sure I've already got this in my notes. Fleeting Reminiscence. Oh, that's right, because the day crossed over. So my guess here is that it gives satisfaction. Okay, we will read Herbs and Infusions. A new skill, pluck it, powder it, mix it, warm it, drink it. But not that one. Moving on. Let's collect our remnants, or, well, we will in a bit. Okay, what does Oriflammes want? Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Sign Sciences. Dear Librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase on Matthias and Amethyst Imago Pursuit. Now that is a very expensive book for us, but we are wealthy. Ooh, man, that is actually going to be a big expense. I still think it's worth it. I mean, this is a Grail. We don't have a lot of Grail. We've sort of... Oh god, I haven't even started on these books. But yeah, I can see me making use of this, so we will buy it. It just means I won't be able to get I won't be able to get I won't be able to get a language if I want. Dr. Serena Blackwood suspected that someone at Oriflammes had invented the story of the heist themselves. She couldn't imagine why, but she learned enough from me to be taken seriously by her contact there. I think I probably read that already, but... Okay, I don't know what the... I don't know what the weather's going to be yet, but we can still catalog some books with my sickness. And I think no matter what, I'm going to... I think I'm going to go to bed in Solomon's bed. You know what? We can wait. A gale. Okay. I don't think that changes too much in terms of the calculation, but we'll see. Where am I? So Mr. Kill has... Okay, so first of all, the question is, what sections of the house do I want to get to? So 5 heart, 5 scale, 6 heart, 6 sky. Okay, so it's 5 and 6 in terms of heart and sky. Basically, they're stuck together. So if I can find a way to get Mr. Kill up to 5 or 6 of either, it's a good idea, and if I can't find a way to get him up to 5 or 6 of either, it's a bad idea. So Mr. Kill starts with... okay, so I'm pretty sure we can get the sky side. So he starts with 1 sky. We can give him a second from the Faust. Then we give him... so that's 2. We give him 3 from the Gale, so that's 5. And if I want, that is the... Wait, what? Was I imagining the 5? Oh, 5 heart. Okay. Yeah, so the sky... Okay. Okay, so for the sake of the argument, let's do this with heart. So, we're in autumn. Orchard keepers do have 1 heart, so this changes things. So an orchard keeper with 1 heart. We use our health, so that's 2 heart. 5 for the Gale. And that gives us access to the ruinous hall. And then the alternative would be Mr. Kill with Sky. So it starts with 1 Sky. We give him a second with Faust. 3 from the Gale makes 5. And the Astrolabe would make 6. So the question is, do I need the musical instruments or do I need the kitchen more? And the kitchen, we know, has a heart tool. Oh, hang on. May not have the heart tool in here, but it does have packages and other things that are worthwhile. So yes, we will hire the Orchard Keeper and use the Gale with them. Assistance from an Orchard Keeper. In autumn, the Orchard Keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard Keepers offer nectar and a little heart. The other thing is that when it comes to choosing between Sky and Heart for a Gale, something that I would use a hireling for should probably get priority simply because Mr. Kill is available to me at any time that I want. Effectively. Okay, so I'm just going to double check the numbers on this. 1 heart, 4 heart, 5 heart. Open Sesame. Also, with that in mind, we now know that we can claim the guest bed Solomon. Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. Sounds like the sort of place I'm going to get better in. And then I suppose our last questions are, what do we do with our Faust and our Trist? And in this case, I actually want to see what our texts are going to be. So let's use the Faust to catalog a book before I get ahead of myself. Oh yeah, I can also open a few things. That'll be another thing to focus on. Moon... 2 with the tool, 4, 6. Okay, so I am going to get a moon, a confounding parable. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Wrapped in the King, detailed accounts of the secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. Okay, so I can catalog or I can read. I think I'm going to read in this case. Uh, 108, that's the confounding parable for the moon that I will use with the Trist, and then the Faust I think is just going to be for money. I could help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, so as far as books are concerned, Wayne Scott history. Oh man, an easy lantern text. I actually should have held on to that because I might have to wait now. No, actually we can get a revelation with Auroral Contemplations and we're still good, so that's exactly what I'm going to use that for. Where do I get my revelation, though? I think it was the Gallimore work? Yeah, Stolen Reflections, which I believe is volume 4. Okay, so we get 2 books out of this, one from the Trist, one from the one from having a high skill. I do want to realign... Okay, let's get you working on the Ruinous Hall. This place was bright and busy once. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so. Not suitable work for a librarian. Okay. So one thing I want to do here is just try and... I've never found a good way to organize all of my skills, but I do think at the very least being able to put the tier 2s or higher in the same group will make it a bit easier for me to know when I can reach a bit higher. Alright. Yeah, so we're in actually fairly good shape. The weird thing is I may actually be able to cure my, I may be able to cure my sickness. Okay, there's the confounding parable. So I think we can use that right away. So if we take the Tryst, the confounding parable, edicts, no, snow stories. And then we add the tool, the lunar globe. There we go. Moon, a culmination. The Kerishim Portalan, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated portalan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. I think we even bought that from Kerishim's, so that's why I try to take advantage of these a little bit more. Like, sometimes, especially when you see something like a tally price of 5, sometimes you feel a little nervous because it's so expensive. But it can really help. All right, so I've tied up my snow stories. So we've got 3. If I add a hindsight, man, I don't even need a hindsight. I actually just need the regret because we're going to add the water anyway. So yes, as soon as I get my skill back, we're good. I think I have one more book to catalog. Yeah. Okay. So, a few steps to take. So, we will first of all use our last act with our 6 shaft to catalog a book. We will use the memory revelation with the Faust to read the lantern text. Alright, Singlefoot songs. Father Stanislav John Schaller. Oh. What? That's funny. Oh, because this is the scale. Right. Wainscot Histories. Subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. But yeah, so once we get the moon back, we will heal the Shapt, and then as far as the Faust is concerned, 5 nectar. We I feel like there's a path here, but I need to think it through. Alright, the Servants' Hall. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brandkrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by Old Copper-Nose King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron. At right second regale, like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. So we've misshapen fruit, salvaged windfalls, lumpy but tasty, warmly colored yarns. We've got a piano. Couple of packages that we can open. We've got a loom. Yeah, no bowls. Okay. The ruined kitchen, 6 sky or 6 forge. So the kitchen is a bit of a higher priority because of its... that is a high priority because of the mixing bowls. And The World Despoiled, subtitled The Flowers in the Waste, an epic poem that presents a medical treatise through allegory. The author is Gideon de Wolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, sometimes unkindly called the Cutter. So we can do the same trick. I think it's unlikely we're going to be able to pull this off, but I have the time, so let's get another... Oh yeah, this isn't going to work because I don't have the Tryst, so it's a waste of time to do it. Do it right now. Okay. So, yeah, I guess I just need to wait for... Yeah, so I'm waiting on my skill. Okay, so let's think about how I get my Faust back. So if it's 5 nectar, again, I've got rights of the root, so that's 3 to start off with. I can use my health, which gives me 4. I think there was a drink which had a nectar aspect, but I was hoping for like an inexpensive one. Okay, the Wainscot Histories. Gore does not mention the Mantis directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years to the doors of sleep and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. And here we go on Matthias and Amethyst Imago. Pursuit. Can I use a... Okay, I can't use a tool in bed. So 1 nectar memory, unless it's raining. Okay, well, let's say it's raining. So 2... Oh, okay, actually, if it's raining, then it's... Okay, actually, this is not as hard as it seems. So, rights of the roots... Okay, well, I'm going to have to move to a new bed. We'll have to go up to the Motley bed. But yeah, okay, so we move to the Motley bed, rights of the roots, an impulse, health, assuming that... Oh, Jesus, does this... I don't even know if that takes health. That might be a problem. Let's assume it does, and then we can give it any drink. If it doesn't, then we have to find a nectar drink. Which, again, shouldn't be that hard to find. Okay, the Kershin Portalan. It quickly becomes clear that many of its destinations no longer exist, or never existed in the traditional sense, but the annotations remain fascinating. The routes to Noon, the long sanctuary across the Western Sea, may remain viable. 2 pages have been gummed together. When teased apart, they reveal a route to Ys Behind the Wave, marked in red and gold inks, with heavily underlined warnings. Here the final city, strike the hours, the lest earth and sky break open. Okay, so I think we already have this, but... What? I know I've read this before. Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah, so... Okay, so we will... Wait, we already have sea stories, so that needs a moon or a grail member. Oh, well, we've got gossip, so... But... we don't have the relevant... Yeah, we don't have the relevant element of the soul. Okay, fair enough. Let's... What else do I want to do then? Nothing. Oh, come on. It was common in the time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. Pretty sure we've got Wainscot Histories too, so that should give a contradiction, which is good for Edge. And we have more auroral contemplation, so that is potentially something I can turn into a higher level. So first of all, let's take a minute here, and there's a few things I want to get through. Okay, so first things first, we take our shot, we take the snow stories, take the memory regret, and a glass of water. Cure my malady. You've supplied enough winter. Next up, Auroral Contemplations. Now, the nice thing about this is that I can put this Faust in. So provided I can find 2 more... Ah, see, here's the trick. I actually should have used the Shapt in that case. But... Let's do our best. Yeah, so I'll just go for as many contradictions as I can get. There's nothing really else. There's nothing else for me to do here, so... oh, 1 minute. It's going to be very, very close if I make it. So it was sort of... It wasn't really a mistake to heal, but this is actually the one time where it would have been really helpful to have a second... element of the soul that was afflicted. I also need to... I've got 3 packages to open, I think. So 1 up here, and then 2 down below. Anyways, we'll do the best with what we've got. The real key here is make sure that as long as we start it before sort of the end, before the day turns over, we're good. Okay, cool. So it does stack them. Although I guess contradictions have always been stackable, so that's not exactly news. So the question really comes down as to whether or not night lasts a minute or longer. I want to be really fast with the space bar just in case. As far as sea stories go, I think that's a pretty straightforward one. We just get a moon or a grail using the Faust. Oh, actually, this is going to get a little more complicated because I got some moon stuff that I need to get through. All right, well, we'll see how the day shakes out. There's a lot of stuff that can happen. Okay. So, we should be able to level this up now, even though we have the malady. There we go. Another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Oh, just in time, too. So I'm just preparing for this to wind up in a better spot. Okay, a sunny day. I don't quite see this being enough to do anything useful, but let's just double check. So its best use would be for Sky, I suspect. So again, Mr. Kill has 1. Sunny Day would give him 3. Our Faust would give him 4, and then the Astrolabe would give him 5. So I would have to feed him something. Yeah, not... I don't think that's... I don't think that's the right call. So I need to use the health to decamp, and then I can use my Tryst to go into the Motley Bed. But I don't need to do that right away. And if I recall correctly, I do have The World Despoiled to read. In fact, there looks like there's a number of scale things that I could be doing. So let's just take a minute to... Okay, so Horns and Ivories... Yeah, so Horns and Ivories, health, and the scale item. Okay, so here I'm willingly keeping my fascination for a bit. And again, I feel a bit nervous doing this, but it's just a question in terms of overall priorities. Like, because I've got 2 scale techs, I want at least 2 days of using my health with them, which means I'm not going to decamp. And while I'm not decamping, I'm going to be able to generate the regret, the fear reasonably easily. Well, then again, it's not like I can't generate it with all these other elements of the soul, because what exactly am I using these for now? The Whist and the Faust are actually being used for things that are not really relevant. Okay, well, today definitely not, because I need to use the Tryst for the moon, but I think tomorrow we will actually decamp and move into the Motley Bed. And then at this point, after those, I think it's a point where I need to start unlocking additional branches in the Tree of Wisdoms, because that's a point where I think I well and truly cannot move any further. The books that I have aren't compatible with the things I want to accomplish. But in the meantime, we want to... we'll first start by reading 108. And then on top of that, Exorcism for Girls. No point in waiting for the malady. Like we've got more we've got more elements of the soul than we really know what to do with at this point. So I got my shop back, which is nice. No real clear idea what to do with my Faust. So the Tryst is going to be used for the... Oh no, there is something I can use it for. I can get another moon or Grail. Fekri's Herbery. Oh wait, no, I can't because I need the Tryst. Okay, right, yeah. So Sea Stories has to wait. I'm gonna read a text, and actually at this point the Foss just gets used for the sweet bones. I keep forgetting that the game wants me to have an element of the soul to be able to upgrade something. So, again, as long as it's not Numa, we can hang on to the Lesson C stories. But that is something that's going to be a bit higher on my my priority list. So we can claim 2 texts today: The World Despoiled and Republic of Teeth. Okay, so there's the Confounding Parable. So we'll go to Ava's desk with our Trist, the Confounding Parable, Snow Stories. So that's 5 Moon. We add the Lunar Globe. Subtitled The Flowers in the Waste, an epic poem that presents a medical treatise through allegory. The author is Gideon de Wolf, 5th Baron Brankrug, sometimes unkindly called the Cutter. I can also start moving some of the busts again, so we'll move Strathcoin down. He would be fairly recent, but again, it's not a bad idea to just... I kind of want to curb my enthusiasm as far as placing busts go, because it's really easy for me to get lost once I've placed something. So, crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. Bag of tricks. Useful. A treacherously subjective term. Does this contain anything useful? And still waiting on the scale. There we go. So there's the fear memory. We add the health. We add horns and ivories. We add Republic of Teeth. And finally, we take the serpent-styled glass. Carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervinius, in earnest of our wager." Actually, there is one thing that I can do here. So, what was it? 12th Librarian of the Curia of the Isle. This, of course, could be me. Would be me. I could use whatever I want as my image. 13th, if I have a successor, their image might stand here. So the 11th. Oh, that's interesting. I think it was said Van Loren was the librarian before me, so he should go in the 11th position. I don't know if I have that much more. Serena Blackwood is obviously still alive, so I would expect Strathcoin, Blackwood, and Van Loren to be pretty high up. But again, we don't know the order, so there's no point in me locking these things in. I heard something click. Oh, here we go. Help with letters. I got my one-pan note back. It's quiet now. I've kind of gotten so much of what I wanted to do done. It's weird to. The poem is the poem is a substantial variation on the Fisher King tale. A wounded wasteland monarch learns that he and his land can be cured, but that the cure is their own response to ever more savage maladies. Alright, a Veiled Goddess Lapsing Suchong packet. Named for an enigmatic minor deity whose charge is the healing of burns. So we'll just put the T in this area here. Now again, we've got our FOST available, so we might as well take advantage of more packages. Oh. It doesn't want me to use the malady. So I believe I can get around that still by using a desk. Although that's weird that I was able to open the one, but not the other. No, interesting. Okay, so they really don't want me using the maladies now. Fair. I definitely abused the ability to do so many times, so... So I think at this point we just let the day pass by, and tomorrow's focus will be... Yeah, I think we decamp... Even though I'd like to do something with the scale, I think we decamp... I've already got the tryst has been accounted for, so... Alright, Gideon concludes with a concrete example that the mysteries can be used to despoil mine own soaks, but then the soak can then be refined with sufficient heart into the sanguinis sultandis. Okay, this is a Solace and Magaphine Mysteries. I'm pretty sure we've already got World Despoiled. Yep. Okay. The Republic of Teeth, an eccentric political tract by Valentine de Wolf. Valentine suggests that rulers should be elected to govern by serpents, not their subjects, for the serpent, being cold-blooded in its nature, is incorruptible. We should still be learning Magaphine Mysteries. The greater plagues may not be cured, only bound. The very greatest of all may only be entreated, and it is death to do so improperly. Alright, Valentine's initial proposal is that a college of electors should subject themselves to the bites of venomous serpents, which he grades and details, preferring the least dangerous, and should allow the resulting deliria to guide them in their choice of people's representatives. He becomes concerned, however, by the practicalities of ensuring equal quantities of venom in each case, and gets halfway into a proposal for using birds instead of the selection process before giving up mid-sentence. Okay, did we have that? Apparently not. That is an intuition. So 2 moon, 2 row. Ooh. That's very interesting. All right. So certainly other things I'd like to do, just nothing practical that can be done right now. So while we sort of let the day sort of play itself out, we've got one more work that we're guaranteed to get no matter what. We've got the Book of Cinders. Actually, I can start moving this stuff down. So the Book of Cinders is 6 forge. The Book of the Centipede and the Letters from a Fugitive are 6 rows. There we go. Magaphine Mysteries. Essence, Serpents, and Venoms. A new skill. These are the mother's neglected children, and we prefer that they pass not through any door. So these are a little bit of a weird bunch. I'm actually going to separate them from the scale tome. So basically, the Singlefoot songs we know if we add Health, Horns and Ivories, and Regret, we're going to get that no matter what. When it comes to Book of Cinders, it's a different question. So I've got Shapt with Forge. So we're good there. So that's 1 forge. Then we can add... actually, what does give me 2 forge? Foresight, right. So we can bring that up to 3. Oh, actually, no, we're good. So that's gonna... Okay, so Shapt, Bells and Braziers... Sorry, Shapt, Bells and Braziers, Foresight is 5, and then we add the Mortar and Pestle. Serpents and Venoms... Okay, so 2 scale, which is good. So the next question would be... Okay, so what do we do with Grail? Now, we don't have anything that gives us a base value of Grail. So for that, we could use... Satisfaction, just as an example. So that's 2. Then we could use Resurgences and Emergences. Actually, that's just 1, so... Oh, Jesus, yeah, so we're down to 3 on that. So we can go up to 4, but we're still very short of the mark on that one. So the Grail is quite unlikely. And I think it's the same story with Rose. So our best option here would be... We did get a Rose skill. I'm, like, almost certain we did. Path and Pilgrim, right. So Path and Pilgrim... Actually, what we can do for a start... Okay, I changed my mind. There's one more thing I'm going to do. So we're not actually going to decamp today. I'm going to take my... Start with 108. Just occurred to me that I need the Tryst for sea stories, and I prefer claiming sea stories over camp and decamp. Okay, fog. So as always, now is not a bad time for some reflection. So 3 knock, 3 moon. Unlikely that we're going to make use of this, but it's always good to just double check. Actually, if I recall correctly, the conditions... All right, this is going to be really fun. So the conditions under which I could read that... Yeah, the conditions under which I could read the knock text are actually the same as they were before. So 3 fog, 5 with the Shapt, 2 more with the... but then, of course, there's the argument that we take Reverend Timothy, we bring him up to 4 with the fog, and then 5... I feel so bad. All right. I think I need to... I'll calm down. I think we're just going to speak with Reverend Timothy. We're going to turn this into another room. Hang on. Okay. So Reverend Timothy on his own. We get 3, 5... Yeah, we don't have a knock tool, so that's justifiable. The thing is, I know if I fail, that the knock is going to get hurt again, which means I'm down another drink. Which, in fairness, like, losing drinks is not the end of the world, but the whole point of crafting stuff in these games is so that they can be consumed. But still. But yeah, so I changed this up a little bit just because I want to take advantage of the sea stories. As it happens, it's not bad that, you know, we wound up doing something different with Reverend Timothy anyway. Okay, so, Reverend Timothy. Let's talk about fog. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. We will consider sea stories. So we need Tryst for that. There's always more to learn. Okay, moving on. We will use Faust to get a regret. We can get that from... Ah, God, I never remember. It was the Girl's Guide to Exorcism, right? No, not regret. Fear. Yeah, Exorcism for Girls. Okay, so that's the health accounted for. So what do we do with the whist? Well, now may not be a bad time. I'm not gonna pause to do this, but I'm gonna take a minute here and just see. So, Auroral Contemplations we have. Okay. So, serpent-haunted bedroom. Bright-scaled, watchful snakes lie coiled on every surface. I think some of them might be real. So I'll use Reverend Timothy for that. We should have... Okay, trophy dealt with in a minute. You know what? In this case, let's get... we'll just use the whist to earn a little money in the Sweet Bones. Could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, so we've got Auroral Contemplations, Edicts Liminal. I'm just taking a look at what's in my list already. Writes the Roots, no stories. Okay, C stories. And that is... Alright, so that's the fear that we needed for our health. Well, not our health, but to use with our health. So we add Horns and Ivories again. This is our chance to read Singlefoot songs. And then we add the Hourglass. Okay, Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Haushan, near to the Grove of the Green Immortals, but never too far. You know, the funny thing is, there have been a couple of times when it's been nice to have Mr. Kill, but I actually think I might have been able to get by without committing for the whist. Like, it hasn't affected anything, but like I said, I feel like I lost my nerve on that particular one. Now, as far as I can tell, there's nothing for my Faust to do because I need to... I kind of need to have all hands on deck when it comes to these texts. But let's see where we're at with... Alright, the Violet Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the lady of the house. Later, the librarians, William Harries and Gervinius van Loren, both preferred it to the librarians' quarters. Harries established a little shrine to St. Agnes in the far corner, and there it remained for many years until Van Loren ordered it removed. So, Madame Matonine, an alluring young woman with deep blue eyes, hard and dark as sapphires. Chair of Challenges, here the librarian Harries sat to formulate the paradoxes he would bequeath to Van Loren. Chaise Lounge of Conclusions, here the librarian Van Loren lay to ponder the paradoxes he had inherited from Harries. The First Birth, a single ripple disturbs the still surface of a well of blood. Strathcoyne Whiskey, good for scale and nectar. Violet Stool, Damson Cushion, Hollywood Marquetry. 6 generations of DeWolf heirs were born in this room. It would have been 7, but Hafren Waters had the ill grace to give birth to Baron Walter, in, family legend has it, a cowboy outside Carisham. And this is a presumably knock, yeah. So we're not quite ready to lie down there yet, but... okay. Oh, can you... No, you can't have a malady to claim a bed. Okay, So no books. The icy bedroom requires 7 winter, so probably not gonna make anything out of that. Yeah, so we're definitely hitting the edge of what we can do with our current abilities. I may be able to employ, beverages, food, and so on, but I'm a little reluctant to do that just because I already have like the elements of the soul that I'm leaving on the table. So I don't want to get too silly in terms of how I'm solving certain things. Anyways, I was getting an account of my where are we? Glass blowing, vessel crafting. I'm just trying to see which skills are new. Inks of containment, coronoscopy. I can write that down, sky and moon. Path and pilgrim, which weirdly enough is beside it. Well, that's because it's alphabetical. Rose and scale. We don't have pearl and tide, but for some reason I didn't write that down. Sentiments and precursors we definitely have, although I need to change the... Sorry, I know this is a little tedious. I'm just waiting for this event to go through. But I'm just making notes of skills that I have, because some of these I need to see what the recipes are. And again, technically, if you're so inclined, you can just go into the files of the game and figure this all out. But why do that? It's kind of like sitting down and reading a book to explain everything that happens in Book of Hours. That's fine, but this game is a game. It's not a novel. It's more enjoyable as an interactive experience. Okay, Father Stanislav John Schaller, priest and diplomat, writes of his time on the slopes of Haushan, near to the grove of the green immortals, but never too near. Schaller's relation with the grove are cautious. It's a library of the tree, but under the hand of the hour named Applebright. In time, however, Schaller comes to be more sympathetic to the Applebright, which he suggests causes harm only when so invited. The singlepoots of the title are one-horned, one-footed hill things with sweet but powerful voices, powerful enough to open the mountain. The singlefoot sometimes trample pilgrims, sometimes heal them, sometimes coerce them to enter the mountain and become singlefoots. Schaller explains that when he found this last becoming too tempting, he decided to return to his homeland. Now, I am kind of curious because there was this sort of legendary creature. This might actually be in Pliny. But there are these creatures that are apparently supposed to shade themselves with one big foot. I don't know if they had a horn though. But I wonder if this is where that comes from. Okay. More importantly, do I have this tome? Doesn't look like it. So that produces a savage hymn. That's the first one I've recorded, so that's 2 scale, 2 sky. Nice. Technically not something, it's not something I wouldn't have been able to get through other means, but it's just nice to know I have another opportunity. Alright, Hill and Hollow. New skill, the ways of the Hill Children and the gods from stone. Alright. There's not much for me to do for the rest of the day. I think once we're close to night, I might try and prep maybe the Book of Cinders if I have a foresight. But otherwise, I think that's all she wrote. Okay, Disciplines of the Hammer. Have that. Sights and sensations. of that. Kind of a shame to see the Savage Hymn not used, but this is, this is kind of par for the course at this point. Well, actually, sorry. No, we'll only ever be able to get up to 4. I was just thinking there might be a way that I could do something clever with the telescope, but oh, actually, there is. Oh, it's probably not gonna like this though. Let's give it a shot. Let's see if it works. So we had Sights and Sensations, and then an astrolabe. That works. Interesting. Okay, spices and savors. I don't remember what it was that we put in, but I know we've done it before. Coil and Chasm we've got. String and Song. Yep. Surgeries and Exsanguinations, yes. Watchman's Paradoxes, yes. Sharps we definitely haven't done. So that's Edge and Moon. Sickle and Eclipse is another new one. Oh, that's Edge and Moon too. Interesting. Edicts Inviolable. Hang on. Yeah, we've already got that. Also... crumbs. Yeah, here we go. Oops, wrong button. Alright, I've got my 4 feathers. Okay, so we're just in the transition to the next day, so what this means, if I want to take advantage of a memory, I can do that right now. So the most likely thing for me to do would be to try and read the Book of Cinders, which would mean that I want a foresight. That's a Deoris Book 2. Right, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. So we're so close to the start of the day that practically it's not as useful, but it's just a little way of getting some extra mileage out of your available resources. So, oh god, yeah, that was like that was not in any practical way better. Ah, okay, so shoot, this actually gives me something to think about. Okay, so all the sky stuff, I know I've been over the sky stuff over and over and over again, but I still want to make sure that I've got it straight in my head. Maybe with Denzil. Okay, let's think about Denzil here. So we definitely can use the hail to... We can definitely use the hail to move elsewhere in the manor. It may even be a good idea at this point. Although we will need the metal. If we do it the way we normally have, we are going to need metal to move Denzil up to this higher level. So with Denzil, it's easy. It's he's got 2 edge. We bring the 3 edge. We can also hit him with a contradiction, which would take him from 5 to 7. So basically, any 7 edge that's requested, we should be able to satisfy with hail. if we were willing to take an Arab, we would actually also be able to go to the Dim Hall, but I'm not quite there yet. Although that would probably give us access to tools that are useful. So that's the argument for Denzel. I believe we're still in autumn. Yeah, so we can't take advantage of a fisherman yet, but we can take advantage of Mr. Kill. So Mr. Kill has got Sky. We can hit him with the Faust, which is 2. We can hit him with Hail, which makes it 5, and then the Astrolabe makes it 6. I believe there is a 6 room that we can access. Or did we already go there? Okay, I think this is a pretty high priority for... Okay, so it's Mr. Kill. Again, I'm going to double check that. Whist to get Mr. Kill. Faust to enhance him. 2, 5, Astrolabe. Good. That's the game plan. Mr. Kill likes conversations about endings. His wife prefers to talk about beginnings. A shilling will buy his help for a day. Okay, next up, we need to decamp. So, unfortunately, any of the stuff that I wanted to harvest in autumn, that's out of the question. Let's do it. So, Coffin Maker's Assistance, a tamer of trees, a worker of woods, consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. So we'll hit him with the Faust, bring him up to 2. Together we'll be watchful. Alright, gather my belongings, refresh the sheets for any guests I might have, ready to move on. So we move on to a motley bed. An exile slept here long ago. So we use our tryst for that. Camp, I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. So that's 90 seconds. My assistant and I are vigilant. So now we talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So again, the logic behind this is so that I can get access to the mixing bowls, which will give me the extra heart. And that's something that can be either used with the Orchard Keeper, or potentially with the with Storms. Okay, so I want to just take a second here and think about... So, Book of Cinders, the logic was Bells and Braziers, Foresight, Shapt, Mortar and Pestle. Right. So we take the Ambrose desk. Foresight, Shapt. Alright. Forge, the kindled flame. I can master this mystery, enough forge to match mystery forge. The Book of Cinders, ostensibly an 18th century fireworks manual, but with some exotic ingredient choices and a substantial section on tephromancy, divination from ashes. Alright, still doing my records of the skills. Sharps and Sickle and Eclipse. So Edicts Invulnerable, I'm pretty sure we've already got. Yep. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Okay, and finally an Astrolabe for the good Mr. Kill. Right here. I can lend my assistants something to help, increasing their abilities. You'll still be able to use this tool. Okay. While we're doing that, okay, Hill or Hollow, I'm pretty sure I don't have. Sorry, Hill and Hollow. Herbs and infusions I'm pretty sure we've already got. Alright. And the ruined kitchen, finally signs of a fire, but it looks as if, fortunately, the chimney breast collapsed before it could spread too far. It can't be why the house was abandoned. In any case, the kitchen will need a skilled labor to restore it to a usable state. Alright, so a minute of Mr. Kill's work, and we're good to go. As far as the Book of Cinders is concerned, the text takes as its theme the motto of the Society, the Noble Endeavor. Aliter propris ignis cineribus, a fire by its own ashes is nourished, and uses this as a way into discussions of alchemical techniques. So sounds like something finished. Oh, probably the bed, yeah. Okay, I'm actually going to need to stop and take a minute to think about the next step there, but let me, I'm almost done with my audit here, so. Okay, Furs and Feathers, Megatheme Mysteries, yep. Serpents and Venoms. Okay. So the reason why I'm taking the time to work these out, so when you craft in this game, there's 3 sort of levels in terms of the what you can build. I'll use I guess I can't use Auroral Contemplate. I can use Sights and Sensations as an example here. So you have Prentice level challenges. The simpler techniques require skill alone. Scholar level challenges, more advanced techniques require power as well as significant skill. And then finally, Keeper level challenges, available only to the wise, the great, or the most fortunate of idiots. For the most challenging recipes, provide 15 degrees of the relevant aspect. Every Keeper level recipe also needs a very specific ingredient. The perfect ingredient may mean you need less aspect. So, you'll see this as we continue to play, but there will be, so like basically to make an Awakened Feather, I just need, sufficient sky. That is not a difficult recipe at all. But there are more powerful ones. So a good example of this would be Desires and Dissolutions. If you add a flower and you have a total of 10 Grail, you get Ruby Wise Ruin. And Ruby Wise Ruin is a drink that has 4 Grail, 2 Heart, 2 Moth, 2 Nectar, 2 Rose. So if you give that to Mrs. Kill, on top of, enhancing her with Arab and, let's say, Satisfaction Memory, you're looking at what? 2 for her, so that's 6, 2 for the memory. Okay, so 4 Grail from the Ruby Wise Ruin, 2 on her own, so that's 6, 2 from the memory, so that's 8, 2 from the Arab, which is 10. So I guess that brings her up to 10 Grail? I could be getting that wrong, but needless to say, like the ability to be able to make stuff like that will really help you unlocking the different rooms of Hush House. So the thing is that there's so many different skills in the game, and each of them has 2 aspects. So what I've been trying to do here, whenever I can, I try to write down when I have, like, what the different skills I have are. And in this case, because this is kind of the playthrough I'm going to be running through from beginning to end with, I want to even just write down the existence of certain skills. So for the skills that I know exist, but I don't know what any of their, even their low-level entries are, that Disciplines of the Scar, Glaciary and Lightsmithing, Leaves and Thorns, Aronoscopy, Path and Pilgrim, Pearl and Tide, Pentaments and Precursors, Petroglyphics, Putrefactions and Calcinations, Sea Stories, Sharps, Sickle and Eclipse, Kill and Hollow, Serpents and Venoms. And in fact, 3 of them I don't even have the aspects down for. That was just because I started writing this thing earlier in the beta when I didn't know what information was important. So, that long song and dance out of the way. Sorry, I did say I was going to spend some time thinking about how to heal myself. So I would put... Oh. Okay, so I guess the first question here... Oh, that's interesting. Let's just take a... Out of memory. Okay, I'm just going to take a screenshot of this. Okay. So it's about 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick second here, and I just want to... I'm going to jump into my... I was going to wrap up pretty soon anyway, but I want to take a second here and share... Ah, damn it. I was too fast to quit out of that. I'm just trying to remember the directory for... Nope. Oh, here we go. Okay. So I'm just making a copy of my folder so that when I submit a bug report, I'm going to have a copy of like the autosave and stuff like that. So the one thing I know for sure is that I wasn't out of memory. I took a quick look at the... Well, actually, that's not entirely true. It could have been... Actually, let's just see what happens when I hit continue. All right, that's interesting. Maybe this is the... There we go. Okay. I was gonna say maybe this is a gentle way of the game telling me to go to bed. Oh, wild. Okay. I definitely feel like I owe Other Factory a couple emails on this. So seeing this text doubled up is a little bit of a worry. Anyways, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that I had the information. I preserved the information that I needed. We're close to the end of the run anyway. All right. Kitchen. King's Luck Pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was first cooked, as they say, for King Henry, when in great secrecy on St. Piran's Day he came to Cornwall seeking the king's medal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. Okay, so the thing I was looking for the most, kitchen bowls, cake time. Pickled mushrooms, you'll learn to like them. Caterer and hero, second flush Assam. Hen's egg, delicious when cooked, alarming when dropped. A pitcher of Isle water. A bunch of grapes, a juicy bluish purple. And dandelion wine, Lambing Broslande, and Schloss Jannings. Serve here. Oh yes, and honey. Cuckoo honey, too. And the kitchen range servants. It's good luck for the villagers to bring little gifts of food to the librarian. That's already become a tradition. But sometimes the librarian wants a hot meal, and these days the librarian is the only entity in the house that can cook. Okay, I feel like there's more stuff I should be doing. I've already taken care of my... a surprisingly casual final section mentions that iotic essence, the root of the great exultant ink, orpiment, can be refined with enough forge from a variety of liquids. Okay, and we get a foresight off of that, so let me make sure I've got the Book of Cinders in my list. And pyroglyphics, I believe, is one that I was looking for my skills for. It's also possible I misspelled it, so... A new skill, Fireworks and Their Kin, one script that all the world must read, even the blind, and is written in flames. Okay, let's see what that gives us. So, it's just as well we're near the end of the day, because I actually don't think there's a whole lot for the librarian to do right now. I'm liking how full the shelves are looking in the I've read it all before library. I may want to take a minute at in the future and think about whether or not we've advanced enough to be able to work some of these texts. I'm thinking probably not, but you never know. Okay, that's a forge and lantern. One script that all the world must read, even the blind, and it is written in flames. Matters of fireworks and their kin, lights, colors, infernal detonations, and chandlery. All right. So the rest of the day, what we want to think about is, so what's the next step in terms of books that we can read? So I need Fett for the the Rose to work, and then I need Grail for the I need Arab for the Grail to work. Obviously, I need Grail for the Grail to work. So the next question might be, we've got a list. So this is the too difficult pile, and if we read from right to left, we know we kind of know what our we know what our capabilities are. Okay, I obviously messed up the ordering on a few things. So, Lantern, let's say Lantern, Edge, and Moth are most interesting to me. So, Moth, okay, so with Edict's Liminal, we've got 3, we've got 2 from the Tryst. Okay. So that's 5. So then we add Impulse, which is 7, and then we add the tool. Okay, so I'm adding that to the to read list. Heart's a bit much. Moon, I think we're hooped on the moon still. Let's not count that out. Okay, so sorry, I want a second to think about this properly. Okay, actually, Fog is what helps us with that. So, Sea Story's 3, Tryst is 4. Yeah, Fog makes 7. Okay, so these are opportunistic. Now, Nectar is a bit more tricky. So, we've got 3, 4 with the heart, 5 with the memory, 6 with the tool, but we're still too short. So I'm not going to be able to add that. Sky, I feel like I should have more, but I actually don't have anything that's upgraded Sky. Now, Winter, I feel like we should be taking more seriously here. So, Snow Stories is 3. Whist is 5. Let's say Hindsight is 7. Ah, but this is the trick. I don't have a Winter tool. Funny. You'd think I would have a Winter tool at this point. But what would the Winter tool be? Okay, yeah, so the world is as it should be, it looks like. So what I'm going to do here, I grabbed these texts just to... so I want to divide these between sort of guarantees and opportunities. Yeah, so the moth is a guarantee, the moon is an opportunity, so that's what the gap represents. Yeah, overall we're looking good. And then I guess the last thing that I forgot to check was any nectar drink. So Thyrsa's cordials are usually good for that. It's a bit of a shame that I have to use them so early. But I mean, it's better than staying sick forever. Oh, actually, hang on. Maybe I don't need to use Thyrsa's cordials, because if I use my health... Right, okay, we were working that out, actually. Hey, and we've got another visitor. Okay, I think this is going to be the last day, but we've got stuff we can do. So, the Motley Bed, it will take... Okay, so we can actually do this right away. So if we take health, let's say the Rites of the Roots... So that gives us 4. Oh, I need a memory. Okay, well, that's not difficult to get. I think we'll use Deoris 1 for that. Okay. Let's see what the visitor wants, and then we'll also see what the weather brings. Snow! Oh yeah, because it's winter. So there's actually quite a few implications for this. Okay. So I think it was talking about how the winter... Wait a minute. Why did I think I couldn't do the winter? Oh, that's right, because I said I didn't have a winter tool, but it doesn't matter if I have a winter tool or not, because that is so weird that I don't have a winter tool. Okay, so I'm probably going to use the snow to read a text, but let's just double check. I can go into the Reeking Chamber if I was so inclined. Also, I could go... I can't remember if this is the librarian's quarters or not. So we could get Mr. Kill with 2, 5 with the snow, 7 with the... Oh man, there's so many rooms I can go into. Okay, so theoretically if I were to use this to read a book, and I'm probably not going to, so 3 for the winter, 2 for the whist, 3... Okay, sorry, so 3 and 3, 6, 2 for the whist. I don't even need the memory. And I couldn't use the memory anyway because it got the snow. I need to remember that. Yeah, so actually, hang on. Let's think about Mr. Kill again then. So 2 whist... Sorry, 2 from Mr. Kill, 3 from the snow is 5, but I can't give him another memory, so I can't go as deep as I thought. No, that still doesn't answer why I wouldn't go into the Reeking Chamber. I think for that I might wait for a gale. Yeah, it's really the fact that I don't have the whist to bolster Mr. Kill that makes this a bit more awkward. So, let's go back to... Okay, so 3, 6... Yeah, these definitely should be in the opportunistic pile. Let's see if the logic works for sky. I don't think it does because I only have 1 point of sky. So 1 sky, but if we get a storm, so that's 4, so that's 5. 7 in the astrolabe. Okay, so that's another possibility. Okay, I'm gonna just adjust the placement a bit. So I kind of want these things to signal that they're opportunistic. These are actually a whole other category. Okay, so just for my sanity, let's think about what circumstances under which I could take advantage of this rose. So I've got Path and Pilgrim for 2. I've got some memory for 2. Then I've got a 5. Right, so that's a pure risk. That's a risk, what I'm going for. Until I get Fet, of course. For Grail, I don't even have that. Okay, right. That is clear in my head now in terms of what we're doing with this. So yes, I am okay with this alignment. So I am going to read one of the winter books. Oops. Let me just see if I don't... Which of these I haven't read already. Okay, so Ettery After I don't have. Exercise in the Continuity of Self. Also I don't have. And Musgrave Sketches. Okay, Musgrave Sketches I have read, so we'll start with Etery after. Actually, let's go for the most... Yeah, Etery after is the most expensive. Okay, so Snowy Day... hang on. I'm just trying to... I'm trying to work through my head why... Right, I said because I can do the same thing with a gale. There's nothing special about the snow. What's special about this particular... Sorry, there's nothing special about the sky because I can get that from something else. Whereas the snow is unique because it is very rare for me to get 3 winter in any other season. That's why I'm doing this. Okay. Winter a conclusion. I can master this mystery enough winter to match mystery winter. I'm sorry it took me so long to work through that, but... so I'll use the health, and the Shapt and the Faust, I think, get used to open some packages. Let's maybe just lock in our decisions for the day before I go off on a merry adventure. We've got Madame Olympie Bichet, essayist, illustrator, critic, editor of the Carisham Review. Alright, there's my impulse. So let's queue it all up. So we'll take the Tryst, we'll take... No! Moth! Okay, Edict's Liminal. The Fire Circle Tantra, the one known extant copy of this in Western Europe, was stolen from the British Library in 1892 when Harvey Haddington confessed to the crime and claimed to have eaten it with butter and garlic in a moment of ungovernable whimsy. I can master this mystery. Okay, so that's 2 fairly difficult texts that we've been able to wrestle to their knees, so that's some good news. Now let's think a little bit about how I'm going to cure my Faust. Well, I'm going to cure my Faust one of 2 ways. Either I'm finally going to make... Oh, actually... Why was this even an issue? Okay. Serve some Dandelion Wars. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Someone en route to Hush House. So she's also interested in the... So we could ask her to teach us Ramsund, but... 1, I don't think I have the money for it. Number 2, we'd like to follow the story. So I'm looking into Oriflamme's story, the theft, the forgeries, and another mystery forge. So that actually we have something a little more tame that we can give her this time. I don't pretend to be any kind of expert, but some of the details about the safeguards seem curious. I'm hoping your collection will help me look into that. So, on the Oriflamme heist. Curious indeed. This has given me more than enough to work with, librarian. Thank you. Okay. Poured out. Alright, so there's my glass of dandelion wine. I have no idea why I sort of hemmed and hawed about the whole... I just need rights of the roots and dandelion wine. I'm gonna need to drink something anyway, so... I get my Faust back in 3 minutes. So with that in mind, I can also do some gardening. So I didn't really get much in terms of Lenten Rose, so let's start with that. Pluck the petals of the Lenten Rose. So the last question is, what do I do with Shapt and Faust? And the answer for that is I open some packages. Something especially tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I feel like Shapt is more appropriate for opening, but we'll get to that in a minute. So the one thing that I was maybe hoping to do that I didn't get around to this time is doing some crafting, but we certainly have built we've built a strong foundation for it. Now, in terms of what I'm going to be able to do in future sessions, so we kind of already talked about Moon. We're just one short of what we really need to sort of make the Moon stuff happen. I'm wondering if maybe I should move this sand somewhere else. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm comfortable saying that these are, these are targets of opportunity. Now, Ettery After, an anonymous erotic novel occasionally claimed to have been written by Ava DeWolf, although at least 2 duels were fought in her honor to avenge this slander. It becomes apparent that many of Ettery's lovers and pursuers, Catwinks, Houndsgall, Nilik, are transparent allegories for inks, and that Ettery is an embodiment of knowledge pinned to paper to her mingled delight and dismay. The author only half commits to the metaphor, though, and is clearly at least as interested in titillation as revelation. The novel graphically details Madame Ettery's various imprisonments, ravishments, and escapes in the debauched commonwealth of tinctures and its neighbor, the pious Etreman? I'm going to have to look that up. All right, and inks of containment, so that's going to be helpful. We might actually be able to... Nope, I don't have my whist, so just remove that from my head. But if I haven't... I'm astonished I haven't put down Ettery After. So that gives us a hindsight. So yeah, this might hurt when Numa comes, but I'll worry about that later. So, yeah, we'll worry about opening a package. Alright, we've got Rubywise Ruin, a ruddy liquor wrung from flowers, even when the flowers aren't red. Alright, and we'll use our Shapt to open the other package. What ship lost this? And I think that's it for everything that we can open. So again, I'm not, like, to a certain extent, I'm not doing myself any favors by removing the malady, because of course now I have to, I have to earn my, my memories like anyone else. I heard a click, I just don't know from what. Oh, probably the stuff in the background happening. Alright. Oops. The Fire Circle Tantra. Herein the great hooded princes are shown beseeching the wood to rise and devour an invading timbered army. The Dapple King, the Honey Tree, and the Sea Twins all deny their request until they enlist the help of a burrowing secret keeper. So we've got solutions and separation, so that's one that we can check out right now. Armed with blackmail material from the burrowing secret keeper, the great hooded princes petition the powers of the wood for a second time and are successful. 1/4 of the timbered army is devoured by bees, 1/4 drowns themselves, and 1/4 disrobe themselves until nothing remains. And we got intuition off of that. So these are both pretty powerful. So in this case, I'm slightly worried if we wind up in Numa, because it's going to require quite a bit to get the memories to make these things work. But that's fine, because I didn't have a whole lot to do in terms of reading books for the next day. So I figure we can kind of work overtime on getting the sufficient memories. Okay. Forsaken packages. They plead mutely to be opened. No one else ever cared to. Alright, so we've already got Inks of Containment. This will actually be a pretty powerful one for us once we get everything sorted out. But first we will take Solutions and Separations. A new skill. The surgeon plies the knife and the mason plies the chisel. There are subtler tools than either. Back, you made some strawberry milk. Has Numa happened yet? No, I'm a little worried about it because we've got 3 lessons learned, and I'm out of elements of the soul. So if we get hit by that tomorrow, then I'm in trouble. Okay, Moth and Knock. Definitely getting a lot of stuff for my spreadsheets, though. Alright, so the last of this is... Well, I gotta tuck away my text. I may actually have to move the 2 libraries, because like my too difficult pile is much smaller than my like stuff I've read pile now. Alright, timepiece recovery. So, we've had maladies, we've cured ourselves of maladies. I still think I probably didn't actually need to wimp out and get that whist. I guess the whist helped with this text though, so I can't say I didn't use it or I didn't need it at all. At this point, I've definitely crossed a threshold. But yeah, it's been interesting. So. Forsaken package is a secondary consideration. I think locking in the Inks of Containment is the first priority. Well, I can only do it once. So okay, actually, this is easy. So Whist and Tryst are locked in. Where's my health? Oh, right, we're gardening. Where the hell did I put it? There we go. Lenten Rose. Pretty, poisonous, no true rose. Okay, you better believe I am relieved it is not Numa. So I do need to see what the weather is. Snow again. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. Okay. No, we can still make this work. Okay. So, it's the same argument for winter as last time. So, we apply the memory, the whist, the snow stories, and exercises in the continuity of self. Techniques proposed by the Ostorium, the most inaccessible and upsetting of the libraries of the Watchman's Tree, for the persistence of memory after the body is discarded. Okay, so I can lock in 1 Inks of Containment with a Tryst, and then either a Winter or a Moon. And then Shopped will cover me for solutions and separations, and then we'll have an Inks of Containment left over. Okay, so let's make that happen. So we will use Faust, I guess a Regret, maybe? Kion and Abydos should do the trick. Okay. Just so I can be sure. Yeah, so we need 1 memory for that, and then because we are already using our whist, we can't get the other one. So for the Shapt, it's the same, it's basically the same story. Put the Forge in. I've already got the memory, so for that I need either Knock or Moth. I guess a Impulse works for that, so that's Deoris 1. And I guess the last thing I can do is a bit of gardening. So it seems like there's no winter. There's no winter plant in here. I should probably go for more Lenten Rose. I really only have 1, so. Pluck the petals of the Lenten Rose. And then the package goes unopened, but that's, again, we have the option to open that whenever we want, so I'm not that worried. But man, we really made some pretty good progress in terms of the books. Like, some of the stuff that I wasn't expecting we'd get through, we've already gotten through. And eventually I'll get around to feeding the cat and the larva. Okay, Regret. Impulse. Alright, there's always more to learn. Improve the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help for crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms. This will be... yeah, it'll probably work. Okay. We'll just put it there. We already know that it's gonna Gonna move up. Okay, Shapt, effort. There we go. I'm guessing that was, yeah, there's the Lenten Rose. I'm not even really paying attention to what it is. I'm just collecting. The aspects are nice, but right now, because I know I'm going to be doing a bunch of exploration in terms of crafting. Really, right now, I just want to get a lot of inputs, and ideally ones that are like easy for me to get. Okay, so we got Rhyme and Remembrance because definitely what I need more than anything are more. More lessons to lock in. Fortunately, that is Moon and Winter. Well, okay, I'd say fortunately that's Moon and Winter, but that's actually also what Inks of Containment needs. So, anyways, exercise in the continuity of self. The soul element Whist is regarded as the fundamental value of the individual. All other soul elements, it is implied, may potentially be discarded, as can the individual self. The Ostorium expresses grudging respect for the hour called the Elegist, who calls each of the dead by name, but also concern over the Elegist's subtlety when inspiring the interpretation of histories. The Ostorium proposes the use of nowhere energies in distracting or discouraging the Elegist in order to assure that the persistence of history remains unalloyed. Sorry, just give me a second here. What book was this? Okay. And sorry, I don't think I wrote down the... Cool. All right, and solutions and separations is now level 2. So this may disrupt a little bit in of the order in terms of like what kinds of projects I can take on. So for instance, Inks of Containment, when it gets up to 3 moon, I believe that is the highest moon that I've gotten, which all of a sudden might mean that I don't need to wait for the fog anymore. So it's really well thought out what the path is in terms of the game. Like I'm feeling like I've got forward progress, almost an unstoppable forward progress, despite the fact that I haven't been committing anything to the Tree of Wisdoms. But we are the one drawback about this, of course, is with so few, there's your limit in terms of what you can do. And I mean, in the end, you're going to wind up combining these things into more powerful elements of the soul anyway. But like one big limitation on your actions is your elements of the soul. And given the fact that I can sort of distribute them over all of the desks so early in the day, there have been a couple of times now where I just sort of sit and wait at the end of the day, because in the end, I'm not really focused on expanding into the rest of Hush House. We've already made some pretty decent progress. Normally at this point, I've had to use like Denzil with metal, for instance. Now, one harder barrier I'm going to be pushing up against here is the Whist and Tryst, specifically for Inks of Containment, and then there's one thing I can be doing here. Rhyme and Remembrance. So a new skill: to speak with the dead, to torment the living, to celebrate both. Oh, actually, So we only need 1 moon or winter. And then I guess for this we would need 2 moon or winter. So assuming that we don't have another, like assuming the weather isn't snow again, we actually should be able to satisfy both. Oh, it's probably going to take all my Faust and Shap though, so we won't be able to open the packages again. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've already written Rhyme and Remembrance, but let's just double check. Can get the Essential Paroist from that if we are so inclined. And I do actually need to think about going to sleep at some point, so I'm going to speed things up. So I do like... I know it's numpad minus, but I do like that the first time I read that I thought, numpad minus? What the hell is that? I have never been more nervous over a transition from day to night. Okay, good. Oriflamme's established 1776. Sense Signs Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase The Invisible Opera, unfinished recording, a 12 sky... I mean, I can't say no to something that costs 1. So... Oh yeah, we need the day to... One thing that I actually also kind of like too, so much of my day has sort of been spent, like if you think about it as my character, so much of my day has been spent like talking constantly to people, and that now, both as the malady has sort of hit me, but also as I'm focusing more on the studies, you can just see how much has just been spent alone in this huge manner. It's a really interesting feeling. It's hard for me to describe. Like I sometimes get really worried that I'm just narrating very obvious statements on the screen, but there is really just something about the mood playing this that makes it really special. So in practical terms, I don't think the rain is going to help me that much. So, you know, the dream here is that we throw some Grail at Matthias and the Amethyst Imago Pursuit. We can get the spice scale, so that would be 3. But that's it. Even then, like with the Pentaments and Precursors, we're committing... you know, we're really hoping for 2 Grail in that case. So... I may try and... No, I guess I can't even use it as an input to something. Yeah, so let's not focus on the rain today. Let's okay, so let's just double check that I've got the right story here. So Inks of Containment, we hit it with the Whist, and then we need 2. And then Rhyme and Remembrance. Okay, so we need a total of 3 winter or moon. Just make sure I got that right. It's got moon. So I think Exorcism for Girls will get me what I need. That's Scale and Edge. That's the last thing that I want. Oh, Ettery After, of course. Now, I'm also, in this particular case, I'm actually going to hold off on committing the health here. Actually, I'm gonna experiment for a little bit. But the reason I'm doing this is because if I screw this up, I want to make sure that I'm able to get one of the memories that I was intending. Okay. So we've got a regret, confounding parable, hindsight. So let's lock in the Inks of Containment first. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. So this is not a bad example of why I'm reluctant to lock in certain skills in the Tree of Wisdoms early on. I couldn't have told you that Inks of Containment would be the one that I'm pushing as far as I can. Now, the game's kind of anticipated that in the sense that you can sort of cross-pollinate. So, for instance, there's nothing saying, like, once I've taken my lesson, so like Rhyme and Remembrance, right? If I want, I can use that Rhyme and Remembrance to push Inks of Containment even higher. Generally, I don't like doing that because I don't know the skills well enough to know what my preferences are yet. But that's that's one way that the game sort of gets past. I talk a lot about my regret minimization approach to the game, and I think the design of the game, in terms of the way that the lessons work, is sort of designed to make it not necessary to do that. But it's like the difference between, like, a game can give you an option, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna feel like that's the best one for you. So, so with that in mind, like, I'm kind of going down a pretty, what I would consider to be a standard path for each of these lessons. I'm sure at some point I'm going to find that I've committed too much. It may be that I find, like, it's harder to advance at the end of the game because I haven't specialized enough. But I'm content enough with how it's worked out so far, and if I find myself, like, it comes back to that question of the lessons, right? If the lessons I'm learning at this early stage now don't wind up helping me later, then I'll note that for future, and then I can sort of move on. Actually, it just occurred to me there is one catch. We'll still probably be able to make it work, but what I want to do here is, before I commit the my health, I want to take a look at all of the nectar. So leaves and thorns, spices and savors. Okay, I don't think I have leaves and thorns, so spices and savors I already... So, like, what I'm doing here is I want to take a look at what... Wait, what? Am I a complete idiot? Okay, there's definitely something I need to check now. So, under the primary nectar skills, leaves and thorns is one I don't know at all. Rights of the roots, I know the first level, so Jesus. Okay, kitchen range works. So we'll take rights of the roots, we'll add our health, we'll put the rain in. So for the, oh, interesting. Okay. This might even be worth trying to do, right? You know, but this is a recipe that I already knew for the, Okay, so basically, unless I have leaves and thorns, there's nothing that I can learn from the rain here. The other example of that would be herbs and infusions. And coil and chasm. And again, I know both of them, so they should give Thyrza's cordials. Not that I'd know, because I don't actually have the relevant ingredient. I mean, I could... I'm sure I've got a neck, yeah. Oh, Paradise Palm doesn't count. Oh, right, because it's furniture. Yeah, okay. So this is just a verification. Coil and chasm. Yeah. Again, I'm not opposed to doing it. It is... we have been building this stuff up for a while, so the question is, what do Thyrza's cordials get me? It's a 2 moth, 2 nectar drink. You know, maybe if I lose my Faust again, you know, that'll make it a little bit easier. I mean, I will admit, it's not a bad way to make use of the rain. I think I'll make the Yugal link, though. And I think what I'll do, I think this is probably going to be it for me, because we're coming close to 8 hours of streaming. And I do have a meeting I need to do. And let me just double check that I've got the right time for that, actually. Oh crap, it was Wednesday. Okay, I actually slightly screwed up the planning, but that's fine. That's a me thing. I think I can still make this work. Okay, so we've got Rhyme and Remembrance. But yeah, I do like one way or the other. I do need to turn in. I was hoping to get like an early bedtime, but then I played Book of Hours. I know that's not going to happen. So. Okay, Ugol ink, a variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. So, if we get hit by Numa, that's fine, because the only unfinished business I have that isn't weather dependent is basically opening up the Forsaken packages. Now, the composition of my skills have changed quite a bit. Okay, I'm going to make some changes in terms of how I'm holding on to everything. So these are film canisters. So I'll put the phonographs together. Yeah. So in this case, the film canisters are just going to sort of live together. I can't actually see any of these anyway, and only the forge works with the projector. So, you know, can try something like that, but to give only half your attention to a film? How? Why? Would you drink coffee without using your throat? Where'd my health go? Oh, nuts. There we go. Okay, so when it comes to my skills, Edge and Lantern are great, but we don't have any Edge or Lantern. But what I'm interested in here now is we've got the three moons. So we've got Trist with 1 moon. We've got 3 from the Inks of Containment. So that's a total of 4. Then we go up to 6. Okay, so we're still at 7. So did I just mismeasure? Inks of Containment brings me up to 5, 6, 7 with that. Yeah, I guess I must have. So we're still waiting on Fog. I feel like I'm missing something important here. Oh, because I've already had sea stories, that's why. And apparently I didn't write down putrefactions and calcinations. Okay, let's see what the weather brings first. A storm. All right, so that's a big one for me to lock in. It may actually be enough for me to want to do another day. So, option number 1, to read a 7th voice. So if we read a 7th voice, we use Faust. Faust for 1. With the storm, it's 5. With so let's move. Okay, Ronoscopy would actually do the trick. So, and then the Astrolabe would give us what we needed for a 7th voice. But we have talked about how things like gales and storms are opportunities for, for opening up different sections of the house. So with Mr. Kill, again, I'm a little reluctant to do this, right? Because this, the storm is right at the edge of what we can do with a given text, whereas this room is not that hard for us to get to. So they use Mr. Kill with his 1 sky. A Faust makes him 2. Gale makes him 5. Yeah, okay. So maybe if there was a 7 sky, I might consider that. Okay, I feel a little grimy doing it. I don't think I can make the 7 heart work. Yeah. I feel a little grimy doing it, but I'm actually going to use this for to read. And again, it's because a storm is the one time I'm going to be able to... the storm is the one time I'm actually going to be able to read this text. So I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. God damn it. I should have used it as an opportunity to see what all these other recipes are. I could reload, but honestly, choices have consequences, so... I'm sticking with it. Okay. I'm going to leave the tryst open. So I should be... Yeah, actually, all that sky power, that could have taught me quite a bit, I think. Okay, so we'll use Shaft to open the package. Something odd. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. So, Faust and Whist, we may make some money doing this. I'm going to keep the tryst aside. Okay, so... Tryst is 1 moon. Sea stories give me 3. So that's 4. I can get 6. And then a 7th. I am safe enough that I can risk... Well, yeah, okay, this is the big question now. So if I wanted to risk something... yeah, let's go for it. So there's 2 things I'm going to do. We're going to talk to Reverend Timothy so that we can get some memories. Hey, another cranial tchotchke. It's a me. Okay. I'm gonna get a confounding parable. So I'm taking a bit of a risk here, but I'm feeling lucky. Oh, that was Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. So the main idea behind this sort of the secondary run with Timothy's, I'm kind of acknowledging the fact that it's quite unlikely that this moon thing's gonna work. but what Reverend Timothy can provide me is like a constant, a pretty constant stream of, memories, and that's useful. Okay. Seventh voice, Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who double as footpads seeking a seventh member. Sir Snatchsea is distracted by Mistress Twitchshell kissing Mistress Netherpearls and fails to see Master Magglepie making off with the players' funds. The whole enterprise almost ends in disaster when Mistress Wandereye's family insults her costume and she burns down their house in a fit of pique. But the day is finally saved when the seventh voice, a wandering bookmonger who returns the band's lost music. I'm pretty sure I don't have this one yet. So that should give me a confounding parable, and I feel like an idiot. Alright, so preliminary meter. I'll work with what I got. Ooh, pattern. Did I feel like I read the wrong book. Two Fostwist, Shapt, Health. Okay, so I'm using the Tryst to get the confounding parable. Why do I have the knock? So anyways, this isn't going to matter because I need Shapt for Shapt for it. Let's move ahead with the Malachite Supplications Crossing to Noon. I think I have okay, I don't have either of these, so Malachite Supplications? Sure. Prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Confounding Parable, Rhyme and no, the Sea Stories. It does matter what desk I read these things at. Oops. Once more with feeling. Sea Stories. Tryst. Alright. So now I'm taking my life in my hands. So again, I'm still trying to remember what I used that whist for and why. Because it feels so wasteful. Alright, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. Istra Belina, I'm a big fan of your cultist videos, finally finding you online. One more week for the game release, right? Am I risking spoilers watching this? So it's a little more than a week, I think. But yeah, it's, I believe it's the 17th. So this is a tough call. I don't think it's a spoiler to show you Hush House because they've already sort of shown what's going on. I'll give you a rough idea in terms of where I'm at. There's already screenshots that Weather Factory have put out in terms of the whole building. I am quite focused on. So I'm trying to like read through some of the tomes. So I suppose if you like Cultist Simulator, and you want to go in without knowing any of the text of any of the tomes, then this would be one I think you'd want to avoid. And I hate saying that, right? Because I love meeting people from YouTube, but I want to try and protect the exercise for you. But I also think if you're familiar with Cultist Simulator, you also kind of know that reading the text in isolation doesn't necessarily, like, that doesn't quite cover it. I'm going to be wrapping up fairly soon anyway. So I am currently reading one text which may or may not work out. And then what we'll probably do is cross into the next day to see if anything big happens. So if you think one or two texts which are a little bit more advanced than the first ones that you would be reading, but not not super far into the game, because I mean I think the game probably ends somewhere in the basement here. There's still a lot of gameplay ahead of us, so hopefully that answers it. If you've got a specific concern, let me know, because the next little bit is going to be kind of straightforward, and then maybe when I think I'm going to be entering into something that would be new information, I can kind of give you the warning then. But again, please don't spoil the game on my account. This video will be uploaded on YouTube anyway, so. Alright, Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I can actually mention one thing that's sort of fun. I won't tell you exactly what to look for, but if you're looking for fun little details, pay attention to the timer for talking to Reverend Timothy and what the text says, and then take a look at the timer for someone like Denzil and what the text says. There's fun little things to pick up on. Okay. So we want an element of the soul, memory. Good lord. Oh man. Okay, I think we'll be able to get away with a thing. I am like praying to the heavens that I get some sort of moon memory though. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'll let you know when it's sort of like potentially spoilery stuff. But for now, right now, we're just we're reading a text which is actually beyond my character's abilities. All right, only connect memory. Increase relevant aspects by adding a memory, which will be used up. So we definitely can't use the preliminal meter here. This doesn't have. Neither of these have moon. And Timothy gave us gossip, so. Okay, so we're really just hoping that we get a relevant thing. I will also mention, for those of you who are maybe coming in, we usually talk about this at the beginning, but for those of you who are thinking of picking up this game, I will remind you all that it will be, I think it might get a launch discount, whether or not it does. One of the ways, you'll notice that game developers are sort of trying to incentivize people buying the game sort of on its earlier stages. Oh, this is easy. Yeah, we'll definitely put the sand in here. But yeah, so, this is because, we live in the age of Steam and the Steam recommendation engine, so a lot of early interest in a game will tend to get it sort of preferred placement on the storefront. And one thing that's relevant for Cultist Simulator fans and for people who are coming into Cultist Simulator after its release, when they first released Cultist Simulator, they did what's called the Perpetual Edition, and that meant that all of the expansions for the game, so this would be, the Dancer, Ghoul, Priest, and Exile. So Exile was a really big expansion, so that wound up being a really good deal. All of those expansions were sort of free for life if you bought the game within the first week, and they'll be doing that for Book of Hours as well. So for those of you who, it's a little late to be saving your pennies now, but if Payday's coming up, set aside some money. I think it's like $25 US, and as long as you get it in that first week. you'll get the DLC. And they have committed to doing DLC. So even if the game isn't successful, I believe they will be doing expansions, but probably not as many as they would if if the game was fully as successful as Cultist Simulator. So, but this is a really good game. So I will personally be very sad if this game does not do well, because I have been having a really good time with it. So Istra, it sounds like you're okay spoiler wise, but just for the benefit of those of you who may be coming in and you want to go in completely as a blank slate, I'm going to be dealing with the tome, the Malachite Supplications. I'm going to be reading the text of this here, and it'll only take me a minute or two if you just want to mute the stream or something. So, Malachite Supplications, prayers addressed to the Malachite by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. If we should flourish not, let our enemies flourish in that time when we are no more. One prayer describes how a strong degree of nectar aspect can be used with Lethe and Tridesma Hierorites to bring forth the last nectar of the last history, the living ink, the ink in secret. Holy crap, I'm taking a note of that. I have no idea what that means, but I am definitely... Okay. So this is Malachite Supplication. So I'm writing this absolutely insane shorthand that will not make any sense to anyone but me. Okay. Lethe. So I take the Tridesma Hierorites to be one of the skills, and I'm going to need to figure out what that is. But this looks like a recipe for a... like, this is probably one of the scholar level recipes, so... Sorry, I'm just writing this down. Okay. Oh, well, there's the right. So, all right. So, and I am keeping a tally here. So, collect everything there. So I think that was probably the right call to take the risk on that particular work. We'll be able to commit the skill. So a new skill, the rites of the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot, and certain secrets from the gods from Flesh. So for the next day, I'm going to want to make sure that I've Oh, actually, that might turn out to be quite helpful. But yeah, for the next day, I'm going to want to make sure that I have Knock-Rose Moon or Grail. It won't help me now, but I'm happy to keep an eye on those. All right, we are filling up the smoking room. So yeah, I'm thinking that I'm probably going to have to... Okay, here's how I'm going to do this. How much you want to bet this is going to be a pain to get from behind this candlestick? Okay. So apparently I've written this down already. And I got the order wrong. Sorry. I'm trying to keep a spreadsheet of all of the. Yeah, no worries. If you'd love to unpack the phrase, I mean, so my pronunciation's pretty terrible at the best of times, anyway. But if you would like to share the meaning, I'd be delighted to know, especially because Aramaic is one of the languages in Cultist Simulator and Book of Hours. So please feel free to share if you are so inclined. Okay, so we don't have that much to do for the rest of the day, so we'll let the day sort of play itself out. But we do have something that will cure curses. So we have the Fifth Eye Curse on the Journal of Walter de Wolf. So that requires 7 heart, and unfortunately this doesn't use heart. So I think in this case the Journal of Walter de Wolf will remain untouched. Although I may still be able to read it so long as I don't include Fet or Faust. So how could I make that work? So I could use a Shapt. I could hit it with the Bells and Braziers. Okay, actually this is a book we can read. I'm not going to worry about that right away, but I will leave the Shapt off to the side. So once we deal with our lessons, there may actually be some opportunities here. Again, this is the exciting part about it, sort of realizing that you still... Oh man, and we were talking about how the fog was going to be useful too. So there's actually a lot for me to work with. So first of all, let's just double check where we are in terms of knock. I suspect we don't need to worry too much about it, but it's always good to... It's always just good to have a reasoning behind why you're doing what you're doing. The other thing would be fishermen have 2 moon, so the extra moon may be relevant. So we could get fishermen up to 5, 6 moon. Estra Beligna Kish Kyra. 1 coin in an empty barrel makes a lot of noise. Oh, interesting. I've heard that proverb before, but never in Aramaic. Actually, the version I heard someone said was in Latin, but it's... I don't actually believe that was the... I don't actually think that was the origin. I think just somebody was trying to show off their Latin, actually, if I'm completely honest. So, okay, so I don't see a lot of use for using the fog to unlock new parts of the house. So let's take advantage of the, well, okay. So I'm not going to be able to level this up. That's fine, because we can still move up the preliminal meter. But that also means that, yeah, I don't have... Okay, so I'm not going to be able to use the Shapt to read the Forge book, but that's fine because we've got a better Moth text. Okay. Sorry, Moon text. So we will read The Crossing to Noon, the mystic... And again, I've apparently given up on sleep, so... The mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picturesque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, the Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. I'm glad to see that Franklin Bancroft is getting more play in the the secret histories. All right, sea stories. So we'll combine that with the tryst. So moon is semblance, perhaps. You provided moon, but not enough to match mystery moon, so we will add the lunar globe. Moon a culmination. I can master this mystery enough moon to match the mystery moon. Okay, so that shuts me down in terms of learning, of upgrading Tradesma Hyrea. But what I can do is take the... Actually, sorry, I should clarify as well. The rendition I heard was an empty vessel makes a lot of noise, but I actually much prefer 1 coin in an empty barrel makes a lot of noise. I actually like that a little bit more. I don't know, it just sort of sticks in my head a bit more, so. I think I said I was going to be moving the library over. I'm actually going to do a precautionary save, so so that's just in case one of the books winds up in a hard-to-reach spot. And maybe I should actually be focusing on the task at hand. So I think if I get a confounding parable... The confounding parable, that will give me rose. So I can use that rose to boost the preliminal meter. And 108 does give me the confounding parable. So we'll need to save the shop for the preliminal meter. Health. Oh man, I need to stop using the weather right away because I keep losing these opportunities to learn about what the skills do. But we'll make it work. I'm kind of stocked up in terms of flowers, but I still think it's worth it to, like, I think it's worth it to do the gardening while I can. So we'll use Rights in the Woods. Blue Crown just winds up being a useful input later on. So that leaves us with the Fost and the Whist. And what I think I'm going to do there, because we don't have any other actions to take, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for the kind of the turn to finish, or like I'm going to wait to make sure that we're good for preliminal meter. And then what I can do is I can make some money at the Sweet Bones, let's say, just to make the most of the day. Okay, while I'm at it, let's start moving the... Or, sorry, I should stop... I should finish reading the books before I start moving the library. It's a shame because I kind of remember where all the books should go. So, this is probably gonna wreak havoc in terms of trying to find the books. But, I don't know. There's definitely something quite fun about... Like, I don't know about the rest of you, but... one of the reasons you love Cultists is that you're a Hebrew speaker, that's great. Yeah, I think there's probably going to be a lot. So I do know about Mandiac, and I know Deep Mandiac is an invention, but I am aware of the Mandians and the language and specifically the bowls. But I think if the languages interest you, I think there's going to be quite a bit there. If you want me to unpack that, I can, but I think you'll be able to pick it up on your own. And I think if the language aspect, so one of the things I get the impression of is that the designer, like the lead designer on it, is really interested in languages. So I definitely feel like there's more in Book of Hours that reflects those interests. I haven't engaged with it too deeply because I've been focusing on the affair of the Oriflamme heist. So in this case, I've missed the opportunity to learn languages because I was a little more focused on what I could do for the guests. But I am definitely going to pick up some languages reasonably soon. I do need to find a place for these flowers to go eventually. Okay, so let's move up the preliminal meter. So I need to employ some effort. We'll put the confounding parable in. Always more to learn. And let's say we can move Disciplines of the Hammer down. Yeah, preliminal meter can go up there. And actually, while I'm at it, pentaments and precursors isn't bad. But I know I'm going to be leveling this one up too. Okay. Yes. Yeah, no worries. I don't. Like. It's. I think probably it's always good to err on the side of caution when it comes to things that people might want to discover on their own. But for the most part, I get the feeling that I have a pretty good idea of like what people might want to sort of, people might want to discover on their own as opposed to, moving on. So for the most, I mean, again, it's always, I think the decent thing to do is just to warn people ahead of time. So in this case, it's unambiguous that you'd like to discover that on your own. But needless to say, I think there is stuff in this game that you specifically will find interesting along those lines, and I'll leave it at that. I obviously don't want to oversell it too. Like, it's not going to blow your mind. I think the content of the text is probably going to be the most interesting thing, but I think there's going to be a few things that that satisfy you from a language point of view. All right, so the crossing to Noon. For a long time, the Blackstone pondered her next move until the moon dared to peep from behind a cloud, and the prince contemplated the composition of his third sestina. But the lady met the blind gaze of its open pores, waiting for the tide. So, interesting to me that Ava gets called the Blackbone, possibly. This piece of paper that I have for all my Cultist Simulator nuts, or my Book of Hours notes, is nuts. It makes no sense to any reasonable human being. Garcia Sauri acknowledges in an epilogue that it is widely known that Ava in fact tragically drowned herself, and that her twin infant granddaughters without ever making such a journey. But, he adds contemptuously, it is also widely known that City Unbuilt will so remain, and that only one history is ever written, and that Janus is a Mansus prank. Okay, so we've got Memory Salt from Crossing to Noon. We could just collect all that. Oh God. Okay. Man, I'm playing with fire. If we get hit by Numa, I don't think it's possible for me to. I think it's possible for me to register all of these. I think that would actually be a time I spam the Tree of Wisdom so that I can get the extra elements of the soul to make it work. Okay, is there anything else that I can do with the day? I guess my Faust and Whist are still unused, so... And again, the problem here with the Faust and Whist is that both of these are Grail and Moon, so neither of these help. But that's fine. Again, we'll make some money. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay, we'll continue to move the library. I'm leaving that deliberately open because, well, you know what? I can always just move them after the fact. That one I wanted to make sure it wasn't at the edge, because that's going to be a hard one to get a read on. Okay, so now we start moving the difficult texts. God, I didn't really think this through. There's going to be another stage. I want to try and make it left to right if I can. Actually, here. There we go. Ah, hell. So clearly some of these have gotten jostled around, but I've got nothing but time. I kind of feel like this alone is sort of worth the price of admission, just being able to organize the library. Especially when music like this sort of comes in at just the right time. And put that in its own little... that's actually not so good. Okay, what on earth was I thinking when I shelved these things this way? Oh, I know. I did it in reverse. Okay, I knew this was going to be a pain to deal with. There we go. All right. So let's make sure the 10s are in the 10s place first. Ideally, we'll also align them by aspect. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. Okay, so these are the ones that right now are labeled as too difficult to read. This is sort of my library of stuff I've read, and it doesn't really have any kind of organizing principle behind it right now. So maybe what I can try to do... Oh, for heaven's sake. I was wondering why the day was going so long. It's because it was paused. So I'm thinking maybe what I can do now is I'll try and organize a few things. Nah, see, I can't. This is the hardest part, is trying to organize everything by like aspect or result, because it always winds up breaking the multi-part ones. So maybe I'm just going to... anarchy will reign in the reading room. Okay, so we'll make some money in the Sweet Bones. I might even use the fast motion on this, because like as nice as it is to have the peaceful atmosphere, I don't want to like I don't want to impose the peaceful atmosphere by just hitting pause and not doing anything. So by the end of this, C stories should be very high. Okay, so one thing I can do is at least get some of the organization out of the way. So with C stories, that's going to go up by 2, so that'll become a 4. And then this will become a 2. Okay, so that's fine. So really all we need to do is just move everything over to the side like this. So let's also work out a game plan for the next couple of sessions. Oh man, I'm actually going to need 3 days to make this work. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I'm going to stay the course. Yeah, man, it all depends on Numa. If Numa hits us soon, and I mean, it can happen at any time. But if we get hit by Numa, I think I'm going to have to go absolutely bananas in the Tree of Wisdoms and try to make sure that I get the memories that I need. Well, sorry, not just the memories that I need, but also the elements of the combination elements of the soul, and enough to get the memories that I need to make everything happen, and then hopefully still take advantage of Numa, because obviously, you know, as a special time where you want, you know, you don't want to be focusing on your persistent memories. So the best thing I can do is just minimize the effort that's being put on these. I might even be willing, I think at this point maybe I should be willing to refresh some of my elements of the soul using beverages. Okay, and this... I am not going to be reading that forge text for a while. Okay, so I believe it is time for us to go to the Reeking Chamber. So it's still winter, so we can hire the... Let me just see the smallest possible way I can do this. So hire a fisherman, give him the gale, which brings him up to 4. Oh, I have to give him the Faust. Okay, yep. Fair enough. Cost of doing business. At least I don't use the whist on Mr. Kill. Okay, assistance from a fisherman. In winter, when the storms close the seas, the fishermen will offer their services for 1 shilling a day. So, I need to keep the tryst off to the side so that we can take advantage of the Sea Stories. Now, Sea Stories is already at... a fairly high level, so in this case we need both either a moon or a grail, but we need 2 of those. I need to leave a Faust aside for the fisherman. Okay, so the first thing I'll do is 108, and we will get a confounding parable from that. I think a satisfaction ought to do the trick, so we can get a satisfaction from... Actually, that's going to be hard for me to get. Fekri's Herbery would give me that, though. So Ambrose's desk will let me... Okay, so that's what I need to move up the Sea Stories. So that still leaves me with health and whist. Now, I'm gonna, like last time, just in case I mess up one of the memories, I'm going to hold off on boosting those. Alright, the fisherman's assistants. Fishermen in this part of the world have a reputation as smugglers, and worse than smugglers. Those days are past, mostly, and mostly they just catch pilchards now, but they still remember the words spoken in silence to the moon and the sea. So we'll start by giving them the gale. Talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. So it's pretty single-minded. Like we've held off from going into this room for a while, and it will give me some useful stuff. So it's time that we open the Reeking Chamber. Alright, let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So, again, the logic behind this is we hit him with the Faust to move his sky up to 5, and then we use the Astrolabe to make his sky 6, and that should allow us to enter into the Reeking Chamber. Or specifically clean out the Reeking Chamber. Now, this is also sort of a payoff for me not using up the this is the payoff for me not using up the storm previously. So the idea here is that this gale is still getting me what I need from the Reeking Chamber, but I was still able to get that sky text. Wait a minute. I read this one. So yeah, in terms of my, like, nice-to-have list, or target of opportunity list, Musgrave Sketches is the last of those. So let's add you to the collection. Alright, so, sea stories. Okay, good. So again, it's still 2 days worth of work to do this. There is a temptation to just replenish the Tryst. Yeah, because I can do with the Trides. Yeah, okay. I'm a little uncomfortable with it, so what's the drink I can afford to get? Like, if I had a Witching Tisane, that would be, like, perfect. But as it is, Witching Tisane is really hard for me to make because of my lack of Grail. So I guess Thyrsa's Cordials would be... Ah, that's a high-value item, though. I'll think about it. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. Okay. So I could make some Cateran Hero Second Flush Assam. I also have the Veiled Goddess Lapsang Suchong. Okay, the Veiled Goddess is one that I want to hang on to because I used that with Denzil. Maybe the Second Flush Assam. Mist-Kissed Water. That actually has quite a few different aspects. Again, it's preposterous that I'm agonizing this much over what drink to give up. We even have another bottle of Dandelion wine. I think I'll just pour another glass of Dandelion wine. Pour out. Alright, the skill is now level 3, its power aspects have also increased. Poured out. So we're down to mostly empty Dandelion wine. So the reason why I'm doing this, I now sit in the motley bed. So we will restore our Tryst. And with that in mind, I want to get another Confounding Parable. And that's basically to save me... the trouble of having to wait multiple days to be able to level up both of these skills. And then, having secured the memory, I'm going to do some more gardening. Okay, so we've got 6 Sky Fishermen to help us now. So we will go to the Reeking Chamber. The room reeks like a rotting reptile. The curtains ripple restlessly with the watchful presences that Van Loren left behind. Perhaps I can find someone to sing them to sleep. And I think I was confused about this before, so yes, it is Van Loren was the previous librarian. Which would mean he's the 12th librarian, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, he is the 11th librarian. So if I had a guess, if that's the case, then I'd maybe think that Serena is the 10th and Fraser Strathcoyne is the 9th. But who's to say? Okay, so what we're waiting for now is 25 seconds to restore my Tryst. It's basically the game equivalent of taking a nap. And again, the logic behind this is that I can use this confounding parable with the Trisema Hyra, and that just gets that out of the way, right? I don't need to worry about leveling that up anymore. And so I can take all of my elements of the soul and bring those to bear on leveling up the sea stories, which is going to be a fairly challenging undertaking, I think. Okay, so we've got what we need. So planning for the next day. I really need to find a place for these flowers. Oh, right. I don't think these took a third location, did they? Nope. Good enough. What about my blues? The skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. So I'll give you an example in terms of the... Oh, right. We were keeping them in here. God, is there even a way that I can fit these things? Yeah, they're not fitting in there, that's for sure. There you go. Okay, so to make the sea stories go, so I need the Tryst, and then I need 3 of either Moon or Grail. So Tryst, Moon, Grail, Moon, and then the Shapt is kind of a target of opportunity, but that, let's be honest, nothing's happening with that. Oh, yes, we also have the new room. So, the Mazarine room. Kitty's pride and the house's joy. Kitty Mazarine was better known for her vocal compositions, but she was a versatile musician, and on winter evenings she'd invite visitors and villagers alike to her recitals. Kitty Mazarine, this bust is carved from black limestone. Kitty Mazarine was the second librarian, so we'll find a spot to put her. And then we've got a few instruments to play with. So the hallowed drum, perhaps unsurprisingly that it takes sky and heart. Celebrate the god of joy with your own joy, the Bacchae. The grand piano, simplicity is the final achievement. After one has played a vast quantity of notes and more notes, it is simplicity that emerges as the crowning reward of art. Friedrich Chopin. A sunset harp, a sky and moon instrument. I have been a string and a harp, disguised for 9 years in water and the foam of the sea, the battle of the trees, and a quivering double bass. The better it gets, the fewer of us know it. Ray Brown. And Sky and Grail. So the neighboring room, the Rose-Haunted Hall, if we had access to Mrs. Kill, that would help us. But we don't, so... Yearly stipend. So, intriguingly, we have not been hit by Numa yet. I'm not complaining. But we're going to get serious on the sea stories. So, let's leave the Shapt alone for now. So I need a third. And just so I can double check, it's Moon or Grail. Wainscot histories should actually help there. Okay, we'll leave the health and the shop aside for now. Now, I'm bad for this, so this is a time for me to... I think we've already figured out what I wanted from the rain. Actually, yeah, I don't see... I think we already figured out everything with the nectar. So, I mean, I suppose I can just see, like, is there a nectar recipe that I really want? So, oh yeah, there's his cordials from Spices and Savors. So, if I wanted that, we can take Spices and Savors, health. Oh. Visitor interested in a crime. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Apparently not. The end of the affair. A story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses that moment of experience from which to look back or from which to look ahead. Graham Greene. This incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. There will be an interval before the next incident when visitors will seek general consultation. So that's good because that's my chance to potentially learn some languages. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. Dr. Serena Blackwood. One-time librarian of Hush House, the one-time librarian of the Invisible Serapeum in Alexandria, and currently, what exactly? Serena is close-mouthed, but I know that she has worked with the St. Ronwin Trust. And she would like 5 level forge, so... Excuse me. Perhaps it would be good to learn a language from her. I always love this little, for those of you that haven't seen it, with the empty talk verb, talk, although not in the library, please. So it's always so very strange to be back. Thank you again for taking on the place. So yeah, we will learn Fucine. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of this dry language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. But that's fine. That is kind of what I wanted to have happen. Okay, so we should have a bunch of memories to work with. Now the moment of truth. Actually, amusingly enough, I could have used the rain. Anyways, that's fine. So now we've got a second level 4 skill, and equally importantly, because it's sea stories, it's actually a reasonably high level of Grail, which means that all of a sudden this is quite a bit more accessible. So even though I haven't manipulated the Tree of Wisdoms that much, we're still able to get that Grail text done. Well, that's interesting. That was sufficient. Just Spices and Savors on its own. So again, I'll double check that there isn't something else I might want to do with nectar. But Thyrsa's cordials are pretty good because they're 2 moth, 2 nectar. So that's a nice replacement for my dandelion wine. So the dandelion wine gives 1 lantern, but I figure there's probably other... I think Evening Isles coffee will give us a lantern as well. So overall, I'd say that's a good day's work. The only thing I don't think we can do, I did want to take a crack at the forge text, which is in quarantine because of its curse. But we can do that the next day. I feel reasonably comfortable trying for like the low-level books because they're less challenging to move up. But I think if I were to try, something, I don't know, like maybe this winter text, I might want to wait until after Numa, because again, I suspect that I'm going to have to put a lot of effort into making that work. So, as always, the question is, what do I do with the Shapt? Oops, something finished. Oh, right, the cordials. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I have anything clever to do except earn some money. So, fixing and mending. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can do find sixpence worth of odd jobs. So it's worth remembering we can also explore the moor. So that's a heart, rose, and scale. And you actually kind of see the reason why I haven't done that, because I don't have Fet. My health is my only heart, and health is also my only scale. Likewise for beachcombing. That takes heart, moon, or rose. Now, until recently, my moon hasn't been that strong, and now it's gotten very strong. And so it might make a little more sense to apply the Tryst to exploring the beach. But again, it sort of depends on your circumstances. If you're not ready, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't want to go in there. Okay. We can hang on to him, but I'm trying to travel light. As I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. So... I've learnt enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. You can use this to, you can also use and improve this like any other skill. So I gotta figure out how to improve. Fusina, people lived east of the lost lake Fusino. Horus warned that theirs was the land of witches. It was their language, called by some the dry tongue, and by others the tongue of witches. So I'm just going to take a quick look here and see what... Okay, that would get a whist, and we've already committed something to Hushery, so we can't kick it out. So, a second whist would not be... I wouldn't be upset by it, let's say. But what I am curious about is how one might... Okay, so effort would be heart and knock. Understanding... Oh! Very interesting. Next time I have some spare... Next time I have some spare elements of the soul, I'm going to play around with that. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Actually, I should also take a look. So I used to have a too hard pile. So, any Fusine texts? Yep. So it's still going to wind up in the too hard pile, but... All right, cloudy day. So the good news here is that I have a little bit more flexibility in terms of what I can do, which is good. I've definitely been catching up with some of my like just in general. I've been trying to catch up with events. Another thing I may want to take a look at. So, right, this is my best guess, you know, based on the information I had at the time. But clearly, things have changed. Like I'm stronger in Moth. Not so much in terms of like heart and scales. So I don't think too much is going to change along these lines. But I definitely want to keep an eye on the too hard pile. Okay. So there's a few things that I want to try and do. One, I'd like to play with the cat. Two, I'd like to work on that forge book. Trying to come up with a better way to store these phonographs. Yeah, in the window, right in front of the sun. That's good for those, right? Okay. I'll order it by difficulty again. So this is one that I'd like to pick up. I feel like the 10 lantern is actually something we should be able to do. Okay, so again, sea stories. So this is a chance for me to get a little bit of information. Now this is going to be, like for some people this is going to get a bit tedious, and I'm sorry. But this is a chance for me to get some important information in the game. So what I want is something that's going to take Moon. Like a workstation that's going to take Moon. In the worst case scenario, I think the piano, yeah. Nope, that's Moth and Sky. Harp? Okay, harp will do. So we can use the memory, sea stories, tryst. Okay, so we can create a salt sign with sea stories. So now what I want to do is just sort this by moon. So hill and hollow, but I may not have enough to seal the deal there. An omen. Yeah, I don't have a memory that I can use. So I suppose the other question would be, like, is there another place... Oh, you know what? Bed will probably work. That doesn't take moon, alright. I think I'm out of luck. No, not entirely, actually. So Ava's desk might come to the rescue. So if we take the clouds, the hill and the hollow, the tryst. So moon papers? Unlikely, but you never know. Oh, no, this is easy. The lunar globe. Okay, so hill and hollow also makes a salt sign. Okay, so all of the so for all of the skills that are, I call primary moon, I now have been able... So the reason why I do this is so that I can learn what I can get from the different skills without having to sort of do trial and error every time. So sharps and sickle and eclipse. Now I probably don't have what it takes to make those work. Yeah, so I would need to find moth papers for that. So, with that in mind, it's not moth, I keep saying moth, moon papers. Yeah, a lot of nectar. Mark doesn't really cut it. So unless I can find something else that will take moon, I think I have to accept that this will remain a mystery for a bit. Okay, that's completely fine. Now, we're going to do the same exercise for moth really quickly. So solutions and separations is currently unknown. The piano, maybe. So because Trist is primarily moth, that should be a little bit easier for me to work with. Solutions and separations. Where are you? Here we go. Okay, Westcott's compounds. Those are actually pretty useful, except as a drink. And I don't think I have transformations and liberations. That was one that I had a question about. Okay, so I've sort of wrung out all of the information that I can get from those clouds. So, we're at the start of the day. We don't have any... So there's... Like, the weather is not the sort of thing where I can say, all right, we have now... You know, we have this significant new thing that we can do that we previously couldn't. So at this point, it's really just a matter of looking at, you know, what's the thing that I've been putting off wanting to do because we've been running hot on all of these other tasks. So one of the first things that I like to do is actually get that forge text read. I'm not going to put it in with the general collection. But it is well within my abilities to read that Forge Tome. So, Foresight is from Deoris Book 2, and in this case, I will use the Faust. So just so I can get the logic in my head, so we use 1 Forge with Shapt, 2 from the memory. Oh, you know what? Maybe we didn't even need the memory. I think we do. But either Spices and Savors or Bells and Brazieries should be... Oh yeah, it's 6. So 1 from the Shapt, 2 for Bells and Brazieries, 1 from Shapt, 3 after we add the memory, 5 when we add Bells and Brazieries, and finally we add the Mortar and Pestle for the 6th. So we're good there. Okay, that said, what's the other thing that we want to do, right? We have lots of opportunities. We have lots of different things that we can do. There are things that I have wanted to experiment with, which I haven't yet. So what are some other things that I could try? For instance, I now have an idea that apparently I can level up a language, and I haven't tried to level up a language. I don't know what happens when I do that, but that requires knock, which I currently don't have access to. So, well, I'm sorry, it's spoken for, so we're not going to do that. I do have clouds, so it's not a bad time for me to sort of reflect on how I could effectively use clouds, and I think in this case it's just to make one of those moon or moth recipes. So that means I'll maybe set aside the Trist for a little bit. So the last steps are I've got Health Fost and Whist to play around with. And, you know, again, I can use them to generate memories, but I should be using them to generate memories that, like, serve a particular purpose. And I guess the best I can do here, sea stories, I can bring up to 6 with Trist, 7 with the Clouds. Yeah, so the best I can do is get a 9, so that's probably not it. So I'm just trying to think if there's something that I could do with my existing recipes, particularly along the lines of Lantern, like Lantern Edge, Winter. Is there something there that I might be able to take advantage of? So, Auroral Contemplations. Well, it gives me an Eigengrau. Yeah, maybe that's sufficient. Okay, well, we'll play it by ear. Well, not really, but so what other combinations can I do? I guess Rites of the Roots we've already... Yeah, so I've already got the Yugal link. What about Snow Stories? Yeah, that's not as interesting. Ragged Crossroads? Yeah, the winter stuff tends to... Oh, this is interesting. Putrefactions and Calcinations doesn't seem to have a record yet. Okay, again, I want to see where we're at after I make some specific choices. So, for starters, we're going to Ambrose's Desk. So I want to make sure I'm doing this right. So I'm taking the Shaft, I'm taking the Memory Foresight, I'm going to take Bells and Braziers, and then the Mortar and Pestle. So that's my 6 Forge. Now again, we're working with a text that's got the 5th Eye Curse. So the 5th Eye Curse, someone has unhelpfully placed a curse which may tear open the unwilling eye of the soul. This contamination can affect your Fet and Fost. So Fost is nowhere near it. We're not using Fet. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against curses and at least 7 heart. So that I need to figure out later. But yes, the Journal of Walter de Wolf is safe in this combination. So Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Halfrin. The de Wolf line might have ended here if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. I can master this mystery, enough forge to match Mystery Forge. Okay, so next up, let's make some choices in terms of how I'm using these clouds. Okay, so I think it was the moth stuff. Was it Edict's Liminal? I don't want Tanglebrag. Magaphine Mysteries gives Eigengrau. That is a I'll believe it when I see it statement. Oh, I probably don't have enough. Let's see if I can do something clever. Right, Ava's desk. All right, well, there we have it. Okay, so this is again just a question of finding the different things that I can do with my time. So if I take my Faust and my Auroral Contemplation, so I can get Eigengrau out of that. I suppose the inevitable question is that really the best that I can hope for? So surely I can see what the next level is with so in the case of the Auroral Contemplations, they would like me to add a liquid. But does it accept it in the dispensary? It does not. Yeah, so it's all well and good for me to make those numbers bigger. But if I don't have a place that accepts lantern and liquids, then it doesn't matter, does it? Oh, you know what? If I had the right bed, I would actually be able to add a liquid in an unorthodox. Well, no, because it would count as a drink, not as a liquid. Okay. No need to get clever about it. Let's just use the Auroral Contemplations. Let me just make sure that I've got something I can do with the Whist. All right, Eigengrau for everyone. Why not? It's kind of it's this playthrough's version of Witching to Sane is basically what this is becoming, because sometimes you just need a man, I'm out of options. Okay, I actually want to see what happens. It used to be that you just get oh yeah, in spring as the day's warm, Blue Crown still blossoms for a little while. Cool. But yeah, what was I trying to say? I used to make a lot of Witching to Sane, usually on rainy days. So Eigengrau serves the same purpose. Like, the idea here is that sometimes you want to just be able to replenish an element of the soul or something, and being able to just have something immediately ready. That's really all that's supposed to be doing. Anyways, I am happy that we're getting the Forge text done. I actually think that is the last text I can reasonably expect to read, because, let's face it, we're not going to be getting any winter aspect for the better part of the year. I can kind of roll the dice. You fell asleep and woke back up and I'm still alive. I know, I've been trying to quit like multiple times, but there's always just another thing. But I am actually probably going to be properly ending fairly soon, because I've actually hit the end of everything I wanted to do and all the extra stuff that came up. I wonder if maybe we can just put the Eigengrau in the if Gradon oil were drinkable. So I'll keep it around in the kitchen area maybe. Yeah, that works. There's his cordials get on the table. Oh no, I saw an outline there. Hey, there we go. Actually, sorry, there's one other thing. The pears. I've been wanting to feed the larva the pears. But I can do a bit of a recap in terms of where we are in the playthrough and sort of what the next few steps are going to be. Alright, so this was... Oop. It's here somewhere. This was the Journal of Walter de Wolf. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron Brankrug, was the grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Halfren. The de Wolf line might have ended here if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with a dying Giles. Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war, but in 1642 his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins the Royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen on the field of battle of Gearcamp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends, but the extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock include usefully esoteric information. I feel like this is one that I know I've read this before. The question is, did I write the details down? I've got Journal of Thomas de Wolf. Journal of Walter de Wolf. Okay. Yes, so we do have that. Door and wall, I don't think we have yet. And everything else will be collected. So again, it's very important for me not to put this text with the rest of the books because we've not cleared the curse, and I don't think we have the ability to clear the curse right now. This we should just be able to learn. Yep, a new skill. The lock seeks its key, the wall seeks its door, and we who would pass learn that they are not our servants. William Harries. So, I'll move the Fusine aside. So I think it's a decent enough time to do a recap. So again, there may be like one more day of activity that we can get done. But let's just start by taking a look at what texts remain in terms of what I can read. So first of all, I've got this is the like too difficult pile. So this is like 16 Sky down to 8 Knock. So there may be some dispute in terms of what counts as too difficult. That's fine. You know, some of those may have to move to another component. I'm not going to be dogmatic about it. But that's kind of that's my baseline. So what I want to take a look at is stuff that's outside of the too difficult pile before I get too committed. Secret Threshold and Bitter Black Salts. Okay. So basically, what we have in terms of future texts to read, in the like manageable pile, we've got the Book of the Centipede, which is 6 rows, Letters from a Fugitive, 6 rows, and On Matthias and Amethyst Imago, Pursuit. Now, Sea Stories has now enabled... Actually, I probably should have read that today. Anyways, doesn't matter. I'll be able to get through it. So that's why these reviews are helpful. We'll see what the... Actually, yeah, the rain would have been great for that, actually. Okay, so it's a sunny day. We'll talk about that in a minute. So I've already learned one thing. It's like, okay, so I've gotten good enough to be able to do certain Grail texts. So realistically, what I should be expecting here is anything with 6-7 Grail I should consider reading. So, okay, if we look at the too difficult pile, what have we got here? Well, these are all 8s. So, you know, tough luck for me, basically. So that's one change. Now, what about these secret histories? What's the best I can do? Well, I've already organized this by my most advanced skills. And you'll notice, oh, sorry, I say secret histories. It's rows. It's not secret histories. It's rows. Preliminal meter 2, and then I think there was another one. Yeah, Path and Pilgrim. So in both of these cases, we've got 2 rows. Now, again, it's worth remembering that we have tools as well. So in the case of rows, I have the lunar globe. Now, if there were to be, say, so if I had a FET, that would be like a guaranteed, success. If there were some event that were to give, instead of 2 rows, that we got 3, that would also push things over the edge. As it happens, what I'm really looking for here is just getting lucky with a memory or a wall art or something like that. So realistically, we've got 2 books that are a pretty good chance, but not a sure thing. So again, that's... Oh yeah, sorry. There's one other one. So we finished reading the Tainted Forge book. So what about this other one? The World Does Not Weep. So this is affected by Chaionic Theoplasma. So this affects Trist and Health. So again, this is potentially achievable. So with that, we would take a Whist. So we've got 2 Winter. Our best would probably be Inks of Containment here. So we can get that up to 6. 8 with the 8 with a memory. So we could also wait for Snow and bring that up to 9, but we're still 1 short of where we need to be in order for that to be a particularly effective choice. So this is kind of like a cursed version of the Secret Histories. It's a risk I'm willing to take, but it's maybe one that I want to take when I'm generating a lot of memories and stuff like that. So the Grail is clearly a more likely opportunity. So one other thing that we can do is we can just sort of audit our 2 hard piles. So 8 knock. Is that actually difficult for us? Well, what's the highest knock level we have? 2. So 2 from Shapt, 2 from Edict's Liminal or Glass Blowing and Vessel Crafting. Neither of these are really inspiring a whole lot. Oh, sorry, 3 knock, because we moved up Preliminal meter. So, okay, so we're up to 5 now. Actually, Fog would affect that. So yes, the Twin Serpent Tantra is appropriately put in the opportunity pile. So any 8 knock I'm willing to put in. See, this is why we do this. Okay. Same argument for scale. What's the highest scale we have? I think that's actually still 2 or 3. But again, that's why we check. Yeah, 2. So the highest we can get is 4 with the resources that we have. So Coiling Chasm, Health, Fear would bring me up to 4. So there's really no realistic path for me being able to read this text yet. What's the story with Health or Heart? Similar idea. 1 health. I actually don't even know if we have a Heart skill. But you can sort of see, that's a non-starter. So Heart's out. Nectar, same argument as the other ones. Yes, we have a more powerful Nectar, but even with a more powerful Nectar with Rites of the Roots, we've got a total of 4, 5 once you add a memory, 6 if you wait for it to rain, and we still need to come up with the other 2 through chance, basically. And remembering that the memory is not going to be sufficient there. So 10 Heart, 12 Moth. Well, we have gotten better at Moth, so let's just maybe check that. So we can get 5, 7, Okay, 2 from Trist, 3 from Edict's Liminal, 2 from a memory. Jesus, sorry. Okay, 2, 5, 7, 8. Yeah, not good enough. Similar story with Sky. Okay, Moon. So we're at 5 Moon, 7 with Trist. So I guess if we get hit with a fog, the Queen's turn actually becomes viable. So that goes in the opportunity pile. $12 is too much. Okay, so it's actually a little bit better than I thought. Now the thing is, so my feeling on this sort of stuff is these ones are basically, we get an event that is uniquely useful for us. Actually, this this is the one that I lost my shaft on. So this is really a situation where it's like we draw a weather card that is uniquely suited to our current situation. So I don't want to like rely on good fortune for that. Oh, I might be able to do interesting things with... No, because I can't do Lantern Liquids. Yeah, so the sunny day's probably just going to wind up wasted. Okay. I actually do need to make some choices. So let's start with a Trist. So we're looking for a Satisfaction here. That's Vectri Zerbery. What do we do with the rest of the day? So it doesn't really matter what aspect we use, but so health I can do gardening with. Shapt. Okay, so Whist, Shapt, and Faust. I've got some ideas. Okay, so let's see if we can get a pair first of all. Quiet seasons. The earth is quiet, not barren, only sleeping. Harvesting is possible in a different season. Okay, so it does actually stop you from collecting. Oh, hang on. The history plant Agave Eterna flowers here in summer. I didn't even see this one. All right. So I don't have that many pairs, but now seems to be a good time to play around with the Chimeric Larva, approaching the Chrysalid's crossroads. So we'll leave the Faust to work with the sun. But yes, let's talk with our little friend here. Offer this beast my company. Who knows? Perhaps it will offer something in return. So Heart Moth Nectar. Well, these are renewable though, so. So I guess one important note here is that just because I'm feeding it something, like the game is not under any obligation to to respond to me feeding it something random. I may in fact have to feed it something specific for something to happen. But again, this is a case where I have a little bit more time to be able to experiment. And now it suggests a meal would be welcome. Okay, so let's take our satisfaction. This is so that we can... right, this is actually going to be something that I use the consider verb for. So FOSS just because I need to have a skill, and then satisfaction. Grail birth. I can master this mystery, enough grail to match mystery grail. So, on Matthias and Amethyst Imago, Pursuit, an account of an occult romance. A certain mech claims to have written this in a single night as part of his initiation into the Theban branch of the House of Leith, that order of immortals who use the arts of water to conceal themselves. So, we're going to talk with the... I'm not talking with the cat just because the cat is carnivorous. So, the hungry larva, twitching voraciously. Oh. Feed the beastie. Satisfy this creature's appetite. Food will make a hungry beast or a wild one cooperative. Honestly, I think all that this is really going to do is just reset it back to that other state, but... But again, this is the time to do this kind of experimentation. So the other thing I can try and do is feed it when it's already satisfied. A full belly makes a helpful friend. The beastie is now inclined to cooperate. Okay, so one more try. And in this case, we're going to talk with the beastie. Go shopped. Actually, here's a question. If I don't give it... It has no interest in food just now. Okay. So I suspect all that's going to happen here is it's going to give me the fear again. But like I said, this is an opportunity for experimentation. I missed out on a chance to do something like maybe make an Eigengrau or whatever, but it's just nice to be able to verify, you know, all right, I've gone as far as I can with the larva right now. There may be other opportunities later with regards to beast and cooperative. You know, are there different outcomes that I might expect, you know, in future? Matthias defied us to hunt the names of the moth in the wood to populate his pinned collection. The Amethyst Imago had dallied with the witch and sister, but she'd returned to the wood to plead the moth's pardon. The moth, as a whim or a penance, set her out to lure the long to a slough of nightmares. Matthias loved the Imago. Did he? Can Long love? Or has that organ of their soul desiccated beyond repair? The Imago loved Matthias. Did she? Or did she only enact a whim? He pursued her through the wood, but at last she turned aside from the nightmare slough, and they lay together where the bounds grow bright. So they learnt the Grail's pleasures, and this is the lore they won. Okay, let's just see if I've got this on my list. No. So, so that gives us gossip. And desires and dissolution, so that's usually how I get the witching to sane. Okay, so we've got a pretty standard expectation in terms of what happens with the larva. Now, I don't think I think there's probably more stuff that happens than I know, but in this case here, you know, I used some elements of the soul at a time when it wasn't critical for me to get a particular result. We experimented. I'm happy we did that, but it doesn't give me like it's not something I'm going to put undue influence in. And you know, likewise, it's something that with the pet cat, let's say, if I were to give up an egg and like that egg wound up being something kind of important, I would feel rather bad about that. So the boundaries between flesh, pearl, and pleasure are equally contingent. So in this case here, you know, this was a nice little bit of experimentation. I know I can get the pairs back. I'll maybe focus on that rather heavily during autumn and winter. And I know until I have a clearer idea about what I might want to try and do with the pet, I can leave those alone right now unless I happen to be looking for the memory that they produce, which is, you know, sometimes that's enough. So, what are some other things that I might want to be doing? I mean, obviously, today, this is probably the end of the stream at this point, because I don't see how we're going to get a weather card that, you know, enables, like, the weather cards that'll enable crazy stuff. Fog, snow. And it doesn't, there's no fog in spring, and there's no snow in spring. So, at this point, really, we're looking at getting lucky with the rose. Which tells me that this is the point that I need to start committing some cards to the Tree of Wisdoms, which is going to be what I talk about at the start of the next day, because I also need to, like, get some kind of sleep. I also need to do the writing, but yeah. I do have some bug reports that I need to submit, but I'll maybe do that like when I'm actually starting to get a little bit of a headache, so I'll maybe do that when I'm a little more clear-headed. I took screenshots and got like the save file and stuff like that, so. Okay, the day has passed over. And it's raining. Okay, so this might be a time that I try the... Actually, I can't get the witching to sane. Yes, I can. I combine that with desires and dissolutions. We can do that basically like this. Add the spice scale. Oh. The desk will let that happen, though. Yeah. So, but again, I don't want to take the time to actually. If I start the day, I'm never gonna finish. Here's basically where the playthrough is. So we, as far as the Tree of Wisdoms is concerned, like, all of this is a possibility for me. Every single slot here is available. One thing that I'll eventually want to keep an eye on is, like, I've got 4s, I've got 2, I thought I saw a 3, yeah. So we've got a couple level 4s, we've got a level 3, we've got a handful of level 2s. So, I think the ideal set of circumstances in terms of pushing this playthrough forward, there's 2 ways that I can do this, which is to sort of expand as I need to, and that will basically say, okay, I'm going to start thinking about what rooms I want to unlock. So a good example here would be the Gloomy Stair. So one way that I could do that would be we take Mr. Kill with his winter aspect. We hit him with the Whist. We hit him with a Regret. Or is it Regret or Hindsight? Either one of those, I think, give us 2. And then he can move up. So I actually already have the Whist for that. So then the question is, well, maybe I want to use the Eigengrau, and that way I'll be able to move up a level. That's completely fine to do. Another answer to this would be, well, I can get Metal, and I can get Denzil to get leveled up with the Metal. I hire him with Shapt. I level him up with Metal. I give him Foresight for the 6 Forge, and then he'll be able to move me up here. And then, of course, we also know that we give him a few cups of the Lapsang Souchong tea, and he should be able to get us roughly up here. So again, that's a question of committing exactly 1 card to the Tree of Wisdoms. That's not even worrying about whether or not I can access Mrs. Kill. And one way of thinking of this is to say, okay, well, why would I need a second Whist when I can already achieve the same thing just by getting Metal, which I know I need anyway? Likewise, you can make the same argument with the Despoiled Laboratory, right, to get Denzil to access that through Metal. Alternatively, I don't need to commit anything. I just use the Eigengrau, and I just reuse the Whist a couple of times, and that would be, I basically get that for free because I just use a Faust and an Auroral Contemplation. So that's definitely an option available to me there. Now, this is all well and good, but there is a limit to that. And it usually comes around the time that we start seeing 7s, right? Because you have your base ability, you have your memory, you have your element of the soul, and then after that you're relying on tools, and if you don't have any tools, then you have to rely on things like drinks and so on and so forth. Although again, in this particular case, Eigengrau, I believe, is the answer. Because it has 1 winter aspect. So it actually makes me think that I'm going to hold off on the Metal just because I can achieve 1, 2... probably at least 3. So this by refreshing the Whist. This by refreshing the Whist and using the Eigengrau. So I need 1, 2, 4 Eigengrau. I currently have 3. And then, of course, from there, we see if that gives us access to anything new. And then at that point, we say, okay, maybe now we bring Denzil in because, we're not able to do these things. So, like, a level 9 Winter, I'm basically going to need to give him some kind of, winter wood, or I'm going to need to find a more powerful winter item. Now, the other way of looking at this is to ask is like, well, what's the point of not committing stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms? And it's again mostly about preserving options. In reality, I'm not expecting that. I don't expect any books from here. We might find a book up here. There should be books in here. Not so sure about this one. As for the rest of it, so this is definitely a Denzel job. This one would be for Mrs. Kill or the Orchard Keeper, so I'm not that worried about the Rec Pantry right now. Rose Haunted Hall is definitely a Mrs. Kill one. So yeah, I think, okay, the more I look at this situation, the more it's clear to me I want to focus on making Eigengrau for sure. So that's the Foss spoken for. And again, that's a really easy thing for me to do. Like, it's a matter of Auroral Contemplations, Fost, and there you have it. I've got something that I can refresh my my whist with. I might take the Witching to Seine as part of the rain. So let's say, okay, 2 Eigengrau spoken for. Maybe we do some gardening with the health. If I want to roll the dice, I suppose I could take my tryst with the Book of the Centipede. Yeah, actually, that has a certain logic to it. Okay, so here's how this is going to work. So our main focus is going to be to explore the house using Mr. Kill first, replenishing him with drinks, or replenish myself with drinks and plying him with drinks. We're going to do that as far as we can. I am going to roll the dice on the rose texts. That'll also be helpful because I'll have Mr. Kill to sort of do repeat business with in terms of talking. Yeah. And then once we hit the limit of that, like once it's clear that Mr. Kill can't get us any further, that's probably the time that I get metal so that I can use Denzil to get us to the Ravaged Foundry, and then this upper, I can never remember the name of this on its own, but yeah, I think that's the game plan. So thank you everybody for watching. This has been a super long broadcast, but it's one that I had a lot of fun sharing with all of you. Just a reminder, this game is coming out on August the 17th. And if you buy it in the first week, I believe it will be $24.99 US. One way or the other. If you buy it in the first week, you will get access to all of the expansions for the game. Remember, that's distinct from all of the DLC. This wonderful soundtrack will be available for sale, but it will be a separate purchase. I suspect probably the composer gets the money for that. I don't know whether Factory can say what the breakdown is. But just a reminder, we've got design, writing, and coding, Alexis Kennedy, art, production, marketing, Lottie Bevan. We salute our collaborators, additional coding, Roman Loskudov, Knights of Unity, FRGM, additional art by Adrian Degan, Clockwork Cuckoo, Catherine Unger, music by Maribeth Solomon and Mickey Moore Productions, SFX by Soundcuts, and I will leave the Steam page localization and special thanks to all the people there, although I do want to take a second here and mention Clock Q, who in addition to being really nice when they stop by the channel, also do offer some likes and retweets and things like that. I wanted to take a minute and just say that I not only appreciate the work that you have done helping Weather Factory bring the game to a potential audience outside of the English audience, but I specifically appreciate the effort that you've put into kind of helping me reach out to another audience. And on that final note, I do thank all of you for watching me, whether you were here just for the last little bit or whether you were here for the whole 10-hour epic. I don't take this stuff for granted. I really do appreciate the fact that people are interested enough. Oh my God, what's happening to the background? I do really appreciate that people do stick around and check out this weird and wonderful little game. So I do see somebody who's starting up for Book of Hours. Unfortunately, they are not. I'm sorry to say that they are not an English broadcaster, so I'd feel a little unusual. I feel a little unusual sending it on over to them. So I'm just going to end it here. I don't really see I don't really see anybody else that I know. So anyways, have a lovely evening. Thank you for watching. I hope to see some of you again soon. We'll be back Wednesday for more Book of Hours. Take care.